Hello, friends. Welcome inside, at least for only me right now. Ben Garrett, the Riverland Roofing Studios. Riverland Roofing for all your roofing needs, 662-644-4297, riverlandroofing.com. They power everything we do here at Talk of Champions. We're thankful for them, and we're thankful for all of you who've already showed up because today is hearing day. It's hearing day for Trinidad Chambliss in Pittsboro. I almost already messed it up. Pittsboro, Mississippi. One Brad Logan is in Pittsboro. We're going to go live to him. The live streaming thing we're figuring out because I don't know, ran into some difficulty down there. But I saw so many of you already in the chat. I was like, I gotta get in here and talk to my people. And before we get going, before we jump to Brad Logan, who's in Pittsboro for Trinidad Chambliss's court case against the NCAA, which if it comes down today, which I have my doubts, a preliminary injunction that essentially secures Trinidad Chambliss as Ole Miss's quarterback in 2026. That's why today's so important. That's why you see not just Brad Logan, but Jake Thompson from the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, affiliate of On3, the website that I write for. Michael Katz, Sam Hutchins, everybody seems to be down there in Pittsboro, up there. I'm bad with directions. But, yeah, man, it's just a big day. Do I think a ruling comes today? Probably not. In the case of Charles Bediako, who didn't play last night, and Ole Miss has lost to Alabama, but has now been ruled ineligible. He spent 5 games with Alabama. His court date was on a Thursday, and he heard back on a Tuesday. So that might be a timeline we need to keep an eye on. But I could see a ruling coming today. The question is, as Christopher Carpenter's getting to start out hot, you can bet the hoe is watching. We'll see. He was at the Pelicans game last night, sitting courtside. I don't know. Do you think he will win the case today? From Gerald Clayton on Facebook. I think he's going to end up getting the injunction, but do I think that necessarily a decision is coming today? I would be surprised. But also it could. There is a possibility of that. The bottom line is we're going to hear arguments today. Hopefully, we're going to be able to stream the whole thing for you live. It starts at 9 a.m. That's when this podcast was supposed to start. But you guys in the chat, man, y'all got in here real quick. And Sudu, he'll get here when he gets here. You know, when he wakes up and feeling some type of way. And we'll go to Brad in Pittsboro, too. But last night, before we jump to all things Ole Miss football, Trinidad Chambliss in Pittsboro, Mississippi, as he takes on the NCAA, Brad and I were at the game last night. Ole Miss's 6th straight loss in basketball. 6 straight losses. And we had a post-game report where I was wearing exactly what I'm wearing now. That's more of an indictment on my lack of wardrobe than anything. But here's the full report. Ole Miss loses last night to Alabama, was only down by 2 at halftime, and then 61 second-half points given up to Alabama in their 6th straight loss. Here's the full report from post-game.
One Brad Logan along with Ben Garrett here for the Talk of Champions. Post-game, the Rebels fall tonight. 93-74 to Alabama. We just left Coach Chris Beard's press conference, Ben, and he basically says kind of a tale of two halves. It was a situation where Malik Dia had, 2 points? It was a situation to where Ole Miss was led by A.J. Storr off the bench for 27. After that, not a lot of offensive production.
Not at all. And the fact that Malik Dia only had 2 points, and Chris mentioned after the game, it had to do with the coach's decision. I think it's 9 points over his last 3 games, which was aptly pointed out by Mike.
He talked about Alabama, the way they, play offensive defensively, but it was almost like,
Yeah, it was an indictment on Malik Dia, who, in my opinion, is a perfect embodiment of why this team is so bad, why this team has lost 6 games in a row. Chris Beard had never lost 5 in a row. Now he's never lost. Now he's lost 6 in a row before. You know what I mean? He keeps setting the wrong kind of records that he wasn't anticipating, and a lot of it has to do with it's the same struggles. It's lack of rebounding. I mean, Zach Day's getting 7 rebounds. Now, this is no disrespect to Zach Day.
Yeah.
But Zach Day's a former walk-on that was put on scholarship, and, man, he gives them effort. The fact that they're relying on him to get 7 rebounds is an indictment on guys like Malik Dia and pick other guys. Like, I think A.J. Storr's giving them what he can, but, like, man, you could pick a number of guys, but for me it starts with Malik Dia because last year what did they do? They went to the Sweet 16, matching a single greatest accomplishment in program history. And Malik Dia was the key piece to bring back to kind of build it around. And they're bad. They're really bad, and Malik D is rotting at the end of the bench because of a coach's decision. I think that's the biggest tell there is.
Eduardo Klafke, the only other player in double digits. Klafke had a good game today. I mean, he played hard. Chris talked about how hard he played. I think he finished with 12 points, and nobody else in double figures, Ben. That's bad. And there was many times you see Chris would insert 5 players, mass substitution, and I talked with one of the media guys up top, and I was like, this has been done a lot. And Ole Miss still hasn't gotten that 5 that Chris feels good about.
And at this point, it's getting about to the end of the line here, right? This needed to be a turning point for Ole Miss. There is no denying that their recent stretch was a gauntlet. It was tough. It was really, really tough. The first team in SEC history to start or play 7 of their first 10 games in the SEC on the road. Like, no one had done that before. But 0-6 is 0-6, and when you come home against an Alabama team that is good, but a lot of discussion has been about Charles Bediako and not about like the quality. Like, I don't look at this Alabama team the same way as I looked at Nate Oates' Elite 8 or Final Four teams, right? This is a team that if you were going to turn around, if it was true that they were close and all of the historic nature of the schedule in this was the game to get it started the other way, and you lost by 20. Right. I mean, this is just nothing from this was encouraging. And I think that's why it was Chris Beard wore it all over his face in the post game. Because, it seemed like, dang, man, I can't figure this out. Because you're right. He can't.
Early on, Ole Miss led the game. And I think there was a couple points, separating the two at half, and Ole Miss cut it to 8 with about 6 minutes to go, I think. And it's a situation where Ole Miss couldn't close. I want to go back to one point before we move quickly to the news tomorrow. But you talked about Malik Dia and being such a huge component last year. What's happened? Is it the missing pieces from last year that are no longer here? What, in your opinion, is wrong with Malik Dia, and why is he not performing like we've seen him perform in the past?
I just think there's been no evolution to him. There's been no next step taken. So everyone's kind of just going through the motions with it. He's gotten. Look, they're all well compensated. This was a very expensive roster. I think $13 million is what this roster cost. Now the concern is, are they just done? Are they just kind of like, what motivation do they have, right? And not being motivated, lack of motivation has been one of the things that has held Malik Dia back from being an NBA player already.
Yeah.
He should have been an NBA player 2 years ago, certainly last year, but because of his inconsistencies, including his lack of give a crap, which is now kind of bled into everything else, in my opinion. The man said, Chris Beard said it, I'm not making anything up. It was a coach's decision. It wasn't an injury. Keza Giffa suffered injury. He didn't play tonight because he had his best game last time out at Texas, the return for Chris Beard, and he got hurt, something in his leg. He's thinking he's not going to be back for...
He will not be ready for Mississippi State on Saturday.
Yeah, Valentine's Day.
He said he's week to week, hope to get him at some point
this season. Like, let's be honest here. This is looking lost. I hope they rally. Of course I hope they rally. I believe if any coach can get a team to rally, it would be Chris Beard. But this just feels like everyone's now counting down.
Yeah.
Checking off boxes.
I'm going to pause that real quick because Brad Logan is coming to us live. I'm going to remove this from the stage. That was our basketball report after the game. Before we jump to Brad, who's in Pittsboro, Mississippi, some quick house cleaning notes. First of all, of course, support Riverland Roofing, but the QR code's different. It's going to be different for the next 20 days. It's not for the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, and affiliate of On 3, though I do want all of you to join us there at the Ole Miss Spirit. Just go to the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, and affiliate of On 3. Sign up today, $1. But that QR code, the Phoenix trip for me, when y'all organically fundraised for me, and I got a video about it here in just a little bit, was such a blessing and really planted a seed in my brain about raising money for local causes. They kind of get overlooked. They kind of get swept under the rug. So that QR code, it goes directly to my personal Venmo. But for the next 20 days, I'm going to give whatever money, and I've already donated $200. Whatever money that y'all give with me, I'm giving it all to the New Albany Musical Theater Department. They were hit hard by the ice storm. It was New Albany. And, they got set back, and they're my friends, and they work hard. And there's only 2 of them that do it all. So if I can give them anything, if y'all can match my 200, I'll think it's victory. You know what I mean? But that's what it is. That's that QR code. It's to my personal Venmo, and I want to give it all to the New Albany High School Musical Theater Department and eventually do it for other places as well. I would like to do every other month or something, like do something for Corinth. Maybe like Corinth needs new band uniforms. Maybe the soccer team in Byhalia needs some jerseys. For now, it's my hometown. I knew there was a need, and that QR code's to my Venmo. If you'd like to give, it's $1, $5, $10. Man, it'd be incredible because I would love to – these kids that you're about to meet through this video, I'd love to give them some help as they've been going through it, and they're trying to live their dreams. What's up, my guy Brad from Pittsboro, Mississippi?
What's up, man? We got a nice crowd that's gathered. The doors have not opened for the general public. The media are in a jury box, so it's interesting to see. I posted on social channels, Ben. You can grab that off my Twitter X account. It's all of the different. The attorneys are here. The Trinidad Chambliss is here, by the way, Ben, and he is here with his mom, so he is here today. I overheard a conversation with one of the attorneys saying, "quote We're excited to tell the story today." So it should be interesting to hear. We're going to stream this live right here on all of our social channels, the Talk of Champions. Ben, we have been approved for certain things, and I will text you the specifics, but we will be live, and I have got it worked out. So we will be in touch with you with more from that. Basically, take a look at where everybody's kind of gathered around here. Everybody's kind of gathered. You've got different television. You've got different groups of high school students have elected to come today. It's a learning experience for a lot of people because this is not every day that you're able to see a case this high profile. When you have the entire jury box is full of media, and it's an opportunity to really teach some young people. And I want to bring in Coach Yarnell March. Yarnell does a great job at Bruce High School, which is right down the road.
Hey, Coach, how we doing? You good?
Coach, you brought some people here today. What are you trying to accomplish? What are some things you wanting to accomplish today for an opportunity for some of these kids to get to see this today?
Well, I mean, one thing, we want to let them see how the wheels of justice. And we got a lot of guys that play football, and they are very familiar with what's going on with the case. And it was easy. And we wanted them to see how, justice, how the wheels are supposed to run. And with it being the case that it's being today, it was easy, and these kids are excited. They wanted to come and see it.
Yeah.
And they were not dragging around when I said, "Hey, let's go, let's go." They loaded up that bus and we got on over here.
This is absolutely a teachable moment. What are some things that you're hoping your students that you brought over will learn today?
Well, not only just our athletes, not only just our football players, just try to understand what they're about to run into. We got a kid right now that's being heavily recruited, so he's going to be in this situation in a year or so. So I needed him to see how this stuff goes out, and then we also want the kids to understand, because it's one thing to talk about it, but there's a lot of historical things. I want them to see something that happened in real time.
Yeah.
To see something that's happening in their area, and to be able to see it and to see how it goes. It makes teaching a little bit easier for us too.
You and I grew up here in Calhoun County. It's a place that people watching are not familiar with. Calhoun County. No 4-lane access, very few red lights, a couple of turning lanes. What does this mean for Bruce, Pittsboro, Calhoun City, Vardaman? What's it mean for our county, in your opinion?
This is huge because I like the fact that it doesn't have a negative tonation on it. It's not a murder trial. It's not something that's wild, but it's this trial. And this is big for the county because it's a positive situation that we can shed some positive light on our county, and to be able to and let people see that, hey, we're not just this backwoods area. We do have some things here, and we got some amazing athletes here. We got some amazing kids here. We got some amazing people here. So it gets lost in the shuffle sometimes. But this is good for people to be able to see what we have here in our county.
Now, you have a podcast. I know you follow Ole Miss very closely. What are your thoughts on how important it is for Trinidad Chambliss to become eligible next year?
This is huge. This is huge, not only just for him, but just for Ole Miss as a group. Very important for him, though, because he's really just putting it out, hey, I want to play football. I want to play college football next year. And he's pretty much said to the pros, just wait a year. And it's going to be huge for Ole Miss because with what Pete is doing right now and everything, the pieces that he's putting together, this is the last piece. And if we get this piece, I feel like we're going to be in awesome shape this year. So this is a big day. This is a big day. This is a big moment.
Yarnell March, thanks, Coach.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you being a good leader of all of our kids. I mean, bringing them to an opportunity to see life-changing stuff here in Calhoun County is really cool to see. Thanks for what you do, okay? Ben Yarnell Marks, one of the leaders here in the community, does a great job leading kids not only in Marks, but all across the county. A couple of things that's interesting. All of the counsel are in. I made a motion a little bit ago about how one of the attorneys representing Trinidad Chambliss was heard talking about how excited they were to present the case. And I think a lot of people are excited to hear that today. The courtroom, we have pictures, like I told you, Ben, of the inside so people can get a chance to see what it looks like. What we're looking for today, I don't believe there's going to be any resolution, judging by past precedent of Judge Whitwell. Probably a couple of days until there's any type of, I guess you could say, answers, and that would probably come. Precedent is set similar to the way that others have been when the cases versus the NCAA have come about, and then answers are given. Usually it's a couple of days, but it'll be interesting to see. It'll be a courtroom full of folks here today. A lot of students. We just talked with Coach Marks, but a lot of students, as we see the picture from inside the courtroom, you'll see the attorney's boxes there, and then to the left, the jury box will be full of local media. The opportunity today, obviously, to see Trinidad Chambliss. We'll see if we have a chance to talk with him. I know he's here with his mom, and it could be an opportunity to visit with him. So, Pittsboro, Mississippi, really interesting times here in Calhoun County.
Well, Brad, get in there, get set up. I'll try to get the stream going. I know that you've had trouble with your camera, but as for us, we're trying to work on it on our end and work it out for him. But I got Sudu finally. Hey, Sudu, you've been getting roasted.
What's up, buddy?
You've been getting roasted.
Really? I've been in here waiting to be added to this call, Ben. Can we get to that? What's going on, man?
Well,
you forgot about me.
I think some thought we were starting at 8:30, so there was a lot of did Sudu wake and bake?
Hey, Brad. No, Sudu did not wake and bake, per usual. And no, I believe we said 9 a.m. Central. Here we are.
Okay. He's in a mood, folks. You can tell he's not in the mood to chit.
No, I'm not in a mood. I was just we're talking legalese and jargon today. I'm just being real deal, cut and dry.
Hey, Sudu, Sudu, thanks very much for jumping on with us and for everything that you do. I wanted to tell you, we just visited with Coach Yarnell Marks. It's interesting to me. We've got probably 4 or 5 groups of students that have come today using this as a teachable moment, which is fascinating to watch, frankly. And so,
absolutely, I just saw a comment where someone said, "Why are these kids even there? Go back to class." And I mean, that's ridiculous. Exactly what Coach said. It's about this is a historical event for them in that area as well. And I mean, if the NCAA is selling this like this is something that's going to change the sport forever. So if that's the case, then yeah, there's significance in taking kids there. And he mentioned players that he has on his team that will have to go through these processes probably one day. And so to give them a real firsthand look, that's what school is about, right? Real life experience and showing these kids what it's going to be like. So I think it's a great idea.
Sudu, you see the pictures here from inside the courtroom. The jury box is where the media is located. The other picture, you'll see the background of where the patrons will be able to see everything that's going on. And then you'll see there the 2 boxes or the 2 tables where both sides of the argument will be today. Obviously, Doug Minor and his team of the NCAA, and then William Liston, Tom Mars, and everyone for Trinidad Chambliss will be at the table to the left, I do believe. So that is where the setup is today. Judge Whitwell will begin court proceedings at 9:30 this morning. We will stream the entire court proceedings live right here on the Talk of Champions, and look forward to bringing you all of that content here. It's a beautiful day in Pittsboro. It's just like the pictures that Ben and Sudu and I have been showing you all, but it is a really nice town, and I've had nothing but positive comments about the courthouse. It's a really new courthouse. It's really nice. The courtroom is really nice as well. And a little point of pride here, opening the court proceedings today is the First Baptist pastor of Calhoun City. His name is Chad Logan, and that is my brother. So a pretty cool moment that Chad's, my brother's, going to be a part of this as well.
So it starts.
He's a good rebel, by the way, Sudu.
It starts at 9:30. I thought it was 9 initially. It's 9:30. I think that's what the docket said. Brad, you get in there. You go get after it. Tell your brother hello for all of us. Knowing that Brad has a brother named Chad is just amazing to me.
I actually didn't. I didn't put that together until you just said that.
I didn't either. Brad and Chad Logan. I love that. Charles Stackhouse, the former Ole Miss fullback, one of the greatest of all time, wearing his
and New York Giants.
Yes. Yes.
We love Charles Stackhouse.
We keep losing Brad because I keep going in and out. I forgot. We got to work out some audio stuff. But get in there, Brad. Go get what you can. Tell Chad hello.
We will.
And I'm going to do my best. Hopefully, because Brad has a camera, and we were going to do this live thing, but WLBT3 on your side supposed to be doing the streaming. Then we're going to screen share.
But Ben, I'm going to be able to stream on my phone now. So we're good.
He always finds a solution.
He always finds a way.
Brad's a solution guy.
He's a solution
guy. So I'm headed inside, and as soon as it's over, we will report and hopefully get some interviews for you with all the attorneys in Trinidad, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we can get out.
Heck yeah. Well, you get in there. We'll see you when we get back.
Get set up, and then I'm going to shoot to the live feed.
Sounds good. Excited to have Brad Logan come back with the live from Pittsboro, Mississippi.
I'm glad you finally got it down, dude. Pittsboro.
I'm proud of me too, man, because to be honest with you, you know me, man. Like I struggle with birthdays. My wife's birthday is today. Happy birthday to Emily. Yes, it's Trinidad Chambliss Day, but also look at my baby. There it is. There she is. That's my honey. 39 years young. Happy birthday. Charles Stackhouse, one of the greatest Ole Miss fullbacks, if not the greatest of all time, played at the Giants. I got him in the screen with us. So, honey, if you ever watch this, Charles Stackhouse says happy birthday too.
Incredible.
She's 39 years young. There's my favorite picture of her all time right there in front of the Mike and Sully. Right, they don't even exist at Disneyland no more. That's my baby. She's 39. Happy birthday, honey. Can't wait for you to come home. We're going to take her for a steak dinner tonight, brother.
Let's go.
And I just wanted to give her a shout. She is my world. She is everything. She gave me my perfect daughters. And I'm so happy that she got another year around the sun. The QR code above my head, let's talk about that before we really dive into this. Go to the live stream with Brad. For the next 20 days, it will not be for the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, affiliate of On3. I want all of y'all there. Please sign up today for $1. In 5 days, it charges you for an annual. So just give us a test run if you want to for $1 and see if you like it or not. The Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com. That QR code is to my personal Venmo because that Phoenix trip I took because of y'all was life-changing. And really put a seed in my brain, a thought from God. I truly believe that maybe we could raise money for other local causes and get overlooked. And the ice storm hit everybody hard. We know about that in Oxford, and New Albany hit hard too. And the New Albany Music Theater Department, because I'm not a handy dude. I can't go and chainsaw. I can't do a whole lot, but I can paint. I can mow cemeteries. My mama raised me mowing cemeteries in Salisbury, Tennessee. All right. But I'm not a handy man. What I can do, though, as y'all showed through Phoenix, is if we want to raise some money for some kids that are chasing their dreams, we can. So this is what I wanted to show y'all. This is the QR code for the next 20 days. If you want to give, I've already given $200. If we can even match my 200, dude, that'll be awesome. But these are the kids that would be given to.
Albany community is a lot like Oxford. When disaster strikes, like it did during Winter Storm Fern, New Albany responds. Local churches fed first responders. Neighbors helped neighbors. And as soon as the ice allowed, people poured out of their homes to begin cleaning up what the storm left behind. Inside New Albany High School, two familiar faces were doing what they've been doing for a decade. When Philip and Mary Beth Nanny weren't helping with storm cleanup, they were spending hours inside the school, often with little or no power, building sets and sewing costumes. Because in many ways, Philip and Mary Beth Nanny are the New Albany High School Musical Theater Department.
We're knocking on doors, begging for help because we know what this ice storm has done to our community. We're very grateful for what we've received, but we want to be able to continue the caliber of productions that we put on, and that takes financial backing. You see it when one of your students who is a soccer player ends up in New York City at the National Jimmy Awards representing this region, not just this state, but this region. Those are the moments we're creating and cultivating for kids. That's something that's very difficult for a rural Mississippi high school to do when you're competing against private academies that have budgets I could not ever dream of competing with. We win with what we have because our children have heart.
For more than a decade now, and following in the footsteps of their parents, the program Under the Nannies has been nationally recognized and award-winning. But almost all of the heavy lifting happens through two people. They fundraise, they design sets, they handle sound and blocking, they build, they sew, they organize, and after the storm, they were set back. They need help.
The real reason it happens this way is because this is the way it's always been done. It's just understanding the limitations that we have, but also respecting the limitations that we have. And that's really what makes it great, is when you realize what we are able to pull off with limited resources that we have. It really makes it a lot sweeter. Every dime, every dollar, every $100 goes an extremely long way. We're blessed to be supported by our district, but we are self-supported as well. We have to raise the funds to put on the show. If it costs $30,000 to put on the show, then it's on our backs to make sure that we raise 31. Every dollar, every dime, every cent matters.
Now, this is where you might be wondering, Ben, what does this have to do with Ole Miss sports? Nothing really at all. But contrary to what some opposing fan bases might think in YouTube comments, my Twitter mentions, I had no plans to go to Phoenix for the Fiesta Bowl. But Ole Miss Spirit subscribers, the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, and Fit of On 3, you Talk of Champions listeners, where is it? Y'all had other ideas. One Spirit subscriber took a screenshot of my Venmo and posted it on the message board. That post sparked an organic fundraising effort that ended up getting me to Phoenix. And it reminded me of how special this community is, the Ole Miss Spirit, Talk of Champions. And it planted a seed. God has blessed me over and over again the last few years in ways I don't deserve. And there's a particular verse I've been sitting with. Commit your works to the Lord, and he will establish your plans. I believe Phoenix happened for a reason, and some real good is supposed to come of it.
The ice storm did set us back. It put us out of school for a whole week and a half, but the community really rallied. Mary Beth and Flip offered to come to our houses with like four-wheelers. We're getting back on track, and we're not going to let it stop us.
Our shows in general are very special because you can tell we're a family. You can tell that everybody's working together as a team. You can tell it's very family oriented. So it's got a special nature about it anyways. But this show in particular is just such an incredible story because you get to see so many aspects of it. You get a traditional musical theater style with the dance and with the songs, but you also get to see this grief at this family who has lost everything but has also gained everything, but it's not what they really wanted to gain. It's a really, really beautiful thing.
For the next 20 days, the QR code on your screen goes to my personal Venmo at Spirit Ben. Every dollar goes directly to the New Albany High School Musical Theater Department's production of Tuck Everlasting. I've already donated the first $200. Tuck Everlasting is a family-friendly musical based on the beloved novel about a young girl named Winnie Foster who discovers a mysterious family that has unlocked the secret to eternal life. Set in the late 1800s, the story explores what it truly means to live and why mortality gives life its meaning through themes of love, choice, responsibility, and the beauty of growing up. The New Albany High School production brings that timeless story to the stage with a large student cast, live singing and dancing, and an ambitious set that reflects the show's magical and emotional scope. But they need your help. They need Talk of Champions. These are purely charitable donations, and you can write them off for tax purposes. The goal is simple. The Talk of Champions community is here to help a small program with a big heart keep doing big things. Y'all already did it for me.
Shoot, I mean, I know it's the off season for Ole Miss sports, so I mean, if Pete Golding or somebody wanted to come out, come on, you know, I mean, it's really going to be a spectacular musical.
We just want everybody to come support us, come see us. We just want to show the world who we are, even if you're Ole Miss, Hail State.
This is the first of what I hope becomes several local fundraising efforts each year in New Albany, Oxford, Pontotoc, Corinth, and beyond. May God continue to establish our plans here at Talk of Champions. Scan the QR code. Give what you can. No amount is too small. There we go. There we go. I was trying to add myself back. So if you can give that QR code, thanks to y'all for indulging me. Those kids are great. And I can't do a lot of hammering and nailing like Flip does, but I did some painting. And I told them, like, I'd tell my people about them. And so now I've told my people about them. And we'll go to Brad Logan here shortly for the Trinidad Chambliss dun, 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 spectacular. But if you can, that QR code for the next 20 days is going to be for that New Albany High School Musical Theater Department. And I'm going to get them to put Talking Champions like on the playbill if we can raise enough. You know what I mean? If y'all match my 200, like I said, I'll feel like, man, I've done something. You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I went up there, shot some B-roll up, and did some interviews. Those are my people. And y'all might wonder why New Albany. It's my hometown. And I just want to see if it works. I want to see if I can do it. I want to see if I can raise some money for local causes. Like I said, if Bahalia hits me up and they're like, yo, man, we're desperate for some soccer jerseys, man. There's got to be a better way, you know, than and for us to help local. So that's
thank y'all for indulging that. And if y'all would like to give, even if it's $1, $5, I promise y'all, no amount is too small. If I could get 100 people to give $10, brother, we hooking them up. You know what I mean? We hooking them up. So if you feel inclined, God just laid it on my heart, and I've been really like in a weird place about it mentally for the last couple of days. I'm like, I don't know if I should do the da, but I'm trying to do what my God commands of me. So if you're willing, thank you. I appreciate you. Now, Brad is there in Pittsboro. We're excited. We're excited to get some resolution potentially. Brad's supposed to be doing the streaming from his phone himself, so we don't have to go, because I sent the camera with him, Sudu, but we had trouble getting connected. You know, Pittsboro, it was ready, though. Pittsboro was ready.
All right, I was about to say, I better not hear any slander on Pittsboro, Ben.
No, man, Pittsboro was ready. I'm disappointed that I got to be the man in the chair with you. I want to be at El Jefe. You know what I mean?
El Jefe, dude. You got me. You got my mouth watering thinking about El Jefe.
Get some El Jefe. So what do you think coming from this today? Anything?
Listen, I've always expected a decision today. I was told early in this process that this was going to be pretty cut and dry, and he would get this injunction. That's what I'm expecting. Obviously, I know these cases are not related. The Bediako case is completely different from Trinidad's case. But I think that ruling going in the favor of the NCAA has some people that maybe thought this was just a guaranteed thing, feeling a little nervous. I still completely expect him to get this. I would genuinely be shocked. I mean, I've looked over some of those. I mean, not all the documents, obviously, they provided the NCAA, whatever's available out there. But to me, it's just, I'm just like, I don't understand why the NCAA is fighting this so hard. This completely applies for the medical situation. You know what it is, Ben? I think when you have like an ACL or a bone break, you know what I mean? Something like that, people just go, well, yeah, he was hurt. But if it's, I just can't breathe, it's, suck it up. I think that's really what it is. I think it's just the way people view respiratory issues. There's no other explanation I can come up with other than that. I mean, they've provided medical documentation from Ferris State, the treating doctor, the head coach, Ferris State as well. And none of that seems to matter. I mean, they're pointing to inconsistencies and this, that, and the other. And meanwhile, this has been established. Like, this isn't something that was just created to get him the 6th year. This has been talked about before he got to Ole Miss. So I'm just really confused at why the NCAA is fighting this as hard as they are, despite a Montana kid just got a 9th year yesterday. And now in his situation, he had surgeries and actual like ligament bone issues. So maybe that's what the NCAA is saying. Maybe, hey, if you can't breathe, suck it up. Too bad. I can't find any other reason.
I can't either. And the thing that's interesting to me is we saw Ole Miss had 5 NFL Combine invitees. Trinidad was not among them. Now, if it doesn't work out for him today, does that mean he can then turn around and go to the Combine? Could they retroactively give him an invite? There are some very complicated questions that come with that. But many people have asked me, like, Ben, I've seen it in mocks. Mel Kiper, for example, had him number 3 in his rankings for the 2026 NFL draft. And why would he not just go? If you're 3rd in this draft, why would you not want to go, right? Would this not be the opportunity? Well, this draft class is a little different. I look at it a lot like the 2022 draft. After Fernando Mendoza, who's better than Kenny Pickett, who went 1st in that draft, everybody else went in the 3rd. Matt Corral didn't go to the 3rd. So I think this class after Fernando Mendoza is wide open for whoever might be number 2, number 3. Ty Simpson maybe sneaks into the back end of the 1st round, but that's about as good as you're going to get, right? So if it's comparing a 3rd round selection to returning to Ole Miss, there are damages in millions of dollars. Because Ole Miss has already agreed to pay him in excess or around in the ballpark of, I don't know the exact number, but the number I heard was $5 million. He ain't making $5 million as a 3rd rounder next year. Not doing it. Tyler Shuck made 2.8 now with the signing bonus he got around there. But the point is like, it's $5 million off the top, no questions asked.
Yeah.
Right? So those are the damages. But if it doesn't work out, what happens then? We know Deuce Knight's going to be the favorite to start for Ole Miss quarterback, and that changes their outlook because it lowers the floor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Deuce Knight's got a real chance. He said, we are live from Pittsboro. Clickbait. Here's the live from Pittsboro. I don't want to show Brad shooting up his nose right now. He's in the courtroom. We've already been live from Pittsboro. We're going to go to him soon. Patience, friend. Patience.
Why are people so angry? Like, why are you coming in here just with that kind of energy? This is unbelievable.
It's not the energy.
Clickbait ass stream. Like, have a little patience. Good God.
Just chill out. We're live. We're the men in the chair. Yeah, my God, Sawyer's like, he's so heated.
I know.
Haman's so hot.
What are we doing?
Chill. I mean, I would go to Brad, but I'm watching him right now, and he's shooting up his nose. You know what I mean?
You don't want to put that angle on Brad.
Yeah,
man.
I'm not going to do that to my man. You know, but yes, we are live from Pittsboro. We have Brad on the scene. I'm in the chair because when there are breaks in the action like there is right now, you want to be watching Brad up his nose? I didn't think so. Mary's here.
Well, let's go.
Mary, I haven't seen Mary in the chat the last couple of shows, and I'm going to be honest with you. Where is Mary at? So, Mary, welcome in.
Mary, hope you're well.
To be Court TV. Condor Day today. Condor, it is a big day, Peyton Westling. Big day. Opening day tomorrow for Ole Miss baseball, though. I know you're really excited. Do you love college baseball?
I remember. I exclusively watched college baseball until I was like in college. Basically, I did not watch, and then I just became a big Braves fan.
Yes. Now Spencer Schellenbach is out for months on end.
Things are gonna go really well, Ben. I saw Ronald Acuna hitting dingers yesterday again. The ball just cracking off the bat.
As long as Ronnie's leading off and hitting bombs, I got a feeling
as long as he's healthy.
Yeah. Just be healthy. Score prediction for tomorrow's game. I don't know. I don't know what I would pick for Ole Miss baseball. It's Hunter Elliott on the mound, so I'm going with the Rebs.
Got to.
You know, if you can comment on these guys live and be respectful, both to the code. How is clear? Oh, yes. The court case doesn't start till 9:30. And again, Brad is there. Look, Brad's looking around the court right now. Hey, Brad. I didn't want to do it to him, but I had to show him. We are live from Pittsboro. What time do we expect an answer? Could be today, but as I said at the start of the show, Charles Bediako, when he went for his preliminary injunction, his hearing was on a Thursday, and they heard back on a Monday or Tuesday. It could be like that. I would be surprised if it's not more like that. But no, I think more than anything, we want to hear what the arguments are. I want to hear the NCAA try to put some reasoning and logic behind why they're denying him, and like you said, giving other guys, including Charles Bediako, an opportunity. You know what I mean? Well, they give Bediako an opportunity. He's going for an injunction. But other guys that are coming back for 6 years, 7th year, 8th years of eligibility. Did you say the Montana dude just did 9?
Just got a 9th year, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the most fascinating thing to me is hearing what the arguments are going to be, because who are they protecting? That's what I don't understand.
A kid who didn't play 4 years of college ball, who's asking, hey, I had all these lingering health issues. This all started with mono, okay? And it just created an environment where he just got tonsillitis constantly. Ben, you remember, I got my tonsils taken out in college. I worked for you at the time. I did not work for an entire month.
Peyton, Trinidad, and his mother are both there, just to answer that. Yeah, you didn't work for a month.
For an entire month, I did not work. I lost over 10 pounds. Like, it was bad. It's not easy getting your tonsils out when you're at that age. Like, it's worse the older you get. I can't imagine trying to compete and eat a certain diet and you know what I mean? Like, all the things that it takes to be a Division II, Division I college athlete. Like, it's a legitimate thing. Maybe it's because I've been through it, kind of. I mean, not what Trinidad has been through, obviously, as far as competing, but like just having dealt with those respiratory issues and different things like that. In my first 2 years of college as well, it's like, I'm like, I don't understand why this is such a big deal to the NCAA. The guy couldn't play. And they absolutely have documentation that they provided. I think one of the cases they're going to make is that there was inconsistencies in that. I'm intrigued to see how Ole Miss counters that as well. And mono is debilitating, Ellen. I had mono my sophomore year. Oh God, yeah. Hey, CJ, edibles do exist for people with those concerns. So
I wouldn't know about any of that.
Yeah.
You're looking inside for that jerk in the chat that was like, yeah, you're not live. We're in the chair because we want to keep you entertained and keep you plugged in, explain to you what's happening. But our man Brad is live on the scene. He is not the only Ole Miss media person there. They're sitting where the jury typically sits. It's Brad Logan. It's Jake Thompson, Sam Hutchins from the Clarion Ledger, Michael Cash from the Daily Journal, Chase Parham from Rebels 247. They all there. And what you're seeing is right now live from the courtroom there in Pittsboro, Mississippi. There's a little audio for you. You can hear some stuff. And everyone keeps asking, first of all, when does it start? 9:30. Number two, do we expect resolution today? I've said probably not, but what about you? Do you think you get anything? Did you answer that already without not paying attention?
Sorry, say that again, Benny. I'm reading the comments.
He got deep off in the comments.
No, I'm reading the comments.
Don't go to the very top from when you weren't here at 8:30.
No, someone already tweeted at me. It was like, put your big boy pants on. You're about to get lit up for not being in at 8:30. I'm like, look, we promoted at 9 a.m. Central. I was here before that. That's all I know. Sorry, repeat your question one more time for me, Benny.
All right, so do you think there will be resolution today?
I kind of side with you. Based on Betty Yako's deal, maybe not. Maybe we'll have a good idea based on what we hear. But I don't, my hunch says no, but also like, what do we, it's like, we're doing this for the first time ourselves. So really, we're finding out.
We ain't lawyers.
Yeah, exactly. We're damn sure not lawyers.
We're not even amateur lawyers. If anything, we're just, we're media personalities here. And as we all go through this together, we've got to, I'm looking at the numbers. We're getting close to 3,000 now tuning in across all platforms, be it on Facebook, YouTube, X / it's Twitter. The man just needs to change it back to Twitter. That, right?
I say Twitter. People don't even get when I say X. I don't even think it computes in their brains.
Yeah, it's Twitter. Talk about the most stupidest cell phone ever. Why fumble that bag? It was so easy. It just worked. But Twitter X across all platforms, getting up about 3,000 people watching. Our legal expert John Cox should be joining us at any moment. I'm going to text him here shortly, especially once the proceedings get going, and I'll let him explain things. Let him, like Sudu, ask the right questions and all that kind of stuff. The QR code, I want to remind y'all as we go through this 42 minutes in, court proceedings are about to start in about a minute. The QR code on your screen, you watched the video earlier. Those that missed it, I'll put it up on the YouTube just so you can watch it too. Just like y'all just organically fundraised for me to go to Phoenix when I didn't ask for it. I was like, dang, why can't we use some of that for good and use this community talk of champions, the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, flip on 3, sign up today for $1. Why can't we use this to help overlook local causes? And I'm not saying let's raise $10,000. If we did, heck yeah, God is good. But if we raised, I put $200 in with that QR code for my personal Venmo, whatever money you donate, hopefully we can match it. Whatever money you donate, all of it's going to the music theater department in New Albany High School, hit hard by the ice storm. Their production of Tuck Everlasting is in about 20 days. So for the next 20 days, I'm going to just try to raise a little money for them, try to help them out. Because, man, that stuff at Lowe's and all that, it's expensive. And to see the process, they do everything. I'd like to help them out if I can. And I'd love to do that for more and more and more local causes, not just in New Albany, but I picked New Albany because it's my hometown. I know New Albany. And guess as he was being asked, Ronald was asking, where's y'all's legal expert guy? Well, glad you asked. He's right there. Hey, John.
I've always wanted to be legal expert guy.
The senior legal analyst.
John looks the part as well. I mean, my God.
I knew I was going to see you guys today.
Good to see you. What do you expect anything to a decision to come from today?
So, last week I said that I figured he would take it under advisement. And my gut says that would be the case, just because I think Judge Whitwell is going to want to be really sure, kind of dot his I's, cross his T's. But, and this great lawyer answer here, Trinidad has to play if he's going. I mean, if he's not going to play at Ole Miss, he's got to go. And if he's going to play at Ole Miss, he's got to go. So they've done a great job, both sides, of writing out this argument. I mean, they are papering him to death, and they will do well today. I can't wait to hear it. And
I don't know what their argument is. I mean, so like you say, they're bringing some heavy hitters. We've talked about that. The NCAA ain't playing with this. They're coming hard. You know what I mean? That phrasing, Ben, phrasing. Sorry. So in that way, how do you explain? Like, just put yourself in the shoes of one of the lawyers representing the NCAA, the case they're making, and why this isn't just a slam dunk necessarily.
Well, they're going to say that they followed their rules, and under the rules, he's not eligible. I mean, he's played 5 years. He didn't get a medical red shirt. It wasn't listed as a medical red shirt. Just because ESPN says so doesn't make it right.
Mm-hmm.
And, they've reviewed it internally. He's lost twice now, and now the flip argument is easy to make, is to say they're being arbitrary and capricious with their application of the rules. And basically they're not considering evidence that would show that it was a medical red shirt. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not as smart as Tom Mars. I'm not as smart as William Liston. I mean, I'm just a country lawyer from Cleveland, Mississippi, guys. But at the end,
you're not. You're the senior legal correspondent for Talking Champions. How dare you?
What are we waiting on, man?
I'm saying.
But I mean, I do think it'll be interesting to see how Judge Whitwell reacts to the argument of, well, look, ESPN paid. I mean, these are guys that are the NCAA sponsors that broadcast, and they went on there saying it was a medical red shirt.
Yeah.
So I mean, they'll just say that he's not going to win. I mean, because if it gets past that first prong, Ben, if it gets past, the likelihood of success at the final hearing, if Judge Whitwell says it's not going to, I don't think ultimately I would grant an injunction, a permanent injunction, then they're not going to win a preliminary injunction. But if that's why we said all along, if he wins a preliminary injunction, the case is over. I mean, because at that point, I mean, the rest of it's downhill. I mean, he's got injuries. I mean, he's likelihood or irreparable harm would happen at that, or whatever, he's got all of that, but he's just got to get past that first prong. So they're going to really focus on, that they're within the organization, he's not eligible. And that's it. Sorry. Of course, the NCAA has not been successful with that argument pretty much anywhere. And, the Alabama case, what's his name, the Alabama player?
Bediako.
That's apples to pizza.
100%.
Oh, explain, though, because some just hear preliminary injunction. They go, oh, that's what Trinidad's going for.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's the same legal concept. But that kid went pro. I mean, Trinidad has not gone pro, even though I guess I would love to be a $5 million amateur. But that kid went, in the Alabama case, he went pro. He left. He declared, I'm not going to go to college. And he goes pro, does the G League or whatever, and then comes back. I mean, that would set NCAA or whatever. That would set amateur athletics on its ear if that happened. But Trinidad's just asking that he gets another year based on he was physically unable to play that year. He should have gotten a medical red shirt, because that's what Tom's going to argue. Tom's going to argue he qualifies for a medical red shirt. You are not applying your rules.
Well, here's the peek inside. Let's see if we can hear anything from this. Let me get the audio working.
This is the case 2026 CD 017 of the County Champion Court. The Trinidad Chambliss versus National Collegiate Athletic Association. Attorneys listed and others representing Trinidad. Monitoring group is NCAA. At this time, and we thank you, Logan, for your introductory prayer. It won't be preemptive of our rules today. It was a very good prayer. So if you would each of you lawyers stand and introduce yourself so that the court reporter can get down the names of each of the attorneys on each side, starting with the petition.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is William Liston. Firm is Liston and Dees. I represent this gentleman to my right, Trinidad Chambliss.
Trey Byers from Oxford. Daniel Coker, also representing Trinidad.
Your Honor, Lawrence Dees, also with Liston and Dees.
Tom Mars from Arkansas, also representing Trinidad.
Minor.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Doug Minor. I'm here from the Holland Knight firm on behalf of the NCAA.
Taylor Askew from Tennessee on behalf of the NCAA.
David Zeitlin from Tennessee on behalf of the NCAA.
For the record, Mr. Mars, Mr. Agnew, Mr. Zeitlin have both been given pro hoc visa to be allowed to stand in and represent their respective clients by all of the school. All right, we're ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Everybody that's going to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn. If you plan to testify or may testify, stand and raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thanks.
Gentlemen, is there any need to sequester the witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so all of the witnesses will be allowed to testify and remain in court. Do we have any first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Dr. Ford Dye. Your Honor, may I proceed?
You may.
Dr. Dye, where do you live and practice medicine? Oxford, Mississippi. Are you medically licensed in the state of Mississippi?
Yes, I am.
When did you obtain your medical license?
1995 when I was 6.
Where did you obtain your undergraduate degree?
University of North Carolina.
Were you in any honorary societies at University of North Carolina?
I was.
What is it?
Phi Beta Kappa.
Where did you attend medical school?
University of Mississippi Medical Center in Jackson.
Did you do an internship?
I did.
And where did you do that?
I did an internship in general surgery at the University Medical Center in Jackson.
What about a residency? Did you do that?
I did 4 years as an ENT residency at the same institution.
Okay, in what field?
Otolaryngology, head and neck surgery. They're known as ENT.
How many years? You said 4 years you were resident?
Yeah, I had 4 years of med school, 1 year general surgery internship, and 4 years of residency.
I think you just answered this. I was going to ask you what an otolaryngologist is.
Your nose and throat physician.
Thank you. Are you a board certified otolaryngologist?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain to the court what was required for you to obtain your board certification?
First of all, you have to successfully complete a accredited residency program, which I did. And then it's a 2-step process to get certified. There's a first, there's a written exam that you have to take and complete and pass. And then after you pass the written exam, I had to go, I forgot where it was, in Cincinnati. There's a 2-day oral board exam where different ENT experts around the country ask you different oral board questions. So you have to pass that. Once you pass that 2-part process, you become certified.
And you achieved all that?
I did.
Do you practice in any cities in Mississippi other than Oxford, Mississippi?
I have a clinic in Grenada.
How long have you practiced otolaryngology in North Mississippi?
26 years.
Younger at this time, I would offer Dr. Dye to the respondents for any board hour questions they may have. It's my intent, of course, to tender him to the court as an expert witness in the field of otolaryngology.
None of y'all wish to ask him any questions, or you accept him as an ENT doctor licensed in Mississippi?
Yes, Your Honor, we will accept him in that.
Dr. Dye, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. Some of them are going to be factual. Some of them are going to call for you to express an opinion. All right? I want to strike an agreement with you right now. If I ask you for an opinion question, will you agree to express that opinion based upon a reasonable medical probability? Thank you.
By the way, can everybody hear me out there, all the way in the back, when I'm speaking? Can't hear me? All right. I'll try to speak up. Is this on? What? Yes. All right. Can you hear that? Yes. Okay.
kindly, I'm going to ask the witness to speak up. All right. Dr. Dye, did you, at my request, review some documents?
I did.
Can you tell us what documents you reviewed?
Medical history of Trinidad Chambliss.
Okay. Did you review any correspondence written by a doctor in Michigan?
I did.
Okay. And I'm referring to Dr. Anthony Howard.
I reviewed that.
Okay. You have seen that letter, right?
Yes, I have.
Who do you understand Dr. Howard to be with regard to Trinidad?
He was a ENT physician who was treating him at his time in Michigan.
Okay. Thank you. When you reviewed Dr. Howard's letter, did you give it any weight in forming your opinions?
Absolutely, because he was a board certified physician taking care of him and knew his case better than anybody.
You read both Dr. Howard's letter and Trinidad's medical records, right?
Correct.
About 90 pages of medical records.
It was a good bit.
Okay. In your opinion, was there any conflict between those two documents?
Not that I could tell, no.
In the medical records, did you see an office visit that Trinidad had with Dr. Howard in December of 2022?
I did.
Do you know the number of patients you've seen in your medical records?
I have no idea. There's a lot.
Okay. Has a patient ever come into an office visit with you and said that they're doing well?
Yes.
Okay. And when a patient says that, does that indicate to you that patient's cured?
No, it's not. Just a couple examples. When a patient comes in and says they're doing well, I give one example or a couple of them. When somebody comes to see me for recurrent sinus infections, we're trying to figure out whether they have a chronic infection that might need surgery or if they have an allergy problem that's caused recurrent infections. And what we do, we'll treat them for 3 weeks and get a CAT scan, and the patient will come out with the CAT scan and we'll look at it. And I can tell you on a number of occasions, I've had the patient look me in the eye and say, I feel so much better. And then we go back and look at the CAT scan. The CAT scan's completely blocked and they're better right there, but they're not well. They're not fine, and they've had continued problems. Another, more pertinent to Trinidad's case, sleep apnea. Now, of the 26 years, I've done a lot of surgery on sleep apnea patients. And most people that have sleep apnea don't realize how bad they feel until they get the problem corrected, either the surgery or CPAP or some other procedure. Usually they realize how bad they were feeling and how regularly they were tired after they get corrected. That's the case with Trinidad as well.
Okay. So could it be that a patient with that condition, sleep apnea, knows that they're tired or fatigued, but they don't understand why?
That's their baseline status, and that's what they think is wrong.
Okay. In the context of Trinidad's medical history, and by that I don't just mean on December 2022, I mean the whole history. Okay. What significance do you give to a statement in December 2022 that Trinidad did well?
He was doing better at that time. And I actually talked to Trinidad about that. He was doing better at that time. And really, at that visit in December, the option was to continue medical management, which had helped some, or to proceed with tonsillectomy and ambulodectomy, which is not a benign procedure. And at that point, he was feeling better, so he decided to keep trying the medicine, see if he could continue to improve. But ultimately, he did not, which led to his tonsillectomy 2 years later.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you about what Dr. Howard recorded in medical records. Okay. And on August 1, 2022, Trinidad went in to see Dr. Howard for the first time. You familiar with that?
I am.
Okay. In that record of August 1, 2022, would you agree there's no reference to the magic words incapacity to play college football?
There's not.
Okay. Do you find that odd or unusual in any way?
Not at all, because Dr. Howard's office was an hour away from Trinidad's school, and the referring provider was a primary care doctor, not the. There's no point for that doctor to make any assertion to that effect, unless the football coach has sent him to him for a clearance, which is not the case.
Okay. In your medical records that you maintain and create, do you address esoteric questions like incapacity to participate in a particular activity unless the patient or someone else requests you to do that?
I do not.
Have you seen, other than today, have you seen Trinidad Chambliss?
Yeah, I talked to him over this week.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you seeing him?
Just get a medical history and kind of get his viewpoint of what all happened.
Okay. Did you perform a physical examination of him? I did not. Why not?
Because his symptoms have resolved. He basically was cured with his tonsillectomy and animodectomy in 2024.
Can you tell us what medical history Trinidad gave you when you saw him earlier this week?
Sure. I got a general medical history from him, and then I asked him about obviously what we're talking about here. Basically, in 2020, he had a case of mono that started his tonsillitis episodes, the worsening of those. That's a pretty common thing. Tonsillitis is a bacterial infection. Mono is a viral thing. I've living in Arkansas, Mississippi for 26 years, taking care of a lot of college students. And when they have a mononucleosis infection on top of a bacterial tonsillitis, it makes it significantly worse. And also leads to increased swelling. That's what started all his problems. And then he had COVID, I think it was New Year's Eve of 2020, which was diagnosed at that time. 3 months later, he goes to the emergency room with chest pain, palpitations, and shortness of breath. Had to work up. Subsequently saw a cardiologist. His heart was okay. That was COVID. That was 3 months after his infection. He was in the ER with those complaints. From that point forward, he kept having trouble breathing, trouble sleeping, sleep apnea symptoms, daytime somnolence, fatigue, and it went on. And he finally saw Dr. Howard in August of 2022. And Dr. Howard, I think at that point, I'm just reading between the lines, but wanted to get his tonsils and adenoids out. But that was in August before school started. And I take care of athletes in Oxford as well. You would never want to take tonsils and adenoids out at the beginning of any season unless you're completely torpedo the season. Plus, at the beginning of school, when I take tonsils and adenoids out, you try to do it either Christmas break or summer break or maybe spring break, because you're going to miss 2 or 3 weeks of school. And unless you're just an incredible student, missing the first 2 or 3 weeks of school is going to really, once again, torpedo your academic progress, separate from football. And I have some college students, just regular students, that we have a hard time getting through the semester when the tonsils and adenoids are having similar symptoms to this. That went on for a while. Dr. Howard gave him some Flonase and Singulair, which seemed to help his symptoms somewhat, and that's what led to that visit in December where he was doing better. And after talking to Trinidad, he was not well, but he was better. And at that point in December, the option was, are we going to get your tonsils and adenoids out now, or are we going to try this medicine longer? And as a physician, I try to avoid tonsils and adenoids if I can.
You mean
the surgery?
Avoid what?
Because of the risk.
Avoid the surgery?
Avoid the surgery if you can. Whenever you have a chance to continue medical management and you can avoid the surgery, that's a better thing to do. I saw 4 patients this week in my clinic that were sent to me for tonsils adenoid removal, and I said they're not indicated for it. We're not going to do it. You always weigh the risk versus benefits, and I think he was weighing his risk versus benefits at that time, as was Dr. Howard, in my opinion. And they decided at that point to continue to try to move forward. He subsequently kept going, and finally, after 2024, he just kept getting sick, wasn't feeling well. Finally had his tonsils adenoids out, which was a very difficult recovery, which I think he'll attest to. But since that time, he's been fine.
Let's talk about tonsils and adenoids.
Okay.
First of all, where are the tonsils anatomically located?
Your palatine tonsils are lymphoid tissue in your mouth. You can see. The adenoid tonsils are some lymphoid tissue. If you start your nose and go straight back, or the back of your nose meets the top of your throat, that's where they're located. The nasopharynx.
So one's located through inside the mouth, right?
Correct. That's palatine tonsils are what you see in your mouth. The adenoids are behind the nose and nasopharynx.
Okay. What happens when those tissues swell?
Causes trouble breathing. and swallowing at times.
Can it have adverse effects on the patient both in the daytime and at nighttime?
Sleep apnea is a very problematic illness. I mean, it's almost like anybody that's sitting in this courtroom will attest, if you don't sleep well at night, you're probably not as sharp the next day. You do that every night over and over again. There was a study done on first graders that had adenotonsillar hypertrophy and symptoms of apnea. They had their tonsils and adenoids out between first and second grade, and their performance in school improved dramatically in second grade after having that procedure. If you have sleep apnea, it causes daytime somnolence, fatigue, loss of energy, difficulty focusing, and it's a chronic problem. And it also can lead to some arrhythmias, heart palpitations, and heart issues when you get hypertension when you get older.
If an individual who's a collegiate athlete is trying to play a sport or even train and condition and develop in order to be able to play a sport, what kind of effect can the conditions you just described have on that person?
He's not going to be 100%. He's not going to be able to reach the full potential of training and endurance and all that. He's not going to be at his best.
In other words, he's not going to be able to get in shape where he's ready to go full steam.
Not at that level. Correct. He's not going to be able to do the training necessary to play at that level.
Can a tonsillar infection go away, but the patient be left with an obstruction to his airway that would cause him to have sleep apnea every night?
Yeah, generally speaking, with bacterial tonsillitis, when the acute infection gets better, the swelling goes down, but with mono, it's different. Mono is just exudated or not, or lymphocytic infiltrate that hits the tonsils, and you can have persistent swelling for a while with mono, and that varies from patient to patient, but it can last months, even longer than that.
Okay. Would a patient that has sleep apnea fully appreciate the degree to which he has it?
Not until they get the problem corrected and they realize how bad it was.
Okay. If an observer was watching that patient sleep during a period of sleep apnea, how could the observer detect if you
stop breathing? And also stop breathing, and also struggle to breathe and have some retractions where you're trying to pull air.
Even though Trinidad told his doctor in December 2022 he was doing better, did his adenotonsillar hypertrophy go away?
Didn't go away.
And when I use that term, I think I know what it means. You really know what it means. What is adenotonsillar hypertrophy?
It means when your tonsils are enlarged and your adenoids are enlarged, and it prevents your normal exchange of air and breathing.
Okay. So I'll understand it. Dr. Howard said that his tonsils were like +3.
Correct.
And they were pretty much the same thing when he came back in December.
They were.
Is that correct?
I think he said 2 to 3 at that time, but right, the same. They were not. They were still enlarged. Correct.
That's a good question.
He was better. He still had.
He was better. He wasn't well.
So I've got a question based on what the judge just asked. In August of 2022, Dr. Howard graded Trinidad's tonsils at 3+.
Correct.
And then in December 2002, he graded them at 2 to 3+.
Correct.
Okay. How much of the airway through the mouth can 3+ tonsils obstruct?
Usually 60-75%.
If a patient has chronic tonsillitis and chronic adenoiditis, is the patient going to sense pain?
When they have acute flare-ups. When you have a tonsillitis acute episode, it's infected. And using antibiotics and steroids get that better. But when you have acute flare-up, you have the pain. Once it gets better, in between, you don't feel the pain.
Okay. You reviewed Trinidad's records, right?
I did.
Did he have flare-ups?
I don't have it in the records, but after my conversation with him, Dr. Howard's office was an hour away from Trinidad School. As an ENT doctor, I'm a specialist. I don't do as much primary care. Like these patients I saw earlier this week, I saw one patient that had not quite enough infections to merit getting them out. I'm going to see them back in 4 months. If they have an acute flare-up between visits, it's not Dr. Howard wouldn't have that record. It's going to be either primary care or urgent care or what. And according to Trinidad, he had a few episodes, which the trainer's records also agree. He was in the training office and got some medicine at the school as well. The trainer's letter that said on there that I don't have any records from the trainer, but the trainer's letter said he was constantly sick and in the training room repeatedly needing medication for these symptoms.
Right. What type of medication, like over-the-counter med?
I don't know for sure, but it wasn't specified.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about a particular record. Have you seen a record of an office visit Trinidad had with his ENT clinic back at home that's dated in November 2024?
I have.
Do you recall what history Trinidad gave in that record about flare-ups?
He's had continued flare-ups and continued to be sick and still didn't feel well. That's what led to his tonsillectomy.
Do you remember whether or not that history, as recorded in that record, says flare-ups over the last year?
I don't remember the exact details, but I mean, he been having recurrent flare-ups.
Okay. Dr. Dodd, some people might be inclined to dismiss tonsillitis and adenoiditis as just like childhood disease. Would that be smart of them to do that?
It's not. It affects all ages.
Okay. Have you seen instances where those diseases affect adults worse than they affect children?
You know, children are a little more resilient, generally speaking. I mean, and like a child that has sleep apnea or chronic tonsillitis, I mentioned the example of school-age children, but you know, when you get to be older, you have a little extra body weight and not quite as in shape as a child, you know, and it's just hard, you know, it can be more problematic in adults, but even children and adults, it's very variable how these affect different people. Sometimes they're mild cases that aren't that bad. Other people have more severe cases. Like any illness. I've used this example, influenza. People die from the flu every year. Do most people die from the flu? No. People get the flu all the time and they're fine, but there are some people that do die. And a lot of that has to do with their immune system, comorbidities. Once again, I think when you're not getting good sleep, your immune system can be adversely impaired.
Okay. Do you believe, based on reasonable medical probability, that Trinidad had any kind of immunity issues or problems going on?
Well, I think the mono and the COVID didn't help matters, and I think with his sleep apnea, what he's describing, chronically tired, I don't think his immune system was where it needed to be.
Let's talk about the surgery for tonsils and adenoids. Am I pronouncing that word correctly?
You are.
All right. What do you counsel your patients about that surgery with respect to pain and recovery?
I tell my patients, you know, I do a lot of tonsils and adenoids, but the first thing I do, I make sure that the criteria, you know, the American Academy of Head and Neck Surgery has criteria for tonsillectomy and adenoidectomy. A certain number of infections each year, I'm on board with that, and or sleep apnea. First thing I do is make sure that it's indicated. I tell a lot of parents we're not going to do this, and adults. And I tell my adults, I saw one yesterday in my grandma clinic. I told her, I said, look, you don't want your tonsils out unless we have to, because it's the worst thing I do. I don't want to hurt my business, but
what do you mean the worst thing you do?
Painful. I mean, it takes 2 weeks to recover from a tonsillectomy at least. When we're talking about missing school, missing work, there's a risk of bleeding. The most severe risk is bleeding, which can occur, which fortunately does not happen a lot, but it does happen.
Yeah. And you have to be in a deep sleep to have that surgery.
Oh, you're sound asleep. Sound asleep. But yeah, it's a very tough recovery. I mean, I tell my, you know, there's a risk of bleeding. Sometimes we have to go back to surgery to stop bleeding. The pain lasts for 2 weeks. And I use this example all the time. I tell my patients, you know, you have knee surgery, that hurts, but you can prop your knee up on a pillow, take a pain pill, eat your favorite meal, and watch TV and forget about it. You can't forget about your tonsils. Every time you swallow, talk, clear your throat, it just hurts. And it's a tough. Some people have to have IV fluids to get dehydrated, and it's more common in adults. And tonsils is known to be harder, and the older you get, the harder it is.
Have you known patients in your practice who will deal with a problem like tonsillitis and adenoiditis for years before they finally decide to have a surgery?
Some of them do.
And why do they do that?
Well, they're trying to avoid the surgery. I mean, the surgery, most people have been noticing when they've had a tonsillectomy or adenopectomy, tonsillectomy is the main problem with pain. Want to try to avoid it. I mean, that's a good thing if at all possible.
Okay. Is it a risk-free surgery?
Not at all. I mean,
what are some of the risks of tonsillectomy and adenoidectomy?
Well, I mean, the main risk is bleeding. That's the most severe complication. And I mean, bleeding can rarely lead to death and airway loss. I mean, that's fortunately, you know, we don't have death in tonsillectomy very often, but it occurs.
Are you personally aware of instances where patients have died after having those surgeries?
I am.
So let me ask you a hypothetical question. If in August of 2022, when Trinidad first saw Dr. Howard, which was right before the 2022 Fair State football season, if Trinidad had undergone a tonsillectomy and adenoidectomy at that time, what effect was it going to have on it with respect to going to school and footballs?
Like I mentioned earlier, I would not do a tonsillectomy and adenopectomy on a second grader or high schooler or freshman in college that wasn't playing sports in August. I don't do them. I mean, unless they have a severe, abscess or some kind of rare abnormality. But if you're going to miss 2 or 3 weeks, and you're not going to be able to sit in class. You're going to be missing 2 or 3 weeks of school, get behind, and you throw the football on top of it. I would never do that at the beginning of a football player's season in August.
Okay. You've read Dr. Howard's letter, as you said.
Yes.
It was written in October 2025.
Correct.
He's the same doctor that treated Trinidad for this problem, right?
Right.
Okay. There's some statements in there, and I don't think I need to quote them because the court has the letters and that. But I want to make reference to some of these statements. Dr. Howard commented in his letter about how Trinidad's medical conditions back in 2022 would impair his ability to train, condition, practice, prepare for games. You remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. As a board certified otolaryngologist, do you agree with what he said?
I do.
Is there anything in that statement that you find inconsistent with Trinidad's medical records from that time?
No.
Dr. Howard also remarked about recurrent infections and disrupted sleep as a result of the conditions which Trinidad had. As an expert, do you have any reason to disagree with that statement?
Not at all.
And I think then finally, Dr. Howard, in the conclusion of his letter, stated, and I'm quoting here, Trinidad's chronic tonsillitis represents a medically valid basis for hardship consideration as his condition rendered him incapacitated and unable to participate in the 2022 season, end quote. Did you see that in the letter?
I did.
As a board certified otolaryngologist, do you disagree with that statement?
I don't.
And is that statement consistent with the history that's actually in Trinidad's medical record?
It is. And I think the COVID and mono on top of that also play a role.
Okay. Let's talk about the COVID. That disease first hit the United States, I think, in January 2020.
I think so.
Okay. So it was new to medicine, right?
It was a crazy time.
Okay. Has research since been done on the long-term effects of COVID?
It's evolved over time. We're starting to find out secondary long-term effects of COVID. That, but back then it hadn't been around long enough to know what the long-term effects were. But yes.
Okay. Have you heard the terms long COVID?
I have.
Okay. They're actually, we could go on the internet and find
CDC has
medical articles on long COVID, right? But were all those articles available in 2022?
I don't. Maybe in the infectious disease, but not routinely. No, you wouldn't find it on the CDC's website. I haven't looked, but probably it was an evolving time, so probably not.
So if Trinidad had long COVID in the fall of 2022, there wasn't a lot of medical information publicly available about that.
Probably not. It was evolving if it was.
All right, let me ask you a few questions about Trinidad's performance as a quarterback at Fair State in the fall of 2024. You didn't know him at that time, obviously. Did you even know he existed?
I never heard of it.
Okay. Have you become aware that he has success playing quarterback at Fair State in the year 2024?
I have.
Okay. And that he performed at a pretty high level?
He did.
Okay. And did he share that history with you when you were talking with him?
He did.
Okay, thank you. Do you have an opinion why? Stop. Let me start here. Did Trinidad still have chronic tonsillitis, chronic adenoiditis, and adenotonsillar hypertrophy in the fall of 2024?
He did.
Okay. As a medical expert, how do you explain that a young man with these conditions was finally able to perform at a pretty high level on the football field?
Well, I think going back to the 2022 season, he saw it to Howard in August of 2022. I don't think he had the ability to prepare for that season or conditions for that season or training because of this situation. I think the Flonase and Singulair helped the situation, didn't cure it, made it better, as far as the obstruction, but it helped it. And also, I talked to his mom, Cheryl. I think being in a college football program of conditioning, nutrition, and they both Trinidad and his mother focused on him getting good. He was not able to be a regular college student. He was trying to get rest and sleep and be very focused on that. And I think over time, and maybe some of the effects of the long COVID and the mono were starting to wear off by that time as well. So versus 2022 versus 2024, he's been on medication for 2 years. He's getting better nutrition, trying to focus on getting the best sleep he can, which is it's not perfect because of this. Not perfect with tonsils adenoids, but he's able to condition a little bit better because of medicine's help. So I think all that together allowed him to improve the situation.
Is sleep apnea the same thing as obstructive sleep apnea?
Well, obstructive sleep apnea is what you have in the tonsil adenoids large. There's other causes of apnea, some of it's central, which is a different thing. But he had obstructive sleep apnea because his obstruction is a problem.
Right. And I may have asked you this. Apologize if I have. What sort of effects in the daytime will a patient with obstructive sleep apnea experience, and particularly a young man who's trying to play collegiate football?
Daytime, you're tired during the day. Daytime silence, you're fatigued. Your ability to focus is not what it should be. Young children, a lot of times, young children are diagnosed with attention deficit disorder. When you get to tonsils and adenoids, you do a history, they have apnea. You get those out, they're not cured. It's wrong. They're diagnosed with that because they can't focus and their behavior is affected because they don't sleep every night.
I think I have just one more question for you before I give the NCAA an opportunity to question you. In your opinion, based upon reasonable medical probability, how do you explain a person like Trinidad who goes from being a Division II quarterback to, and yes, I'm going to say it, the best athletic conference in the United States of America, the SEC, and perform at the level that he did in fall of 2025 so well that he was a finalist in the Heisman vote? How do you medically make that make sense?
He never was 100% until after he recovered from his tonsils adenoids that was performed in December 2024. So basically last January, after he recovered from his tonsils adenoidectomy, he quit taking the phone. It seemed like he didn't need anymore. He's no longer snoring. He's not tired during the day. He's able to exercise and condition at 100% without limitations. And that to me explains, it's an incredible story, but it explains to me how you can go from that level to that level. This year is the first year he's been healthy, or last year, I should say.
Thank you. Your Honor, I will tender Dr. Dodd questions.
Cross-examination. Mr. Maskey.
Yes, sir. Morning, Dr. Dye. My name is Taylor Askin. Thank you so much for being here today. So, when did you first meet Mr. Chambliss?
Yesterday.
First time you've seen him in person?
First time I met him was yesterday.
The only conversation you ever had with him was yesterday?
That's correct.
Is the basis for your opinion and testimony on what Mr. Chambliss was experiencing from 2022 to 2024 based exclusively on that conversation and what you reviewed as medical?
There's the records in that conversation, correct.
What does it mean to you to be incapacitated?
That's a very, probably not able to completely perform your function of your duty, whatever that may be.
Can you explain that a little bit? Do you mean can't perform it at all, or just not performing at the highest level?
Probably at the highest level.
Do you know what incapacitated means for purposes of NCAA guidelines?
I have no idea.
Have you ever been asked about it before?
I have never.
You ever testified on behalf of a student athlete before in an NCAA case?
I have never.
And I've got copies of the medical records to the extent you need to look at them, but would you say you're pretty familiar with what's recorded in those records?
Fairly.
There is a notation in the August 1st, 2022 medical record when Mr. Chambliss first presented to Dr. Howard. Do you recall in that medical record a notation that says, we're not going to do surgery, essentially we're not going to do surgery because the football season has already started?
I do.
To you, did that mean that they weren't going to perform surgery then so that Mr. Chambliss could continue participating on the football team at that point?
Or to try to do so, yes.
You had testified earlier as well that you would not have recommended surgery on August 1st because Mr. Chambliss might miss some classes.
Well, school, you are correct.
So how long do you believe Mr. Chambliss might have been held out?
2 or 3 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks. Do you know when Ferris State's classes began in 2022?
I don't know how our surgery schedule either, so I don't know either one.
So if he had well, let me back up. If I represented to you that the first day of classes at Ferris State in 2022 was on August 29th, would you have any reason to refute that?
I would not.
And that's more than 4 weeks after August 1st?
That's reasonable.
And so if Mr. Chambliss had that surgery anytime in the first 7 days after August 1st, he would be back in class before school started.
Probably.
Are you aware that Mr. Chambliss practiced during the 2022 season?
I am. We talked about that. He told me he was a rotational player on the scout team.
Are you aware that there were a number of other quarterbacks also on the Ferris State team at that time?
I don't. Apparently, so he said he rotated.
When Mr. Chambliss presented again to Dr. Howard in December of 2022, do you recall reviewing a medical record at that time?
I did.
And in that record, it says something along the lines of, he's doing great, he just won the national championship, we'll reevaluate him in a year, right?
He was doing well. And I actually asked his mother about that visit. They talked about at that point our options were to get our tonsils and was out. And when I asked him that, they were doing better, but not well. And I'm not going to, some doctors, as far as the documentation there, I don't know that was discussed. They did discuss at that point, are we getting our tonsils and was out, or we need medication? And he was doing better, and they felt like at that point, the risk of getting out was higher than continued observation. But he was not. I think that in my practice, I've got 2 partners. One of them documents everything. One of them is not as good as a documentarian. It doesn't mean they're both great doctors. But reading between the lines there, if I had been in Dr. Howard's shoes, I would have tried to avoid the tonsillectomy. And obviously at that point, Dr. Howard had no idea his records would be under this microscope in the future. Nobody did. But I'm just saying that was the story I got from Trinidad's mother, that they had talked about getting the tonsil was out. He was doing better with the flow singular, but they wanted to give us more time to see if things would continue to improve. And obviously they did not, because 2 years later he had his tonsils out.
You testified a moment ago that your definition of incapacity means not being able to perform at the highest level.
Or at an adequate level to do your job. I would say I'm not.
When did Mr. Chambliss become capacitated? and no longer incapacitated in your
After he had his tonsils and was out. So he no longer had sleep apnea, and he was able to sleep better and have more energy at a higher level, focus, and endurance.
So it's your testimony that during the 2024 Division II college football season, when Mr. Chambliss was the starting quarterback for the national championship team and a finalist for the D2 Heisman, he was incapacitated because he did not have his tonsils.
I don't think he was at his full potential at all.
So just to square that circle for purposes of your testimony on what the definition of incapacitated means for purposes of this case, Mr. Chambliss was incapacitated in 22, 23, and 24.
I think he was better in 24 than he was in 22. 22 is the season that I think he was is the season we're talking about. I think with I mentioned earlier in my testimony, with the medication he was on, the training, nutrition, and trying to get better sleep and focus on that, 2024 he was better. He still, we're not talking about 24, we're talking about 22. I think 22 he didn't get the medication until August of that year. Had no training. He was behind his conditioning, and by 24 he was able to get. He also had 2 years of maturity. I'm not going to get into look. I'm a doctor. I don't have the source out of the dictionary about incapacitated definition, or I'm just saying that he was not 2022. I don't think he could adequately perform the duties of a college football player that was needed to be able to compete.
And other than talking to Mr. Chambliss and his mother, have you talked to anybody at Ferris State about Mr. Chambliss' performance in 2022?
No, but I read Dr. Howard's letter. It was had no reason to doubt. I've also seen the senior athletic director for athletics a note and a trainer's note as well. All three that said that he had chronic illness that prevented him from being, I read all three of those notes. I mean, that's what I had to go by. I have no reason to doubt their notes.
You referred to a letter from Ferris State just now. I want to make sure we're talking about the same document. Is this the document from Sarah Higley?
There's one. There's another. There was a trainer too. Maybe Brett. Maybe I can't remember his name in fact. I don't. Yeah, it was Brett was his name. It said that he vouched that Trinidad was in the training room sick the whole fall of 2022.
Didn't he also say that they didn't have any contemporaneous notes of those visits though?
Yeah, I don't know what Division II. I know at Ole Miss, if I see an athlete, we have a note. I send it back. I don't know what their protocol is.
Right. You just
I just went by his letter. That's all I've got.
And that letter was written after the fact, correct?
I don't know for sure. I think it was. I don't remember the date on that letter for sure.
Whatever the date is.
Yeah, I don't. I just going by what they wrote and said.
But that letter from Miss Higley, it discusses the 2022 season, and there's a section called Basis for Waiver Requests. If you'd like to look at it, I'm happy to show you a copy of it, or if you remember, we can just talk about it. Would you like to see the document?
That'd be fine.
You're on mail question with us.
Two letters from Ms. Higley. Which one are you referring to?
This one, I have a copy for you. It's not dated, so I don't know exactly which date.
Your Honor, I believe that's exhibit 4 to the plaintiff's motion for preliminary.
The plaintiff's petition? Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Excuse me, Your Honor, we have stipulated, right, that all of the exhibits that have been filed with the court may be admitted.
That's correct.
If you look at this first page, it says basis for waiver request. You see that section?
I do.
What's the first sentence say in that section?
The decision to register Trinidad in fall of 2022 was based on its developmental needs and competitive structure. I'm sorry.
I'll read it to you just so you would agree with me that the first sentence says the decision to redshirt Trinidad in fall 2022 was based on his developmental needs and our team's competitive circumstances at that time.
That's what it says.
Period. Okay. The second sentence is Trinidad also had a few medical problems that arose during the fall 2022 season that could have played a role in the decision to redshirt. What does the word could mean?
Yeah, I mean, it could have. I mean, I think I think from when I read the records talking to him, I think it did play a role. And I'm a doctor, and she's not. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I deal with this stuff all the time. And I deal with college students that have these issues every day.
Fair enough, but you were not there in 2022 to see.
No, I was not. But I read the letter that the doctor that was there, what you said.
And based on your understanding of incapacity, Mr. Chambliss could still participate in football. He just couldn't do it at the highest level or to his maximum level.
Unless he had flare-up with his tonsil, if he had an acute tonsillitis infection, he probably had to miss some days because of being sick. And once again, I wasn't there with him at that time. But if you have an acute tonsillitis episode, no, you can't practice football. You're usually going to miss. Say you have tonsillitis in the fall during the football season, you're going to miss 3 or 4 days when you have acute flare-up. If you don't, you're sick.
If that's the case, then would you have recommended surgery at some point between 2022 and December of 2024?
I would have talked about it, but that I would have given the option for that. But once again, I think from talking to Trinidad and his mother, I think the risk of the surgery concerned them. It's obviously it would concern anybody, and I think also he was. I think it was a concern for him. So I wasn't in there, and I couldn't look at him. But I would say this I would do all I could to avoid surgery if I could, just because of the risk. But if we weren't getting better at all or getting worse, I would have considered it. I think they had that discussion during that. I don't think Dr. Howard documented that in his note, but that was a discussion that was had in that DC visit.
Have you seen anything in any of the documents that you've been provided that Trinidad was ever instructed not to practice or participate in football?
I have not.
Have you seen anything that said he was held out of any part of the Ferris State football?
I don't have any records from Ferris State, so I would have access to that.
So
other than these letters is all that I've got.
Correct. And there's nothing in these letters that said Mr. Chambliss ever missed anything related to football because of his tonsils.
No, but once again, a college football player that had tonsillitis and had sleep apnea and had problems like this would inherently miss some practice. I don't have a record of it, no, but I'm just with the clinical history and his background, he would have missed some practice.
How much practice do you think he would miss?
Like I said, every flare-up he had probably 3 or 4 days at least. And
how long? 3 or 4 days.
Probably miss. If you had acute tonsillitis, you don't feel very good. And in his situation, if he had acute tonsillitis, there'd be extra swelling, which probably would make his apnea symptoms worse during that period.
So if he had his tonsils out, how much practice do you think
he would have missed? I mean, he would have missed probably 3 or 4 weeks of that after surgery for sure.
You said,
but also if you had your tonsils out, I'll say this too. Whatever gains you made, I've seen some other athletes at other schools, with similar situation. I would not take their tonsils out before at the start of the season, or it would be hard to recover and bounce back from that.
You said you had some experience with the University of Mississippi Medical Center.
Yes.
What was that experience?
I went to med school there for 4 years and did a year of dental surgery internship and then 4 years of residency.
It's a good school, correct?
Yes.
If they post things on their website about treatment, prognosis, and things like that, would you agree that it's generally pretty accurate?
Depends on what it was. I would think so. I don't know where you're headed.
So if there is a web page, if I go to University of Mississippi Medical Center's website, it talks about home care after tonsillectomy, and it says that children, there are no strict rules for activity after surgery other than to avoid contact sports or heavy exertion for about 2 weeks. Would you have any reason to disagree?
I would disagree with that. I would think one of the side effects of tonsillectomy in children is dehydration. You don't want your kid out there playing in the summer heat after tonsillectomy. That would increase the risk of dehydration if they get to where they can't swallow it.
So that would be, you're more cautious with children than you would be with adults.
No, I'd probably, adults, I'd be cautious with adults and children. I don't think heavy exertion after tonsillectomy would be a good idea, in my opinion.
For up to 2 weeks, or do you think that information?
Probably at least 2 weeks.
So if Mr. Chambliss had gotten a tonsillectomy on August 1st, or anywhere between August 1st and August 7th of 2022, he's out for 2 weeks, correct, from contact sports.
Correct.
He's out for maybe 2 weeks from classes, correct?
2 or 3.
But we know that classes didn't start until August 29th, 2022.
That's what you're telling us.
Correct. And do you know when the first game Ferris State played was in 2022?
I have no idea.
If it was September 1st of that year, you have any reason to dispute that?
The problem with keeping your tonsils out, you're going to miss 2 or 3 weeks of practice. You're also going to people Trinidad's age that have their tonsils out usually lose about, I tell my patients, tonsillectomy is a guaranteed diet. You're going to lose probably 10 pounds. And for a college athlete in August to lose 10 pounds before the season starts and be out of practice for 3 weeks, I don't think he's going to play in the first game of September 1st and get his tonsils out. I don't think that's a possibility. If he still had his tonsils, I took him out even after last year. In August of this year, I'm not sure he'd be able to start the first game next season, even though he's a returning starter. I think he'll be too hard to recover.
Do you know when Mr. Chambliss first resumed heavy exerting activity after his tonsillectomy in 2024?
I do not.
Do you recall looking at a note that was a medical note about 11 days later that said he was doing well?
Saw that.
Was there anything in that note that told him not to participate in any kind of exercise or competition or anything like that?
Not that I saw. That was, I think, a physician's assistant doing the follow-up. And once again, these notes are electronic medical records. And sometimes electronic medical records, you have to kind of read between the lines, and some of them are better than others. I'm
with you there.
Yeah, I mean, you go, EMR is not always, if you saw one of my notes, I would have been very clear. But once again, too, I don't think anybody at that time had any idea that these notes would be looked at under a microscope like that. It was just, there was no way to predict this.
Right, 100%. And this is not casting aspersions on anybody.
Yeah.
But when you agree with me though that when you've got a record that is
I've done a lot of tonsillectomies over 26 years, and if he had come here to Mississippi and had him out, and I'd done it in January, I would have told him at least 2 weeks, don't do anything heavy lifting strength. That's what I would have told him. 2 weeks. That's what I would have told him. That's what I do in my practice, and I've done it for a long time.
You know how long football season is?
What's that?
Do you know how long football season is?
Yeah, it's like, it's whole fall.
Longer than 2 weeks.
I understand that.
Significantly, right?
Correct.
And back to the question I started a moment ago, though, you'd agree with me, though, that while we're not saying anybody's done anything wrong with respect to documentation, when there isn't specific information included in that documentation, it just leaves us to speculate as to what might be needed to fill those gaps, right?
But it does. I work in a Division I school, at town, and I don't think the Division II schools have the resources. Probably Division I. You're an NCAA lawyer. I mean, they probably don't have the resources at Division II schools to dot all the I's and cross the T's that they would at a D1 school. They probably don't have a dedicated person whose job is to make sure all that documentation is done. Where Ole Miss probably has 5 of
them. And that leaves you, a doctor at a Division I school, left just to speculate as to what could have happened here, because there's not enough information for you to know for sure what the situation is.
I can't know for sure, but I'm looking at the whole picture. I'm making an informed decision.
Yeah, based on your experience.
Yes.
Based on your experience.
And my conversation with Trinidad and some other, and reading the records, and reading Dr. Howard's note and other notes.
Thank you.
Can you read the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm reinvent the wheel.
I will not. May I approach the witness? Dr. Dodd, we got some advanced medical records here that you reviewed. I want to pull up this page. Okay. You were saying something about electronic medical records don't always read very well.
Yes. I get electronic medical records sometimes from a referring physician, and I can't tell what's going on. Okay. Some of them are better than others, and some of them, but also with EMR, I mean, look, it's just first thing is an impression. I mean, and I'm pretty good at documenting what I do. And if you read one of my notes, if y'all lawyers out here, if you read one of my notes, you would know what I was thinking. And I'm thinking that December visit, I've said, Trinidad is doing better. He's not completely well. We discuss our options at this point: continue medical management or consider getting his tonsils and adenoids out. I discussed the risks of this. Anyway, that's I said, but go ahead.
Why you said the words medical management, I want to ask you this question before I get you into this record. If Dr. Howard had said on August 1, 2022, you need an operation, let's do it tomorrow. Okay. is that a complete abandonment of a conservative medical approach?
I would have. He mentioned here try to do it over Christmas break. If I have a college student in my office that has chronic tonsil problems, especially if they're, I always try to get through the semester before we get the tonsillitis out. It's just, that's just, if they have an abscess or something that comes up that sometimes you can't, you have to bite the bullet and do it. But most ENT doctors would not perform a tonsil mammectomy in early August at the beginning of the school semester, whether it be a elementary school student, high school student, or college student, especially not a college football player.
Do you know whether or not the NCAA rule book, which is about 400 pages long, hang on, listen to the question. Do you know whether or not this 400-page long rule book defines the term? Yes, sir.
I have not read that.
All right.
I don't plan on reading.
Do you know whether or not that book defines the term incapacity?
I do not. I have no idea.
Would you be shocked to learn that it does not?
Probably not.
That's a word just common English usage, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of variability there once again.
Okay. Let me now ask you about this medical record. What I have for you is the electronically recorded medical record from Dr. Howard on August 1, 2000.
Okay.
Now, mechanically, how do these records create if they're electronic?
Some of it, you can type in, some of it you transcribe in, and some of it's like auto-generated by the nurse puts in what they're, and it's a kind of a combination of all of it, and some of them are better than others.
All right, if it's a voice recorded one, and I think there's some stamps on those records that say they are voice recorded, does the recording catch every word somebody says?
No.
Okay. And so whatever the recorder picks up is what gets printed in the record, right?
Correct.
Okay. I underlined a particular sentence and bracketed it for you just so you could identify it in that August 1, 2022 medical record. And I can't understand that sentence. Can you understand it? It doesn't read very well.
Want me to read it for you?
Yeah.
We discussed the role of adenotonsillar hypertrophy in his nasal congestion obstruction, as well as snoring, as well as its more significant effects on his school and recurrent illness.
Okay. So on August 1, 2022, Dr. Howard made reference to some kind of effect that his conditions will have on his school.
It looks like it.
Even though it doesn't read great, we can't really understand what he's saying. He uses the word school, right?
Yes.
Was Trinidad sick in the summer of 2022?
Obviously he was. That was before this visit. So, reading what Dr. Howard's saying, that he felt that he needed his tonsils and adenoids to get better. And he would not have said that if he hadn't been sick all summer with recurrent infections and probably obstructive breathing.
Do you know whether or not Trinidad summer 2021, 2022 correlate with the exact period of time he's expected to be training, conditioning, and get in athletic shape to play football?
Yeah, he was in the ER in March of 2021, which is basically 1 year ahead, with chest pain, palpitations, and shortness of breath. I think it was probably long COVID.
Would you be surprised to learn that the NCAA publishes something called a sports medicine handbook?
I have no idea about that.
You've not looked at it?
I have not.
Okay. Let me just ask you about something that's in that handbook and ask you if it makes sense to you. Okay. There's a section of that handbook on training and conditioning. And what it says is that training and conditioning to get into shape for a college athlete is the athlete's responsibility before the preseason starts. Okay? And then it warns the athlete that if you show up in an undeveloped state, you are heightening a risk of injury to yourself and your teammates. Does that make sense to you?
And Your Honor, just for the record, I'd like to object. I believe this is outside the scope of cross-examination. We didn't go into anything. He testified that he didn't know what the rules were, and so I think having him opine on what the rules are and what they say at this point.
My response is I'm giving him a hypothetical that happens to be based in fact, and he's a medical doctor. And by the way, it is responsive to cross-examination because they cross-examined him on the issue of incapacity without taking into account when he's incapacitated and when it would affect him.
What incapacitated means, and you asked him about his medical situation, what he read, what records said. I think he's trying to have an opportunity to be direct to address that. So I overrule it.
Appreciate you. Thank you. I'm going to continue. Okay. Dr. Dobb, let me ask you one final thing about this letter you were questioning about from Sarah Higley, who, by the way, says she signed it Sarah Higley, Senior Associate Athletic Director, fair to say. Okay. And counsel opposite had you read the sentence. I want to read it again. Okay. Sentence says the decision to redshirt Trinidad in fall 2022 was based on his developmental needs and our team's competitive circumstances at that time. Do you read this letter to imply anything about Trinidad's status of development at that time?
It says, his developmental needs, which obviously, if his development wasn't where it needed to be, that would adversely affect his ability to compete.
And in your opinion, based upon reasonable medical probability, did the illnesses that you testified about today impact his development as an athlete?
Absolutely. I think it'd be trying to go out there and run a marathon without training. That'd be hard to do. And playing college football is a very demanding activity, and if you can't train and compete, you're chronically tired and fatigued, I don't think you're going to be ready for that.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Confer with co-counsel. We don't have any further questions for Dr. Dodd. And may I ask, he's got clinic this afternoon. May he leave? Yes, sir.
Dr. Dodd, having played football myself, it's not a good idea to wait till the time you go report to camp to be in shape to play.
Not at all.
And if he was seeing Dr. Howard in early August, and I think he'd seen his family physician, Dr. Dystrin, or whatever her name was before that, she noticed he had enlarged larynx and adenoids, and she referred him to a specialist because she thought he needed something special.
Correct.
In early July of 2022, before this whole thing
about he was sick that whole summer.
And referring to his rules, they've admitted these rules in the evidence that the NCAA recommends that you get in shape in the summertime before you report, so you won't have these problems. But he wasn't able to do that in 2022, was it, based on your analysis?
I do not think so.
All right. And as far as you know, the NCAA has not reported to you or your lawyers, the lawyers that could have, that they had some medical doctor or ENT review the records in making this decision that they made to deny the waiver in 2022. You haven't seen anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
It's not brought would it have been fair and reasonable to have Trinidad records reviewed by some independent to determine if they believe to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that he was not able to participate in 2022? Would that not have been fair and reasonable in your opinion?
Yes, sir.
And all the opinions you've given here today, are they based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty and probability?
Yes, sir, and years of experience dealing with it.
You may be excused. You're free to go.
All right, Sudu back here with our legal analyst, John Cox. John, let me unmute you there real quick. So a lot going on there. Dr. Dye on the stand for quite a bit. Obviously, we just tried to see both sides establish their cases early on, right? Ole Miss trying to prove that whatever Trinidad had, what those medical conditions were, what the implications of those are, and the NCAA almost trying to minimize it by saying, it's only a 2 to 3 week thing, but just kind of your general analysis of what we saw here in the first hour.
Well, I mean, Sudu, I think the most telling thing, and I see Joe Judge going to the stand now, but the most telling thing I'll say real quickly is Judge Whitwell, who keeps cutting off and saying, so he couldn't get in shape. And then you heard the last questions he just asked going, well, they tend to expect you to be in shape when you show up for football. And,
right.
Because the NCAA is saying he could have had this surgery and been ready by week 3 or week 2 or by the start of the season. Well, it's not that. That's a bit of, I guess he could have been to go take algebra, but I'm not sure football. And I think that's where Judge Whitwell was asking his questions on.
Yeah, and, for me, like I said this before, I believe you came on before the live stream really picked up, which is, I also had really bad tonsillitis when I was in college. Almost very similar. Obviously, I'm not a D1, D2 athlete, not even trying to compare myself to Trinidad in that fashion, but I dealt with tonsillitis, upper respiratory issues, mono, all that stuff, everything but COVID my first 2-3 years of college. And I remember getting my tonsils out, being out of commission for a month, like being in bed for about a month, fatigue, not able to eat. I lost 10, 15 pounds, which is something Dr. Dye brought up. And so it's crazy to me that the NCAA came up there saying, well, this is kind of like a 2 to 3 week thing, right? And how did you think Dr. Dye kind of responded to that? And did that help Ole Miss's case, his comments?
Yeah, I thought Dr. Dye did very well. Honestly, both attorneys did a very good job. I thought the NCAA, Mr. Askew was pretty good on cross, but his line of questioning, and you've hit on it, is to basically say, hey, couldn't he have just gone and had surgery and then been right back? You're making it sound like he lost an arm or something. I'm exaggerating for effect there. But I think Dr. Dye held up really well, saying, look, first of all, you don't just see a guy one day and go have surgery the next with something like tonsillitis.
Right.
He did a really good job explaining how that's a surgery of last resort, so to speak. And then, even if you do, as you mentioned, you're pretty consistent with what he said your side effects would be. You don't go play college football. And they waived the various staff. I thought the funniest part was when they waived the AD's, the senior AD's note to him. And he said, well, I'm a doctor and she's not. That's pretty true. That's obviously true.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good point.
Yeah.
From his point.
No doubt. Well, John, we're going to go back to Joe Judge, Ole Miss quarterbacks coach here, as he takes the stand.
Did you get to coach Tom Brady?
You know what? You're in a room, you learn a whole lot from Tom Brady. So being around Tom, to say that you're coaching Tom Brady is a loose deal. Josh worked primarily with him during that time. But to be in there and learn from Tom was tremendous.
Okay. Thank you, sir. During your first stint with the Patriots from 2012, 2019, did you have any responsibilities for player development?
Yes, all of them. I was primarily responsible from 2015 through 19. Then again, when I returned in 22 and 23, I was the director of player development. Which, to define what that means, look, I'm the first face you see when you get in there. Whether you're a new free agent joins the club, or you're a rookie we draft, free agent sign, whatever it may be, my job is basically to get you acclimated within the organization. And for a young player, the first thing we're doing is teaching you how to be a pro, which is a significant difference from being a college football player and a professional football player. And our job is to get you up to speed with what you have to do. Now, that entails everything from how to study film, how to identify personnel, how to review and take notes, and then also a large part into how to train, how to physically recover, the importance of taking care of your body. It's your main vehicle. It's really, without your body being full ready to go, honestly, you're useless as a professional athlete.
Understand.
Can you slow down just a little bit? This lady's taking down everything you say.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And it might be moving at a little bit fast speed.
Where are you from originally?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
You've been here long enough now to know we talk a little bit slower. Right.
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you. You were, for a period of time, the head football coach for the New York Giants.
That's correct.
Okay. What years?
2020, 21.
Okay. And then after you left that position, did you go back to the Patriots?
I did. I returned back to Foxborough, took on the role of assistant coach, quarterbacks, coached all the special teams, again, player development, managed a number of other departments.
Well, here's a good question. How did you end up in Oxford, Mississippi?
Roundabout way, I came down for a visit. I completed the 2023 season. Quite honestly, I was burnt out in the NFL, and I was going to take the year off. And that was great until about March, till I was rearranging kitchens and undoing garages. My wife got sick of seeing me every day, so I needed to get out of the house and go visit. And I've been flirting with the idea of college football since I've received a few calls throughout the years about I'd be interested in their job. And I decided to get out and visit some schools. I had scheduled 10 schools, and the first school on the stop was Ole Miss. Primarily wanted to find out what this school was doing that was making them so successful. I've been in Mississippi for a period of time at Mississippi State. You know, at that point in time, both schools were kind of very even. It was kind of one school was up, one school was down based on the roster in years. And in recent years, Ole Miss had really just climbed far ahead, and I wanted to see what they were doing. I was going to get into college football. I wanted to learn the NIL and all things that were coming with it. I came down for a visit, kind of like Gilligan's Island. It was supposed to be a 3-hour tour, and I get talking to staying, and I've been here since.
You know, they say this about recruits that if you don't want to come to Ole Miss, don't visit Oxford, right? So the same applies to you then?
I moved my family down here. They're fully embedded in Oxford, so just to say we love our time.
Thank you. Your Honor, practiced law 30 plus years, and I've never had the opportunity to offer this kind of expert to the court, but I offer Coach Judge as an expert in football and quarterbacks.
Your Honor, we would lodge an objection to the extent that's an undefined science, and there's been nothing in the record that his knowledge is anything separate and apart from what could be understood from other football personnel. Moreover, there's nothing to say that what he's about to testify has been peer reviewed or generally accepted, or that there's even a scientific method that you could apply a quarterback to that could be tested by anything. But we, subject to Your Honor's ruling, we'd just like to lodge that objection.
I kind of tend to agree with you on this one, that this is not something that is been some type of scientific science that's been laid groundwork for somebody to testify in this area as an expert. I think he can give lay opinions as to what he's experienced and so forth in these areas, but as far as taking him as an expert, I'm not going to do that. All right. Your objection is sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll ask him for lay opinions. All right. Coach Judge, you're familiar with the process of an NFL draft, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I mean, you've actually participated in that process.
In my role as an assistant coach, start with special teams, you're primarily responsible for every player in the draft. Every player, offensively or defensively, you have an opinion on. Okay, and what you find out is there's different levels in the National Football League. Everybody has an opinion, and only a few people have to say. I was able to have a strong enough opinion. I eventually graduated into one of the people who has a say in the organization. But every player that was in the draft that came up in a draft meeting, the offensive or defensive position coach, the coordinators would speak, and then I would give my opinion, where they would fall in suit and how they would help us in the kicking game. That's a very big phase in the National Football League. So the different in college has grown the importance. As I developed on coaching wide receivers and quarterbacks, I had more of a say in the organization by that point in terms of having the ability to help rank the players on the draft board and be within the draft room. Some clubs have everybody in what they call the war room, the draft room. We did not do it that way. We had about 6 people in the draft room, and you had to kind of work your way into those 6 people, and that's outside of the ownership that was in there as well, to be part of the draft. When I was the head coach, I was primarily responsible for the draft along with the general manager. Wherein that there's 2 people in the organization who have a say, the general manager and the head coach. They're responsible for all the players in the draft, of understanding how they fit your roster, how they develop, and how you build a team going forward. So,
and because a general manager and a head coach's job can be on the line if they draft poorly, does a lot of work go into the analysis before a particular athlete is selected at a particular draft position?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What type of work, in order to form an opinion, if you're in an NFL team, the general manager, head coach on that team, if you want to form an opinion about who you want to draft and where, what kind of groundwork has to go into that?
Well, first is the film work. If the film is good enough or there's some kind of physical trait that you see as developmentally worthy, then the film will go ahead and lead to more things. The scout's job is to go out there and kind of be the recon guys on the ground, come back with information, go to the schools, watch them practice, see them playing games, and come back with information so you can go ahead and use that evidence to make a decision. All right. Once you determine somebody is good enough to qualify to staying on your draft board, right? Because the first thing you look to do in the draft is eliminate people. There's too many players. The first thing you do is you go through names and you have different qualifications of eliminating people off the board. All right. Once you say that someone's on the board, you start doing a deeper dive. And that entails in-person interviews, visits to their college campus, pro days, individual workouts, bringing them up to your facility as part of the 30 visits in the NFL of guys you can work or interview in your facility primarily. There's countless Zoom calls and phone calls, research being done. There's a tremendous amount of research done with each player.
Would part of that work include communicating with decision makers on NFL teams and determining how they view a player?
For right now, if I were to go ahead and determine who's going to draft, yes, I would have to reach out and talk to the decision makers in the NFL, GMs, head coaches, many of which I have very good relationships with. But I would have to reach out to them and do the research on the work they've done before they see a specific player.
Okay. Have you done any of that, the reach outs to the NFL with respect to Trinidad?
I have not.
And in order for you to form any opinion about where he might be drafted if he was forced to go into this year's draft, you'd have to do that work first, right?
For me to make my own personal decision,
yeah,
I would. First off, you have to look at each individual player, and then you have to study the entire draft. Because to assess where somebody is taken in the draft, it's not just about what you think of them as a player, or they may fall within their own position category. It's what's the rest of the draft look like. So if you want to talk about someone's the top wide receiver in the draft, and someone may say he's a first round receiver. Well, that goes into what's the volume of receivers available. What are the other 32 players that may go in the first round ahead of them? You know, what are the needs of the league? There's a lot that goes into this, purely by saying this guy is capable of being this round. All right, great.
It's going to sound like a really dumb question. How important is development to an NFL player and a collegiate player?
It's critical. It's critical. You have to show constant improvement. I'd say, as it relates specifically to a college player.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Development is paramount. And here's why. When you get to that level of the NFL, every rookie that walks in the door, I don't care who you are or where you're taking, every rookie that walks in that door is miles behind every vet in the building already. Okay. Your only true value when you're a young player or rookie on a rookie contract is you're young, you're healthy, and you're cheap. That's the reality of it. That's why you hear so much talk about quarterbacks on rookie contracts and how it ties in the rest of the roster. So your development in college gives you the best head start possible when you get on that facility's campus to start competing against those vets. It's only 53 spots on the NFL roster. Okay, there's only so many kept at each position group. You have to take someone's job in order to have a job. And the guys who are already in the building, those vets, they are physically more prepared for you than in a duration of the season, how to train their body, how to recover, how to deal with ailments, how to stay ahead on preventative medicine. All right. They are mentally far superior to you of understanding the league and the personnel of what it is, because that league is all about people. Schematically, what they have to do, how to study a playbook. You're so far behind the rookie, you don't even know where to start. Okay. So your greatest value, like I said, is young, healthy, cheap. So when you get on that campus, I'm talking about the organization's campus, you have to have such a head start to run that race and catch up to people that if you're starting ground zero and you're behind, it makes it virtually impossible to compete with grown men in front of you. And that's just the reality.
Does playing the position of quarterback well entail both physical attributes and mental attributes?
Absolutely.
I think we all kind of know what the physical attributes are, but let me ask you about the mental attributes. Is that just as important as the physical attribute?
In most cases, more.
Okay, can you explain that, please?
We're playing a quarterback. You touch the ball every play. You have the organization's future every play in your hand. Okay? It's the quarterback's primary job of keeping the offense moving efficiently. All right, and that means positive plays, which means you have to have a base understanding of how the defense operates, what you're being presented with, how to keep the team out of negative plays. You have to have an overall knowledge of your offense system that you can fix problems within the system before they happen post-snap and become an issue. You have to have a knowledge of the personnel you're playing against. You have to have a knowledge of the scheme that they're playing. It all ties together. So playing quarterback, the mental aspect of it, if you can't mentally operate, you can't function. There's a lot of really smart guys, okay, who can tell you what the offense is supposed to do that can't do it on the field. Normally they're called coaches, okay? And then there's a lot of talented guys physically, all right, who are not playing at a high level either of college or the NFL, and that really reflects into, their inability to process. When you talk about the quarterback position, it's about identifying issues, identifying defensive schemes, identifying, what you have to do, and then post-snap, all right, it's about processing. Immediately seeing what the defense presents to you, making the right decision, and doing it while there's live balls flying. So the mental aspect of playing quarterback, it's not just about knowing what to do and being able to sit in a meeting and regurgitate what it is, but it's about going out there at full speed and instinctively processing as you go through it.
So I was going to ask you about that rapidity, right? How rapid do these decisions have to be made in real game situations by a quarterback?
I mean, instantaneous. When you look at the average, I don't know the exact number right now, but you talk about the average drop back pass, that ball's getting out of there in under 3 seconds. So in under 3 seconds, you've got to, process, what the defense is doing, where that takes you in your read progression, where you have to go, and then you have to physically execute making the right, throw accurately and avoid contact.
Is that sort of mental development that we've been discussing for quarterbacks equally or more important than the physical development?
I would say so.
Okay. Does Ole Miss have something called a quarterback school?
We do. We're actually starting it right now with our quarterbacks. We should have done a few weeks ago, but the ice storm has been delayed.
Okay. Tell us about the quarterback school. How long does it last? What do you do in the quarterback school? Who attends it?
So the quarterback school is for every quarterback in position. And what we'll do is we'll actually vary and stagger it based on the experience level of the quarterback. If it's an older vet in the room, we may go a little bit faster. So he may go on his own or with another older quarterback. Whereas the freshmen come in, who are a little bit slower pace, may segment them off as well. Typically it lasts multiple weeks and probably up to a month when you're all entailed everything. But what quarterback school is, we're just teaching you football. We're going to teach you everything about a defense that you can possibly learn so that you understand as we're installing plays, as we're talking to you about different coverages, different fronts, different issues, you're speaking the same language as us, okay? And part of football is learning the language. That's really what it is. Everything's code for something else. So we get in there and Trink can tell you, hey, we start out, we're going to talk about fronts, how the defensive line is aligned. And we're going to talk about front movement, stunts. And we're going to talk about blitz patterns. And we're going to talk about coverages behind and blitz coverages. And we're going to talk, and we're going to educate quarterbacks on everything they need to know about football because they are the extension of the coach on the field. They don't have the luxury of going out there and having half the information. They have to go out there and have the entire thing fully prepared so they can fix the problems. So the quarterback school for us is we're teaching them all the terms that they're going to possibly know before we really jump into it. And then we'll start with our own scheme and install it up there.
Right. He's a coach out there, and I'm the manager of the coach that's out there right here. Where are we going with this? Let's move on to somewhere.
Yes, Your Honor. We're getting there really quick.
All right.
Okay.
I don't know all this I need to know what's cover to, what line doing.
Understand.
I've done that in about 40 years.
I will tell you what this is about.
Go ahead.
Okay. What this is about is what's in Trinidad's best interest at the present moment, which is a factor for the consider granting injunction. So, Coach, Did Trinidad get to attend quarterback class, or has it gotten a chance to attend it?
When Trinidad got here last year, it was after they used to have the second portal window. So we didn't get Trin until the very end of May. And what the exposure with us was, we had him for the very end of May and June, where he basically got a crash course on our offense, where primarily he's trying to get caught up as much as he could on just our system. And that's the nature when you get there late. You don't have the luxury of time. In July, coaches go away. So we really had him for most of June, not the entirety of June, most of June. And then didn't really see him much in July. And then we get back to training. So in terms of, did he have the full luxury of going through the entirety of quarterback school? No, he did not.
Is another year of development for a college player, particularly a quarterback, something that should be encouraged?
Absolutely. It is definitely beneficial. The more you can play, the more experience you gain, the more knowledge you have, would definitely benefit your development to get you to the next level and be able to have success.
Have you ever heard the terms demonstrated consistency?
Absolutely.
What does that mean?
Demonstrated consistency in the football world is being able to take the tape and see someone perform at a high level consistently over a period of time, multiple years.
Okay, multiple.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard the term a one-season guy?
Absolutely.
What does that mean?
A one-season starter would simply be a player or a quarterback in this instance that was only a one-year starter in major college football.
When you were in the NFL, what was preferred? Athletes who had played over multiple years and demonstrated they could at a high level, or a one-season guy who might be a flash in the pan?
No, absolutely multiple years. And what you're looking for when you draft somebody is it's an investment, right? You're allocating an asset. The higher the draft pick, the higher the asset. So when you're going to go ahead and invest that asset into somebody, you're looking for sustained evidence, like you would in any investment, that there's going to be growth. If it's a one-year sample, you're making a large jump on a leap of faith, as you refer to a flash in the pan. Over the course of time, where there's more years to develop, the development of the quarterback, gives you a better vision of what he could be, where he is at, and then also, as I referred to earlier, when he gets to your team, he's further ahead to be able to compete now.
Have you taken a look at some data about NFL quarterbacks and their performance over the last 10 to 20 year time period, and asked yourself the question, which of these quarterbacks were one-season guys in college?
We have, yes.
Okay. For the majority of the quarterbacks who've been successful in the NFL over that time period, were they one-season guys?
Well, there are multiple season guys. And when you define success, what does that mean? You can talk about individual success, team success, or as professional financial success.
Let me ask you some questions. Answer it from the research that you did in preparation for today. If we're talking about individual success of a quarterback in the NFL, over the past 20 years, how many NFL quarterbacks who started only one season in college in Division I?
There's one. It was Cam Newton, who the anomaly of Cam Newton is he was also a Heisman Trophy winner, national champion, the first overall pick, and had some traits you just can't coach. I can't coach someone who's 6'6", 250 on the year.
Okay. Let's talk about team success. How many quarterbacks over the last 10 years played only 1 year in Division I college, but had the opportunity in the NFL to start for their team in the Super Bowl?
The only starting quarterback in that time frame in the Super Bowl, that was a 1 year starter in Division I. Again, Cam Newton.
Let's talk about financial success. How do you define financial success?
What you're looking at is an investment of stability for the team and for the player. So after their rookie contract is complete, we looked at all the quarterbacks who had signed extensions or with another team as a free agent of 3 years or more.
So we're talking about the second contract that player.
Correct, which is the most important contract you can have in that league.
Okay. All right. Over the last 10 years, how many quarterbacks in the NFL who only played 1 year in Division I college ball signed a second contract with an NFL team that was 3 years or longer?
There were three technically, and truly two. So Kyler Murray, again, first overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner. Brock Osweiler with the second-round pick. And then you had Ryan Tannehill, who was also a first-round pick. And the exception to Ryan Tannehill is he had one full season start, and the season before he started the back end of the season, the last 5 or 6 games.
So in the last 10 to 20 years, given these parameters of my question, for guys who played in the NFL quarterback but only played one season in college, all the quarterbacks that played in that time period, there's only 4. You talked about athletic development. Part of that involves the player's health, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. What are the 2 necessities for a player to be in good health so that they can play football?
To be in good health, well, one, you have to be trained. Your body has to be in peak condition, so you have to be physically prepared. And along with that, comes the nutrition element, comes the rest and recovery element. And that's really the part of, getting you ready to perform.
Okay. Between nutrition and sleep, which are the 2 most important for an athlete?
Sleep.
When you were working in player development for the Patriots,
yes,
did you have opportunities to educate players or consult with players about their sleep patterns?
We invested a great deal of time and assets specifically on our players' sleep and rest and recovery. So we ended up bringing this back after doing some research with the Navy SEALs, and we talked about sleep and how it correlates to cognitive function, as well as physical recovery and injury prevention. And after that research, we ended up going out and we got those sensory deprivation sleep pods. It's the saltwater tanks you float in, and what it does is it puts you into a deep sleep and resets your sleep patterns. We had one for the first season. We had that, and then immediately returned and put an addition in our training room and added multiple. So we not only invested financially, and you have to ask Mr. Kraft what the bill on that was, of adding a number of these things which are not cheap, but new facilities to house them as well. We invested a significant amount of time educating our players on it, as well as tracking their sleep with our nutritionist who acted as a sports scientist, Ted Harper, and making sure that they were fully rested and then working with them if their sleep patterns were disrupted. And that would include when we practiced on the road, which is common in the NFL. If you have like 2 West Coast games in a row as an East Coast team, there was a time we practiced day a week in San Diego. There was another time we practiced day a week in Colorado. We went to play the Mexico game against the Raiders. And at both those instances, we found facilities in the cities that had those sleep deprivation tanks, so we could transport our players to them because it was important enough for us that they kept their sleep patterns regular for recovery. And just kind of give you in terms of the health part of it, we would educate our players on when it comes to soft tissue injuries, talking about hamstrings, glutes, groins, things of that nature. That is something as an athlete that is preventable. And we would tell them the formula for preventing is, number one, you have to be in shape to do your job, conditioned, fully ready to go. You need to be fully recovered, rested, and have the right nutrition and hydration to be ready to go. And then you have to be warmed up properly. They were really the things that you could do to control it to prevent this.
You ever heard a saying that bad players do good players hurt?
I've used that saying more than you can count.
What does that mean in the context of this case, where we're talking about, medical illnesses, sleep apnea, not having enough energy in the daytime? What does that phrase mean in the context of this?
Generally speaking, when somebody is moving at a different speed than the rest of the people on the field, that they can't go that full speed level, that's when you get someone who's on the ground, off balance, out of place, and guys who are moving at the correct rate end up getting hurt. Someone falls on someone's legs from behind, they can't keep on their feet, there's bodies piled up. That's when, quote, bad players get good players hurt. And that comes a lot of times from when players are not fully conditioned, that as you get to the end of the practice, their legs start to give, they can't fully stay up and compete, and all of a sudden the guy who wasn't fully prepared gets the guy who's out there trying to compete at full speed hurt.
Can a sleep disorder make a player bad or increase his risk of injury or injury to a teammate?
Your Honor, I object to the extent this is calling for a quarterback's coach testimony on what medical issues with the respiratory system cause on the football field.
It's based on his personal experience. Based on his personal experience, what I'm asking.
Repeat your question.
Yeah. Can a sleep disorder affect a player's ability?
Quite simply, yes.
Okay. Has that occurred in your past where you have encountered players with sleep disorders?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do for those players?
But we got them the CPAP machines. We track their sleep. We make sure that they were evening out their sleep cycles, that they're properly rested. That was several players over the course of years. And then there was also the players but we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not a popular thing. This is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season, or going to have a baby during the season. And you'd have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season. That father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority. Now, there were examples to use from that. We had some older veteran players. I can or can't share names if you want me to, who had multiple children who would sleep in other rooms. Their wives bring in family or a nursing aide to help throughout the night. And those players could keep playing high-level football. We had other players who were younger who quite simply did what every other father in the world does, waking up, changing diapers, doing feedings, and led to injuries, led to soft tissue injuries, not being rested, not being recovered, or not being ready to roll.
That never occurred to me that newborns can affect injuries on the football field. But who had to deliver that message?
Sadly, me.
Okay. And to whom did you deliver the message?
To the women, pregnant women.
Oh, my Lord. How did that go?
About as good as you could expect.
All right. Let's talk about a trend in the NFL if we can right now. And what I'm asking about is the rush to play quarterbacks early after they get drafted, right? What have you noticed the trend is?
The timetable for development, and really every league now with the way people are jumping back and forth, the timetable for development has just almost been eliminated. And the immediate usage and immediate return on investment has just been amplified. And quite frankly, when you're drafting a quarterback, okay, you're only drafting for a position in need. You're only drafting someone to come in there and play. And you got to get that guy out there. The ownership, the media, the fans, they want to see a new guy. They've been looking forward to seeing this guy that you've drafted. They've watched his college tape. They know he's an exciting player. And they want to get him on the field and they want to see him. So there's a lot of pressure to get guys out there fast.
Okay. Are there quarterbacks that you're familiar with who weren't rushed into a starting position in their first year, got a chance to sit and learn and develop?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of improving their development with the timetable, I mean, you can look at the high-end examples of Aaron Rodgers. We got to sit behind Brett Favre, learn the league, develop. Bill Green does a great job with that. Jordan Love, right behind him. Patrick Mahomes got to sit his rookie year. The return on investment of extending out that development window is huge.
Would it be in the best interest of a college quarterback who one day anticipates going to the NFL to get as much development as he can on collegiate level because he might not get that opportunity in the NFL?
Yes. Today's football, yes.
You read sports media?
I try not to.
Okay. No offense to anybody here. All right.
No offense. Hey, listen, I learned a long time ago. You start reading that stuff, and everyone wants to believe the good. But you believe the good, you better believe the bad.
Okay. Well, you're aware that every year there's a whole business built around prognosticating draft picks.
Right.
Okay. And we know names like there's Mel Kiper and Todd McShay, and there's other people that do this probably. What value do you give a journalist's prediction as to draft status or draft round or draft number of college athletes?
It's for entertainment purposes. You got to take it for what it is. Just entertainment.
Sometimes are those prognostications terribly wrong?
Yes.
Can you think of one in recent memory that was terribly wrong?
I don't think this reflects where he could be as a pro. But I think you think back to last year, Sudu Upadhya, who was almost guaranteed by the media to be gone in the first 5 picks. Okay, and that narrative was sold to everyone along the way, and he had to sit there and watch round after round go by. That doesn't reflect what he's going to be. But again, the guarantees of where they're going to fall, again, they don't have all the information. And when you talk about all the information to make those picks, even within each organization itself, there's only a small circle of people with the information of what's going to happen. Everybody else gives information. They have their opinions. Then the inside circle has a say, and they make the decisions. If you talk about like mock drafts right now, like what's out there right now, you're making predictions without any of the process taking place. We haven't had a combine. You haven't had in-person interviews. You haven't had the medical review, the psych reviews. You haven't had pro days. You haven't had the workouts. You haven't had visits to the NFL facilities. The entirety of the process really hasn't even began yet. It really hasn't even began yet. So to make a prediction on where someone may or may not go at this point in time, you don't have the information. You don't have the inside information of what you would need to actually know what's going to happen.
Final subject matter, okay? Heisman Trophy. Are you aware that Trinidad got votes for the Heisman Trophy in 2025?
I am aware of that.
Okay. Do you know where he finished in the voting?
I believe he finished 8th.
Okay. Had you reviewed the list of the 7 persons that got more votes than he did?
I have people, yes.
All right, where are 4 of those people right now? We got votes higher than Trinidad.
They're going in the draft. They're no longer council.
Okay. So next year, if he's an Ole Miss, he won't have to compete against those 4 people, will he?
That'd be correct.
Do you think that Trinidad, if he plays next year at Ole Miss, stays healthy, performs at a high level like he did this past season, has a reasonable, non-speculative shot at winning a Heisman Trophy?
I believe it's a fair statement in terms of where he finished after this year, in terms of he did not play a full season this year. And in only 10 games out of a 12-season regular season, he started and performed at a very high level for us, enough so in the SEC that his numbers were among the top, and then he finished 8th in the Heisman Trophy.
Okay. Do you know guys who won Heisman Trophy?
I was at Alabama with Mark Ingram when he won in 2009.
Is a Heisman Trophy for the recipient of one a life-changing experience, even if they don't make it in the NFL?
I believe so. I believe so. Just on a reflection of the doors it opens, the contacts it makes. I would say not even just winning it, but being involved to that level. It's just such positive publicity for somebody that they go out into the real world with their name, resonates with people when they go in. The doors that will open, whether they want to go into a sports field or any other field. And to me, the Heisman Trophy, along with probably heavyweight champion of the world, is probably the most prestigious individual awards you can have.
And the guys who won Heisman trophies end up being sports commentators?
I'd say that's accurate. If you look at the guys who are no longer playing,
yeah.
Okay, the Ingrams, Cam Newtons, Leinart, Reggie Bush, and the whole list of other guys that are doing very successful right now in sports media.
Right, and they get invited to the Heisman House, of course, right?
The commercial?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Your Honor, I tender the lead.
Coach Jeff, it's an honor to meet you. Thank you for being here today. I'll try to be brief. You talked about your history as a coach and dealing with players who had sleep apnea or sleep disorders. Did you play any of those players during the season when they had those disorders?
In many cases, not during the time until we got it fixed.
In some cases, though, the answer was yes.
In the times that I can think of, no, I don't believe we were really at that time.
When you discussed getting people a CPAP machine and things like that?
That's correct.
Was that during the off season?
Some were during the off season, some were in the in season.
Who were the ones you're thinking of in season?
With medical records, I'd rather go ahead and not say his name.
Do you know how many there are?
It's more than a handful.
How much is a handful?
4, 5, 6, in that range.
You ever have anybody with tonsillitis?
I'm not a doctor, so I would say I can't recall specifically tonsillitis. There's a number of other ailments, and there may have been players with tonsillitis that I didn't ask the trainer specifically what it was.
When players get colds or flus or things like that, they've had occasion to play through those, haven't they?
Depends on severity, depends on the player, depends on the situation.
Right. That's not a trick question. It's just all of these are individual circumstances, correct?
That's correct. All we do.
If Trinidad entered the NFL draft this year, would he get drafted?
I'm not in a position to say that because I have not done the work myself on that.
Well, given your experience in the NFL and college now, do you think he would?
Again, to guess that, you can't make that guess without talking to all the people involved in that. It's the reason those assumptions are so unsound to make is because the people who make those assumptions don't have information. So to turn around and say, like, of course so-and-so would get drafted, you're not in these rooms. You have no idea what's being said. You have no idea the number of times that we were in the draft room where you could turn on the New York sports media and they were guaranteeing that we were going to draft one of two players, neither of which were on our board. Okay? People were quoting me of saying things. I'm the one who took them off the board. Okay? So what you think to be perceived as absolute fact based on things, there's been Heisman Trophy winners who have gone undrafted. Jason White, I believe, went undrafted. Okay? So to turn around and assume is a very dangerous thing to do. And I'm not going to do that because I have not done the work and the mock-up of talking to the GMs, the head coaches, and finding out where their draft grades, needs, and all that would fall in line.
In your opinion, then, does Trinidad currently possess the skill set to be an NFL quarterback?
In my belief, he has a skill set. Yes, he does.
If Mr. Chambliss returns next year, is he going to win the Heisman?
Do I believe he has do I believe it's safe to say that he has an opportunity to compete for that and he has a chance of that based on what he did last year? Yeah, I do believe that.
And that's the point I'm getting at, though. You wouldn't go on record under oath saying he's going to win the Heisman.
Well, the difference is I'm in college football, so I can comment right now on something I'm embedded in with college football based on the stats where he finished last year. I'm no longer in the National Football League. I don't have the inside information that's being delivered from scouts to the decision makers and the internal conversations that are going on. That's apples and oranges.
So any testimony you've given about the current state of the NFL, you don't really have any personal knowledge of because you're in the college world now.
Object to the question, Your Honor. That is completely disregards the witness's personal experience testimony he's given in the draft.
That would not be accurate. I'm talking specifically about the draft and the evaluations of players for going forward. What I've talked about earlier is the need for development and where it lies in the league. That is accurate. That is expert testimony.
In your experience, then, where a quarterback potentially gets drafted in the NFL draft, is that a mechanism of the other potential quarterbacks that are in that draft class, so to speak?
It's not purely just on the other quarterbacks. You're talking about where someone gets drafted, right?
Right.
Let me give you an example. Okay. Some teams have round-based grading. Is he a first rounder, a second rounder, a third rounder, right? The reason I find that so inaccurate is you're talking about a player and where you think he's valued to go by round. If you talk by role, specifically if you say, what do I think about Jaden Daniels? Okay, Jaden Daniels coming out, I can say, based on my evaluation, I believe Jaden Daniels is an impact starting quarterback in this league. And he needs X, Y, and Z of development, and here's the issue we have to work with, and here brings the team. But I can say in a one-liner, this is his role. The reason that's important is this. To guess based purely on round is assuming that everything else in the draft is completely in a vacuum relative to that player. There could be 32 offensive tackles that are just world beaters that everybody is going to not pass on and take those offensive tackles. And the best quarterback in the draft might be the first pick of the second round. There might be a situation where you've got a really good running back in the first round, but there's so many other good running backs you say, hey, listen, we know this guy's a first round.
Okay.
You may say this guy is a first round caliber running back. However, there's another half a dozen that are going to be available, we believe, somewhere between the third and the fourth round. We're not going to invest this high asset to take him there. That can lead to someone sliding back into draft status. So no, draft status is not purely involved based on someone's comparison of other players in the position. It's the entire draft, as it's put together in that puzzle.
So Trinidad's draft status in the 2026 draft versus the 2027 draft, potentially, we just don't know what the differences would be, do we?
No, crystal ball.
Yeah, there's no way to say one way or the other where he would go this year versus next year, correct?
Again, I have not done the mock-ups on those right there, so I have not talked to the NFL team to see where their draft grade is on the stuff is, and ties it into even one of those.
So I'll ask you a different way then. So as far as you're aware, there's no way with your specific knowledge to be able to tell where Mr. Chambliss will be drafted in this year's draft versus next year's draft.
Yeah, I'll make this clear. There's not a person in the world who could predict where someone's going to be drafted accurately, okay, without knowing the entirety of what the decision makers inside are doing. And because I'm not one of the decision makers at this point, I could not tell you the accuracy.
The quarterback school that you talked about at Ole Miss, that kind of education, that's something that Mr. Chambliss would receive on an NFL team, correct?
Not necessarily.
You don't believe that NFL teams would teach a quarterback how to go through reads and make quick decisions?
There's 32 teams in the NFL, all are independently run, all run differently based on the head coach and the administration there. I can tell you the teams that I've been a part of in the NFL, absolutely, he would get it A to Z. But we've also brought players into our facility from other teams that did not receive that kind of education on an individual basis.
Were you the quarterback coach for Ole Miss last season?
I was.
Did you make the depth chart decisions on that team?
You know, it's a good thing is that you have an assistant coach who gets to coach all the quarterbacks, right? The quarterback's coach. And you have a head coach who gets to make the decision who goes out there and plays. My job is to coach every player, maximize their potential, put them in a position to play, that everyone is in a playable position, help us win. And then the head coach gets to make the decision on who he wants to
play. Did you make the decision that Trinidad would start the season as the backup last
year? I did not.
Were you a part of that decision?
As far as giving an opinion?
Yes.
Yeah, I have an opinion.
Was it Austin Simmons who was the starting quarterback at the beginning of the season?
Austin did. Austin started the first 2 games.
What happened to Mr. Simmons?
He got hurt.
And that's when Mr. Chambliss stepped in, correct?
That is correct.
And he was outstanding, no dispute about it, no debate about it. He was wonderful, correct?
That's correct.
Is there anything that guarantees that what happened to Mr. Simmons won't happen to Mr. Chambliss at any point in his career?
Is there a guarantee that
he doesn't get hurt next year?
There's not a guarantee on that for anybody.
Right. And in the NFL, is there a guarantee that he won't get hurt in the NFL?
I don't understand the question.
Is there a guarantee he will remain healthy?
There's never a guarantee on that.
Right. So if we're talking about success in terms of where Mr. Chambliss will go in his career, if he gets certain education, where Mr. Chambliss will go based on what team he's drafted to, there are certainly things that are just outside the control of the football game itself and the football coaches that are working with Mr. Chambliss that could very well impact his career trajectory.
Yeah, the controllable things that we control is the development of the players put in a position to play. All right, this building gets struck right now by lightning. I'm not in control of that. It wouldn't really make a decision based on what I do going forward.
Well done, Coach.
Sorry.
I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Rock.
Very short. Very short, Your Honor.
Very short.
All right. Because Judge, one thing we do know about the 2026 draft versus the 2027 draft is that Trinidad would have one more year of college development, right?
That's accurate, yes.
And just as generally speaking, quarterbacks that are more developed because they played a couple seasons of college football, they are likely to go higher in the draft market.
That is correct.
Do you believe it's in Trinidad's best interest that he get that additional year of collegiate development?
I absolutely do.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, you will step down. What time do we have?
It's 11:30. Your Honor, do you mind a 5-minute personal break?
All right, we'll take about a 10-minute break. I know we have a lot of people in the bathroom, so I'll take a break and come back in at your leave here, but artists and lawyers and so forth come back and let this take place. We'll take a break.
I've got to slide by.
All right, John, we are back, of course, Let me unmute John here. There we go. Back, Sudu Upadhya back here with our legal analyst, John Cox. John, Joe Judge on the stand there, asked to slow down at least 3 separate times. That was pretty funny. He, of course, alluded to the fact that he's from Philadelphia, and I think William Liston was the one who said, we talk a little slower down here. But despite the speed at which he was talking to and the court reporter seemingly struggling, how did you think he did? He seemed very sharp and, was able to answer every single question that was asked of him.
Sure. I mean, Coach Judge is certainly not from Pittsboro. Yeah, I mean, he was there for a very specific purpose, and it was, as part of the test for preliminary injunction is whether or not granting the injunction would be in the person's best interest, and that's really all he was there for. He, wasn't there to, talk. I mean, he did opine a little bit on how good Trinidad was, but it was more about what the future would look like for Trinidad if he were to get another year, and that was the sole reason they put him up there. He did a great job with that. I mean, he has the experience. He laid out kind of the process, what he's seen and what he'll have to do, what he would get to do, rather, or have the opportunity to take part in if he remains at Ole Miss. And, Mr. Askew did a good job on cross initially, even though he really didn't hit Judge that hard. I mean, he tried. He tried to hit him early a little bit with having 2 coach players that had similar, issues or something like that. And I thought the answer was, one of those questions, be careful you ask a question you don't know the answer to, because Coach Judge came right back on, I may have had him. I admit I've had him, but I didn't play him.
Mm-hmm.
And, and then, and then, I mean, it's speculation. I mean, it's totally speculation. I mean, whether or not he becomes a Heisman Trophy winner, I mean, that's ridiculous to say he's guaranteed to win a Heisman or he's guaranteed to be a first-round pick. But I think the argument is he's got a heck of a lot better chance to be a first-round pick if he stays another year. And, and that.
Yeah. We also saw the judge kind of get a little restless with Liston and Ole Miss's side early on. All the questioning, I don't think he understood where it was going. I think I saw some comments where people maybe thought, well, what is the point of this? Is this helping Ole Miss in any way? What did you think of that? And did you think they maybe rebounded in the judge's eyes? Because early on, it kind of seemed like he was like, what are we doing here? Why are you asking him all these questions?
Well, initially, it looked like they were going to try to qualify him as an expert. I guess he's an expert in football or something like that, which, I mean, I would argue Joe Judge is a pretty good expert in football. But, so you have to ask a lot of preliminary questions to avoid hiring him. I mean, to have him qualified as an expert. And once, he wasn't able to really do that, he allowed him to testify to his what they call a lay opinion. But honestly, I think Judge Whitwell probably did them a little bit of a favor and just kind of said, move on a little, move along. And by doing that, Mr. Liston did a good job of focusing and because he finally had to come forward and say what he was doing.
Right.
And he was like, well, and you heard him say it. He said, I'm here. I'll go ahead and tell you, he's here to establish the best interests of Trinidad. And, we know that's a prong. And I think it focused a little bit. I mean, I don't know if rebound's the right word. He just kind of, we lawyers tend to be wordy. And, he was being a little wordy.
Let me ask you this. I got a text from a friend just now asking me about this because there does seem to be a 2-pronged approach to this defense of Trinidad. One is, of course, the medical redshirt issue of, hey, he could not play because he was incapacitated due to these respiratory issues, so he deserves to play another year. The other part is the irreparable damage financially. How do those two tie in? Are these two completely separate things that are brought into this one case? Can you lose one side of it and the other? Like, how do these tie in together for the case to help Trinidad?
I don't think you ever get to the second part of that if you don't get the first part. In other words, I don't think you get to the irreparable harm if you can't get to the likelihood of success on the merits of the underlying action, which is that he needs a permanent injunction. And the reason why they're going to get a permanent injunction is they're going to say he should have gotten a medical red shirt. And again, it's crazy because they've lost it at an administrative level. The NCAA's ruled against, I guess now what? Three times? I don't know.
Twice. And I think they've reappealed the reappeal.
Reconsider for that. But what they're asking is, and it's a weird argument to do. I mean, it's totally weird. I mean, you're basically asking Judge Whitwell to substitute his judgment for the NCAA's rules, which is why the NCAA is going to say you can't do that. You know, but they're saying, well, screw, no, that doesn't matter. We don't want you to do that. This is a breach of contract.
Right.
You're breaching his, contractual relationship, ability to play college football by not following your own rules. And so they're asking, but I don't think if they can't convince Judge Whitwell that he should have gotten a medical red shirt, he won't win that injunction. Now if Judge Whitwell goes, I think he probably should have, it's downhill quick at that point, because the rest of it's there. It's better for him to come back to college. It's certainly better financially for him to come back to college.
Right.
It's in his best interest. It's in the public interest. You'll just see happy, joy at that point. But if you can't get past that, that's why I said I know we were in a hurry earlier, but when Judge Whitwell cut them off a little bit and started saying, well, he couldn't get in shape, that was pretty telling to me.
Yeah.
And then when he asked on his own questions of Dr. Dye, saying, so ordinarily, you would have to be in condition, to play, or something like that, that kind of thing. And would he have been was he in condition? Because would that have affected his ability to get in shape? That to me tells me Judge Whitwell's thinking, well, wait a second, maybe he really couldn't have played, and that argument, so it's weird. It's asking the judge to be a super NCAA, kind of quasi parent of the NCAA, but that's exactly right. That's why these cases win in state court.
Right. And because the NCAA is not a legitimate governing body, right? Like their laws are not the nation's laws.
You saw Judge Whitwell hold up the book, of 600, however many pages William Liston said it was, 600 pages or something like that. And, everyone was like, who's read that? And then Joe Judge, he did a pretty good job of listening that he kind of, and I think the judge asked him, somebody asked him, I go back and look at my notes, along the lines of, don't you kind of expect your players to be in shape, work out during the summer, do different things, especially to perform at an elite level. It's right. It's weird. It's such a weird thing that, this happened, 4 years ago?
Exactly.
What happened then, but medical records don't lie.
Yeah. And I think, some talk was had about like different notations and the time that's passed since then. As a lawyer, how difficult is it? Like you're saying, this is from years ago. Yeah, you have medical records, but like at the time, and I think they even made this a point, at the time all this was happening, I don't think anybody was expecting that they would be in court in 4 years. So when you don't have the most meticulous notes of every single thing, or every single procedure wasn't followed with the mindset of like, hey, this could go to court one day, how difficult does it make it to defend or enforce if you're the NCAA? Like, which side does that help more?
I'm not sure it helps anyone. It's just tough to recreate the wheel, so to speak. If you look at my little notepad I have over here, I bet it doesn't look like yours, and I bet it doesn't look like Judge Whitwell's. Everyone takes, I thought that was a fair point that Dr. Dye made, that everyone takes their own records. It's tough. You go back and you read. That's why I saw they swore Trinidad in. And then was that his mother that was also sworn in?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And so, Trinidad's going to have to testify a little bit to what his condition was then. But and I think it's a fair point that was made that, Ferris State probably doesn't have a medical fleet on their football team to really do all of this. And look, I'm a Division II guy. I'm not knocking Ferris State when I say that. But you look at the objective medical evidence, which is that, and honestly, and that this takes to another point, and I didn't see who the NCAA had sworn in, if anybody. I don't know who's there. I didn't
notice either.
There's somebody. I don't know. But anyway, I thought it was a pretty interesting point that Judge Whitwell asked at the end of the doctor's testimony, whether or not the NCAA had given him anyone else's notes, or the NCAA had provided him with another opinion, a medical opinion, to review. All he's reviewing is, of course, Ferris State's.
Right.
Which is fine. But to me, that, and maybe I'm reading the room wrong, I'm not in the room, but to me, that's Judge Whitwell in essence going, well, they're saying you're wrong. Well, have they given you, is there another expert out there that says something different than you?
Right.
And the NCAA is just relying on basically that he didn't, quote unquote, get a medical red shirt that year. So I don't know. I don't think it favors. It's hard. It's hard to do, but I mean, if you're the only one talking, you just go with what's in front of you. And I thought Dr. Dye did a pretty good job of laying out that he believes there's no way Trinidad could have played that year.
No doubt. So, just based on everything you've heard so far, with your expertise, what do you think? What kind of judgment have you made just based on what we've heard so far?
Man, I knew you were going to ask that question. I mean, right now, honestly, and look, I honestly, I guess I'm wearing a red tie that makes me look at it through red and blue lens. I mean, it looks pretty good for Ole Miss right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
I mean,
right.
It's Dr. Dye was, and again, and this is without me seeing who the NCAA is going to try to counter with, but I mean, the cross examination by the NCAA has been good. I mean, Turner Askew is a good lawyer. I mean, he's done a very good job. But at the same time, Dr. Dye was really good. I mean, he laid it out on what was wrong. And if he's the only doctor, I'll say this, if he's the only doctor that's going to testify today, and then you're going off the medical records and they're just going to argue that he didn't get a medical red shirt.
Yeah.
NCAA may have a tough time because then you've got one doctor saying he was incapacitated. He could not have played. And within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, he could not have played. And Judge Whitwell, his questions are very telling to me. And it looks like he was kind of looking for a reason. Tell me why he couldn't play.
Yeah.
He wasn't in shape. Okay, well then maybe that's a reason to come back and say there's no way he could have played. And I had on that, or something like. So it looks good for Ole Miss, right? I mean, I won't lie. I mean, Trinidad's not going to be bad for them, other than they're going to say, "Didn't you?" They're going to hit Trinidad asking, "Didn't you practice?" You're going to hear cross examination about, well, wait a second, you're like what was he, 15 or something like that? You're going to say, well, weren't you the 15 quarterback? Didn't you alternate in? And Trinidad, I've personally never talked to Trinidad about his medical experiences, so I mean, I'm sure he'll talk about it. But and his mom will probably have to talk about his treatment. But after that, I mean, it looks pretty good. I mean, so far. Knock on wood if you're Ole Miss.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think we see some comments here, people excited about that. Well, John, we could step away for a little bit. We're going to take a brief break as well, but as soon as they resume in Pittsboro, we will be back with the live stream. I know people want to see the case itself. As per the comments earlier, when we got back on, people were like, "Give us Joe Judge." So we'll do our best to do that. But man, it's so nice having you and your legal expertise, and I know a lot of people appreciate that. And so we'll be back here very soon.
Good deal.
Oh, well, actually, I say that now. Ben Garrett is back with his sunglasses on. So, Benny, you're muted.
Hey, how we doing? I'm back. I was actually watching y'all. I got y'all on the thing.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
I caught you just in time.
What did you think, Ben? We just got John's opinion, and
537 comments.
Yeah, we're in there. We're in there like somewhere right now. Yeah.
So I heard John saying he think right now it's he says it sounds good for Ole Miss right now. What, like, more than anything else, where did the NCAA actually get its wins? Where did it really hit? And maybe if you were arguing the other side, maybe there's somebody, because you said all opinions can be expert opinions. I mean, then they could have different opinions here. So if you had to put on your hat and say where the NCAA, if you were grading it, how they kind of do, what did they hit Ole Miss or hit Trinidad where it might have hurt? Oh, I think John, you're muted. Let's unmute John. There we go. Oh, he ain't good. There we go. Yeah, you're here.
I thought they cross-examined the doctor. I mean, they hit some points earlier. I mean, about he wasn't, he could have come back. I mean, that he wasn't incapacitated for the season. I mean, under anyone's, even Dr. Dye said you're back, so to speak, in a 2-week recovery, and then you're kind of slowed down. Now, he did a good job, like Sudu said a minute ago, of explaining the side effects. You lose weight, you're tired, blah, 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 blah. I had to have my tonsils out, you can tell. So I'm not making fun of you, Sudu, when I say
greatest decision I've ever made was getting those things out, and I just have not been sick since.
Mama Chambliss, it looks like.
Yeah, Mama Chambliss. I will unmute
Miss Cheryl on there.
Let's hear what Miss Cheryl has to say here.
In Trinidad's history, and ask you what you witnessed and you observed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
In the year 2020, when he got mononucleosis, was diagnosed with that. Were you in a position to observe the symptoms
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us what he experienced in the way of symptoms?
Yes. High fever, sore throat, extreme exhaustion, just overall fatigue, lethargy, lack of appetite.
And when he was diagnosed with COVID in 2020, was that during his senior year in high school?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember what his COVID symptoms were?
Yes, those were similar. He had sore throat, he had high fever, very tired. He did lose his sense of taste and smell, and of course, the lack of appetite.
After those two illnesses that happened in the same year, right?
Yes.
After those two illnesses, did you see a change in Trinidad's ability to exert himself physically like he would have to do training, working out, conditioning?
I did. I saw a slowdown. He just was tired all the time. And the usual very active young person that he was, because he was always very active, there was a change. And he just didn't have the energy. He would come home from school, was very tired, slept a lot.
Did he complain to you about lacking energy?
He did. So sometimes when we tried to problem solve that, right? Like, okay, what can we do to boost your energy? Can we drink more protein shakes? Can we take more vitamins? Can we take more medication? We just were a bit at a loss.
For lack of better words, after the COVID and after the mononucleosis, were you the walking pharmacy?
I was, and I would joke with my husband and family about that. Like, anybody would come to me, right? Because I'd have everything. Yes, I probably should have had stock in one of the pharmaceutical companies, or the manufacturers of NyQuil, Dayquil, because I had that on constantly. Claritin, all of those things.
You know what it means to take a medicine prophylactically? I'll probably mispronounce that. To take a medicine just to ward off illness.
Oh, proactively? Yeah. That's what we were doing. I was just very, I guess, paranoid about Trinidad getting sick because I did not, number one, want him to miss any school. He was a good student, but he had to work for his grades like me. As I told him, I said, you can't afford to be sick. And that means you can't afford to miss school, you can't afford to fall behind either in school or your athletic training, because so much of our time, energy, and has gone into this.
Was he on scholarship at Ferris State?
Yes, he was.
Was a condition of that scholarship that he stay in school, make sufficient grades, and also participate in football at whatever level he was capable of doing?
Yes.
Could you and Mr. Chambliss have afforded for him to lose that scholarship?
No.
How did you react? Like in periods of time when you saw he's just not working out hard enough, and he's not gaining weight, and he's not progressing in his development, what was your initial reaction?
I would get on him. I would get in his behind and tell him, let's get going. We can overcome this, mind over the physical. And so at times, and there are times I look back and I regret maybe being a little too harsh on him. But it ended up that I was proven wrong. It was not just in his mind, it was a physical problem that he had.
And when did you find out that you were proven wrong?
When Dr. Howard told us that his tonsils and adenoids were infected.
And what else did Dr. Howard do? Are you talking about the first time Trinidad went to see Dr. Howard in August of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. What else did he tell you in the way of problems that his tonsils and adenoids were going to cause Trinidad?
Obstruction of breathing. I mean, he just wasn't bringing in enough air as an athlete, to be able to perform at the level that he was capable of previously. and that could, cause him to have a lack of good sleep, which can, poor nutrition because his just appetite is lower, just a whole bunch of things that could be negative impact.
Did you witness him having problems with his sleep?
Absolutely.
Explain to us what you witnessed.
He snored very loudly. I could hear him through his bedroom door. If he ever fell asleep on the couch or in the living room, TV room, I could hear him snoring extremely loud. We joked about it, laughed about it, but it really wasn't funny because there were times that he would stop, literally, in my opinion, he would stop breathing.
Why do you say in your opinion?
Well, I'm not a doctor, but he literally, I couldn't hear him breathing anymore. So I would put my hand over his mouth or his nose to see if there was any breath. Also just watching his chest, whether it was going up or down. But I was very concerned about that.
Did you ever talk to did you go to the visits with Dr. Howard?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever talk to Dr. Howard about, look, kid doesn't breathe for some period of time during sleep?
Yes, I did.
What did he tell you?
Well, he said he definitely had sleep apnea and that was not a good thing. And that the inflamed and infected tonsils and adenoids were directly affecting that.
Was Trinidad sick when he returned to school at Fair State in the fall of 2022?
I'm sorry?
Was Trinidad sick when he returned to Fair State in the fall of 2020?
Yes, he was.
How do you know that?
Because I bought all kinds of medication for him. He and I are close, regular communication. If he ever wasn't feeling well, called me. I ordered medications from over-the-counter medications from Big Rapids Walmart or Myers and had them delivered or told him go through Walgreens. This is what you're going to get. We need to stay on top of this. You cannot miss school.
Okay. You were 1 hour away from him, right?
Yes.
Would you check with him frequently during the week?
Absolutely.
How many times a week? In the fall of 2022?
Yeah, well, let's say how many times a day.
Okay.
Probably is more accurate.
What
Quite often.
What was your concern? I mean, other than the fact that your son was telling you he felt bad, what was your concern? Why were you so vigilant in checking?
Because I didn't want him to miss any school. I needed him to be healthy. I needed him to be in better shape so he wouldn't jeopardize the scholarship from Ferris and that he would be able to maybe play one day.
What was your understanding of his status on the football team during the fall of 2022?
That he was medically rich.
And how did you find that out?
Well, first Trinidad told me.
Okay.
And that's what we all knew for that whole entire year. I did have a conversation this past fall with Coach Anise specifically when we were, in communication with Ferris about this whole thing. And Coach Anise reiterated to me that it was considered a medical redshirt, and he made mention of, wishing they had actually filed the paperwork on that it was a medical redshirt. He reinforced.
So it's your understanding that Fair State declared him a medical redshirt in 2022, but did not file any paperwork.
Correct.
Now, what do you understand is the reason for it not filing the paperwork?
I understand because they made the assumption that he was remaining at Ferris and that they didn't foresee this, that he would be transferring to an SEC or D1 or any other school. So they saw no reason to actually file it, is what I was told.
From your understanding, if Trinidad was still at Fair State right now, would he be able to play in the fall of 2026?
He would.
Why is that?
D1 rules are different than D2, and he hasn't exhausted what that entails for D2 qualification.
Do you remember when Trinidad came for the first time to visit Ole Miss?
I do.
Okay, when was that, roughly?
That was April of last year.
Okay. Were you with it?
I was.
Did you meet with any of the personnel at Ole Miss football?
Yes.
Did you meet with a person who was at that time the general manager of football named Billy Glasscock?
Yes, I did.
What did Mr. Glasscock tell you and Trinidad about how many more years he would have left to play after transfer?
Then he would have 2 more years to play football.
And is that because in 2022 he was a medical redshirt?
Correct.
I think even newspapers, before he actually transferred to Ole Miss, published that he had 2 years left to play. Are you aware of that?
I am.
And Trinidad, after the 2024 season, gave an interview to like a Fair State journalist or somebody connected with the athletic department.
Yes.
Have you watched his interview?
I have.
In that interview, how many more years does Trinidad say he's got left to play before he even arrived at Ole Miss?
2 years.
Let's talk about a surgery that he had in December 2024. Did you stay with him pretty consistently during his recovery from the surgery?
Yes, I don't want to embarrass him, but I actually slept in the same family room that he was recovering in, just because of what was happening during his recovery.
Did he complain during his recovery about
Oh,
bad?
absolutely. Yeah. Yes, he did. Yes.
What did he say?
That he was he thought he was dying for one, but he was in extreme pain. And it was honestly the most pain I've ever seen him in. And he's had injuries, kids do. And it really it reinforced what Dr. Howard had originally said, how painful this type of surgery is for adults. Didn't really believe it at first, but then I witnessed it with my own child, and it was bad.
Had you encouraged him to have the surgery at that point in time?
Well,
I'm just curious.
I wanted him to feel better,
Yeah.
but I didn't want it to interrupt school. And I know we talked about that earlier, but I know him and I knew it was going to interrupt school. So initially, I knew eventually he should have it. So to answer your question, yes, eventually.
To your knowledge, was there something about the timing of that surgery? And by that I mean, was there something that Trinidad was trying to achieve before he had that surgery?
I'm sorry, what the question?
Yeah. Trinidad didn't play football in 2021, right?
Correct.
He didn't play a single snap of football in a game in 2022, correct? He played a little bit in 2023, correct? All right. And in 2024, he becomes the starting quarterback at Fair State and has a really good year.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not your family was putting off that surgery until he could achieve something meaningful on the football field?
Yes.
After he recovered from the acute pain of the tonsillectomy procedure in 2024, did you notice some changes in Trinidad?
Extreme changes. He could breathe. He wasn't snoring anymore. He was getting a good night of sleep. His school was going great. Not that it was going poorly before, but just that wasn't a concern at all. No, he just had all this energy. He's a totally different athlete.
Sorry, I messed up. Hold on. I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back. Trying to get things solved here. Hold on. There we go. We're back on. Sorry, folks. I'm working through some stuff.
It's been your practice to meet with Trinidad on the sideline before he starts the game.
Yes, sir.
That's some good words of wisdom for him and somebody else.
Yes, the Lord Jesus Christ. Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Call Mr. Trinidad Chambliss, huh?
John, it's 12 o'clock. You don't want to start, my plan would be if you take Trinidad, taking on the break. Break for lunch before cross, unless we move pretty fast. You all have preference how we go from here. We try to break for lunch now.
My preference would be right now because I probably could be more efficient if I take a look at my notes and limit it to, new information and not things that a couple witnesses have repeated.
I certainly will, during that time, will be reviewing all the pleadings and evidence and everything that's been presented to start ready to hopefully make decisions.
We don't have the preference, but since Mr. Liston said he'll be more efficient, we kind of want to do that.
I did not guarantee it.
I understand you. Doug, if you need more efficiency, like go ahead and break.
Yes, sir.
I said he's very well. Well, I tell you what, we're gonna take a break for lunch. How long? There's not many places to eat around this place. So I'd say be back at 1:30.
Yes.
1:15. What do y'all think? An hour 15, hour 30.
You're muted, Benjamin.
I'm working on it. I'm like the person that keeps coughing in the courtroom.
Yeah, someone get Dr. Dye or
we need to get Dr. Any Dye. Like there's
Dr.
a lot of
Howard.
Sorry for my absence for a minute there. Like I told you at the top of the hour, dude, it's my wife Emily's birthday. Everybody say happy birthday, Emily. And yes, she's short. She's 5 foot even and no taller than that. But you just watched. We've been going for 3 hours now. Happy birthday, Emily. I ran her some lunch over there in New Albany.
Did you couldn't get her El Jefe though, huh?
No, man. I'm saying, like, I wish I was over there at El Jefe right now. No, I don't.
Hey, what do we think? I don't have my watch on me, but how much do we think in this hour and a half that the judge has given them that El Jefe's business is going to just skyrocket, like their bottom line today?
I would hope a lot, because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm glad that Brad's our man on the street. We're going to get back to him here in just a second there at the courthouse in Pittsboro. Also about to bring back in. This is Talk of Champions. I'm Ben Garrett. He's Sudu Upadhya, senior legal correspondent John Cox, who's been so great, and we're happy to have him here. But like I'm thankful that I get to be here and hang out with you, and also run lunch to my wife for her birthday and see her and give her some surprise cheesecake, and that's not a euphemism. And then to be able
is Emily a cheesecake kind of person too? Because that's my favorite dessert, man.
It's the best I had. So
let's go.
It's the best I had.
Oh wait, no way. That's the best you had.
That's the best I could come up with for her in short.
I love it. I think it was incredible.
But I do wish that, like, the one thing I'm missing out on is not necessarily the court theatrics, even though we've learned a lot. I really wanted to eat at El Jefe. I really did. I really did.
Can we get Brad to send us a picture of him at El Jefe?
Yeah, that's what I need. I need something like that. John, you unmute yourself. You unmute yourself over there.
I just unmuted him, I think.
Did you? Well, I tried. It wouldn't let me. I think there he goes. Hey, John, how are you?
Muy bien.
How did Mama Chambliss do?
I mean, she did like I thought she would do. I mean, she's a mom, and she did a good job. She explained kind of the same thing we've heard about Trinidad's injury or his medical condition during that time. And I thought, I mean, I didn't expect her to say anything different. I mean, she did exactly what you would think a mother would do, testifying for her child. And I mean, they have a close relationship, so that was going to be an easy, testimony, easy for her. I thought it was interesting that, and probably wise, honestly, that the NCAA did not cross-examine her very hard, or if any, really.
Why?
Who wants to go beat up on Mama Chambliss?
I was going to say, for an organization that is already viewed as pretty heartless.
I mean, seriously, yeah. I mean, you're already viewed as the evil empire. You've got to be able to say, we're not being jerks. We're just following our own rules. You get up and take on Mama Chambliss, you're a jerk. And at that point, because you can't win there, because she's not a doctor. You're not going to challenge her on that. You're going to say that, oh, you're lying, ma'am, that your son was not, you weren't buying Claritin. I mean, that's just a dumb question. You're arguing to argue, and you're just putting on, you're just kind of pushing it along. He was wise. I mean, I thought, now look, they still have to get by some stuff. I mean, as far as Ole Miss does, no doubt.
What specifically to you is sticking out?
I mean, they're still going to have to show. Ferris State did not give him he was not medically redshirted. I mean, he wasn't. He should have been. But their paperwork does not show, it's not the SEC. They don't have these things where we get these bogus injury reports, or things like that. But I mean, it didn't list him on the PUP list like they would in the NFL, physically unable to play. He was just on the depth chart as like a 15 quarterback that year, or 14 quarterback. So they're going to Ole Miss is going to have to somehow show that he was unable to play and should have gotten a medical red shirt.
And that hadn't been satisfied through what they've done so far.
I mean, they've shown that, and you see Judge Whitwell kind of, nodding and going through it. But the NCAA is going to stand up and just argue, we have rules for a reason. And they did not. Ferris State, this case was lost by Ferris State. I hate it for you, Trinidad, but you did not get a medical red shirt. That's what they're going to argue at the end of the day. But
yeah, that was interesting because she said that, Trinidad said that, that this was a thing, like they discussed, but they themselves did not file it. My confusion there is I know there's been rules brought up in D2 and D1. Was that just not a thing in D2 where you just didn't have to file it and you would still get to somehow declare that later? Like, do you know what the difference there would be between the two levels?
I don't. I mean, honestly, I know that, you've seen in other cases in just football or sports history in the NCAA, people have come back and gotten a medical red shirt, But honestly speaking, in 2022, did Ferris State really believe Trinidad Chambliss was going to go one day play quarterback at the Division I level and be a Heisman Trophy contender? No. They thought he was going to end his career as I don't even know what their mascot is.
I don't either. Like I feel like I should know that.
Are they the Bulldogs? Ferris State? I think it's the Bulldogs.
Sure.
And he was going to end his career there, and he was going to be Trinidad, the pharmaceutical rep, or something like that, or who knows? I mean, in 2022, they didn't know he was their fifth team quarterback, is what they say. So they weren't probably crossing their T's and dotting their I's, no doubt. Now that said, let me say this. I firmly believe if in 2024 they won it, 2023 with him as their quarterback, or 24 is their quarterback. This would have been 25. If he'd have stayed and won it again, I bet they would have applied for a medical red shirt and said, hey, we want him to play at Ferris State another year. Now that's speculation on my part, but the medical records seem to be the medical records. I thought, but I was going back to Mama Chambliss. I hate calling her that, but that's. I thought it was interesting that Judge Whitwell asked her about the prayer, which is very heartfelt. I'm not saying, and look, he may rule against it. And look, this is me just giving dime store analysis, which is for what it's worth. Shows he's an Ole Miss fan. I mean, I hate to put it that way. He notices that, or he's a football fan. And he may use that as I regret it and wish you well in the NFL, but there is no doubt that he noticed. I mean, he brought it to their attention, which if I were sitting in the NCAA's chair, all of the stuff I would be thinking, and that's another reason, by the way, you don't beat up Mama Chambliss. But I'm thinking to myself, all right, I'm in Pittsboro, Mississippi. I've got Ben, come back. Happy birthday to your wife, Ben.
There she is. That's my honey up there.
There she is.
Okay.
Solidarity with short people. I'm 5'5". I'm with
It's just the absurdity of this. Is just so
Yeah.
Brad Logan's waiting to talk out of the courtroom.
I was going to ask you about that, John. I was going to ask you if that was a significant thing because I noticed that too. I'm like, all he asked her about was like, hey, I know you talked to him before games.
I thought that was
what is
very,
that about? Knowing what it's about.
Interesting because to me, again, if they can get past that first hurdle, I say we go downhill fast when we get into the irreparable harm, the best interest, public good, and all of that. If they can get by, because I mean that shows I'm not saying he's an Ole Miss fan. I'm not saying he's not, but it shows. I mean, I'm in Pittsboro. I've got a guy with an Ole Miss degree sitting up there who lives in Oxford, or did. I think he lives in Ashland or somewhere now. He may live still in Oxford, but regardless, and I'm not impugning Judge Whitwell's character and credibility when I say this, but I'm speaking if I am Holland and Knight law firm, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, he seems to know a lot about Trinidad Chambliss, and seems to really know about their pre-game prayer in the end zone or wherever she's sitting, and he just that would bother me at lunch right now. I would be like, man, we better be really good with this argument because we're not America's favorite team in there right now.
Well, thank you, John. Take a break. Takes you a lunch break, okay? Thank you for coming in. I don't know how much longer we go. Do we just go the whole the whole thing? How long are we going here? Like, how long
is Brad available?
Yeah, Brad's right here. Here we go. There's Brad Logan. Hey, Brad.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Hey, John, I'm glad I've got you. All right. So what were your thoughts? Number one, I thought Tyler Askew did a really good job cross-examining for Dye. I'm not saying he won, but I thought it was a pretty good job when he crossed for Dye. I thought he struggled a lot with Joe Judge. I think Joe Judge today was phenomenal. I think, in fact, I think all Ole Miss fans need to go back and watch the clinic that Joe Judge put on today from the stand. He was fantastic. What are your thoughts on how well he performed today?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's easier to cross-examine Dr. Dye, though. I mean, you're dealing with numbers. I mean, or not numbers. You're dealing with medical records, and so you're going in there, Brad, and you're saying, he could have played. When you agree this. I mean, you're hitting him with numbers. Joe Judge, you're hitting him on, well, I mean, you can't guarantee he's going to win a Heisman Trophy. Well, hell, I can't guarantee I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning. I mean, so, that's tough. Joe Judge did great. I thought Dr. Dye did pretty well, actually. I think, but I do agree. I thought his cross-examination was good, or the cross-examination was good, but I thought the direct was pretty good. I mean, Dr. Dye's pretty adamant that Trinidad could not have played football that year.
And the one thing, too, John, is I thought it was a little disingenuous when Tyler Askew, the attorney for the NCAA, kind of went all in with Dr. Dye. I mean, you're talking about a board-certified, one of the best olarologist, if I got that right, in the state and in the South. And I thought it was a little disingenuous going a little hard on him. Otherwise, I thought he did a really good job. I think it was really big the way that Joe Judge kind of, did what he did. William Liston kind of chased a rabbit there for a little bit, but the judge kind of reeled him back in. John, what were your thoughts on Tyler Askew not asking Trinidad Chambliss' mom any questions at all?
I was just talking to Sudu and Ben about that. Yeah, you don't beat up Mama. What do you have to do?
Yeah.
Why would you beat up Mama Chambliss? I mean, they already don't like you there in Pittsboro. There's not, what are 3 people? There's 4 of people in that courtroom who are rooting for the NCAA. So, what do you have to gain? You can't hit her on facts. I mean, in other words, you can't get up and just call her a liar. And so that's the best thing you can do is hope that she gets off that witness stand as soon as possible. My question, I guess, Brad, who did the NCAA swear in? Did they swear in witnesses?
I didn't see them swearing any witnesses, John. The only witnesses we have seen, I didn't know Trinidad was going to be a witness. But okay. So I know we know Trinidad, Cheryl Chambliss, obviously Joe Judge, and then Dr. Dye. I did not see the NCAA swearing any witnesses. Okay. We've seen a couple of objections. One of those was sustained. One was overruled. So we haven't seen a ton of objection. It's been a pretty easy-going, injunction hearing so far. The only thing we saw is that Tyler Askew came out pretty hot in the beginning, kind of cooled down. And I thought, like I said, I agree with you. I thought Dr. Dye did a really good job, basically saying, number one, I'm the doctor, and not saying that Tyler Askew is not the doctor, but there was a couple of letters that were brought before Dr. Dye, and he was like, look, I'm a physician here. I'm not, insert football coach / NCAA when a season begins and it ends. I thought he did a really good job. But Joe Judge, I don't know what type of preparation that Joe Judge did, John, but I felt like he was more prepared than anybody I've seen in any of these particular type of NCAA hearings. He was really good. He was very direct. He was demonstrative, and I felt like he handled himself incredibly well in the witness stand.
Yeah, I mean, you have Joe Judge there for one reason. That's talk ball, and he can do that really probably all day in his sleep. And so, he was able to do that, very effective. The reason why I asked you about the testimony or the people, the witnesses on that, is because it might be important to note as we get into it, if the NCAA is not producing a doctor, and I'm not saying they had to because they didn't, but if they're not going to produce a doctor, which I don't think is going to be the case, they're not. The only medical records that we're going to be dealing with are the ones from Ferris State.
Right.
That only person who's testifying about them, because the Ferris State doctor in there, the only person who's testifying about it is Ford Dye, which means, and you heard Judge Whitwell ask that, have they given you any other medical records, to look at? Has the NCAA brought you anything, and he was like, no, sir. So if that's the case, I mean, and the NCAA doesn't have anyone else. I mean, after Trinidad testifies, they're just going to argue. They're going to argue that he should, basically their rules say he doesn't get another year, and that's it. They wouldn't win at trial, and you can't substitute the court for the NCAA, and then we're back into where we were from the beginning. I just thought that was very interesting. They don't have any other, and I don't know if they should have brought any witnesses, but I mean, there they go. They're going to go argue in Pittsboro on what's in the best interest of that.
Joe, I had a lot of comments in regards to the physician that was named, and forgive me, I've got it written down. Y'all may know off your head. I don't have it with me. The physician that the notes they kept going back towards, and you have finally Dr. Dye said, look, people take notes differently. We're assuming so much, and that's one of the things I love that Joe Judge said about assumptions, and we're making so many brash assumptions, and I love the comment that Joe Judge said is, I could get struck by lightning. There's not a cloud in the sky as I look here in beautiful Pittsboro, and I could get struck by lightning in this building here, but that's probably not going to happen. I mean, nothing's a guarantee, and I thought that pretty much just shut everything down by that point. But yeah, by not having the physician that keep talking about the NCAA, of course they don't have subpoena power, so we know that, but not having them does not help their case at all.
Yeah, I mean, again, they didn't have to have him there. I bring that up to say the only person talking is going to be a medical doctor who has said that he has reviewed the medical records submitted, the only medical records submitted, and Trinidad could, within a reasonable degree of medical probability, could not have played football that year. I mean, that's the only person in the room talking with an MD beside their name. I mean, the rest of it is, like you said, is conjecture and speculation. And again, the NCAA is going to fall on these are their rules. He's been denied. He didn't. They didn't try to get him a medical red shirt in 2022. Blah blah blah. All of that, and that's going to be very compelling. I'm not belittling the NCAA when I say that, but at the end of the day, Judge Whitwell sitting there going, "Well, hell, I just heard a guy who says he couldn't."
Well, that's where I'm coming from now, because a lot of the same questions in the chat. A lot of people getting in now. I mean, we're up over close to 25,000 people. I'll let both you, our legal expert, Mr. John Cox, and also Brad, who's there in Pittsboro, kind of give your take on it. Number one, do we expect a ruling today? John, I'll let you go first.
I was hoping you were going to let Brad go first. I said last week I thought that he would take it under advisement. It depends. If they get, I'll say this. I think, and I said this before we started, Ben. I think Judge Whitwell wants this to go somewhere quickly. Mm-hmm. If they finish with Trinidad, they start at 1:30. If they finish with Trinidad at 2:15, 2:30, and that's it. Other than they'll argue. Other than that. He may take it under advisement. We may have a ruling at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. I mean, this is not the first time Robert Whitwell has looked at these pleadings. I guarantee his clerk's been working.
So, Brad, do you think you're going to be in there in the courtroom? You get a vibe of something's
real
coming
quick,
today?
Ben, I can't hear your audio. So, John, can you translate what Ben's saying?
He said, when do you expect a ruling? Or do you expect a ruling today?
I personally don't, John, but I mean, I'm going to lean to you on this. I mean, you're much more familiar with Chancery Court than I am. A court of equity is what everybody has been talking about today. One thing I would like to point out is when Joe Judge was on the stand, and a lot of people were asking, or at least there was cross, there was direct, and it just kept coming back to performance. It kept coming back to ready for the season. And you talked about the quarterback and about how that's a position that needs to have a familiarity with his receivers, with his running backs. The point I'm trying to make is, are you ready to open the season? Do you have the quote-unquote performance? Are you ready? Have you put in the time to get ready for the season? I thought it was interesting, and that was one thing that William Liston really honed in on with Joe Judge, talking about being ready for a season. Secondly, you had Cross, and he kind of did with that, John. But what was fascinating to me is at the conclusion of Joe's testimony, Judge Whitwell asked him, so Coach, you're telling me that it's of utmost importance that a player have all the preparation needed to lead into a season. He doubled down on that, and that feels like that's going to be a huge component of his ruling.
Oh, yeah. I said that when we actually jumped out and took a break while you were being fascinated by the courtroom earlier. And, Brad, I mean, I reading between the lines, I think you're 100% right on that. I mean, yeah, the NCAA is going to have their argument about their administrative rules, but, it's different. The NCAA is, in essence, making the argument twofold. Number one, they didn't apply for medical red shirt. He was just on the roster. Therefore, he doesn't get a medical red shirt. The second one is, if you read these medical records, he was not incapacitated for the year. Well, oh gosh, he could have had the surgery and come back and, the season didn't start till August. He could have been ready to play. And unfortunately, he just wasn't good enough, for lack of a better way to put it. He was, a scout team quarterback. Well, it's different if John Cox had that surgery. I could be ready to go take advanced comp in Shakespeare by the middle of September, and it would be great, or political science class, wherever I was taking in college. But I wasn't playing quarterback. I didn't have to go throw to my professor. And so, or something. So that was pretty big that Judge Whitwell, who is a former quarterback, I might add, at Northwest Community College. So, he doubled down. That's a great way of putting it. And said, well, wait a second. He needed to be there, didn't he?
He did. And I'll tell you another fascinating thing for me is at the very end, when you talk about Cheryl Chambliss, she made a point to say, how did you know that Trinidad was going to be medically, cleared in 2020? There was a medical red shirt. He told me. And I thought William Liston did a great job of coming back by saying, but also, how did you know? And she essentially said the coach in Fair State told me that he was getting a medical red shirt in 2022. That was very, very telling for me, and I think that's going to go a long way with the judge as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we said earlier as well that Fair State had no idea Trinidad Chambliss was going to become a Division I Heisman Trophy possible candidate in 2022. They thought he would just, get through 22 and do what he did the rest of his career. And so now they probably didn't do the paperwork. Look, I'm not disparaging Fair State. It's a great program, great school. But they probably just didn't anticipate what we would be having this argument in 2026.
1:15 is when court will be back in session. Judge Whitwell adjourn for lunch, and that is when things will crank back up. Sudu, what did you take from today, and what have you? How do you think the Ole Miss's, defense has been, and what are your thoughts on how the Rebels' defenses look behind William Liston arguing on their behalf?
Well, a lot of my opinions have now been shaped by what John has said after discussing it with him, and I mean, he said it earlier. As of this is, I think, before Cheryl Chambliss went up there, Trinidad's mom, that it felt like it was in Ole Miss's favor. And I'll say this: the comment he made at the end with Miss Cheryl and asking her about the tradition she has of praying with her son before games in the end zone or wherever she's sitting. That, to me, like John said, I was very intrigued. I wanted to get his opinion on it, and he touched on it earlier, which is that was kind of telling on if you are the NCAA, you're going, oh, God, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable that the judge is, kind of having this, like, sharing this personal moment that has nothing to really to do with this case. So for that reason, I think it's in Ole Miss's favor. I've always thought it was going to be in Ole Miss's favor as well, just because of where the case is located, but also the case itself. Like, and you guys touched on it a little bit. It truthfully just kind of seems like this is on Ferris State at this point with the information we have, and especially with Trinidad's mom saying, well, he said that, and she confirmed it herself, right? That she spoke to somebody too at Ferris State saying that he was going to get this red shirt. But like we've said on the stream, seemed like they were just going to wait for him to get to that point and then file it and try to get him an extra year to stay in D2. But if the purpose is to make it fair for all these athletes and give them the opportunities, that's why the medical red shirt exists, is you didn't get to play, therefore we're gonna give you you shouldn't be punished for getting hurt. If that's really the objective, why does the procedure in how you do it even matter? And that's been my thing the entire time. Why does it matter who filed and when they filed if the entire issue is you just need to be able to prove that this kid couldn't play because he was physically incapable of playing? If you can prove that, why does it matter when Trinidad or when Ferris State filed it or any of that? That's not the purpose of the rule. The purpose of the rule is to not punish kids that are hurt. So for that reason, I always thought it would be in his side. And as of right now, after watching Trinidad's mom up there and the way the judge kind of reacted, I think it's in Ole Miss's favor.
Well, I want to chime in real quickly. We're going to keep rolling with the stream. Right now, my guy, Brad, is kind of choppy with the hotspot. I sent the Starlink with him, Sue. Like, he has no excuse. All right. But
call Elon, man. We got to get down to the bottom of this.
I want you to go. I know. Go across the street with the rest of the beat writers to El Jefe, get you some lunch, because we do have a request in the chat from Josh who says, can we at least get a good review of El Jefe? I know Michael Katz is eating it. Sam Hutchins, go get you some El Jefe and then come back and let's do it again at 1:15.
Brad, send us a picture of your meal too.
El Jefe right across the way.
All right. I want you going there. I need a review when you come back at 1:15. All right.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. John, you've been rolling with us for 3 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah. If you are up for it, the senior legal counsel for One Talk of Champions, sir, we're going to keep rolling. And at 1:15, come back in here. Let's hear Trinidad Chambliss.
I'll be here at 1:15 at some point this afternoon. I'm at to disappear and catch you guys at the end of it. We can talk from there. But and to answer the power of y'all's media, I will tell you, people have been blowing up my phone. I'm wearing a Swatch watch.
Amazing.
That's what everyone.
It's very nice. I was wondering.
Everyone is blowing up my phone, and my inbox is going, "What kind of watch are you wearing?"
So good. Now, we'll say it one more time for the people in the back.
Swatch, and if they want to send me free watches for all these people, I will swatch, as in the 80s. Swatch.
Okay. Well, it's slick. Go take that swatch. Go get you something good to eat. We'll see you soon.
See you
That's John Cox, Talking Champions, Ole Miss Spirit legal analyst.
You've given John more titles than the King of Westeros, man. I mean, you've
Festivus
got a
name.
different.
You know,
he's the chief legal counsel, analyst, correspondent.
Well, I want to reset it here because, man, again, we've been going for almost 4 hours. Got 25,000 eyeballs on this thing right here. We're getting some pretty regular questions because people are getting in a little bit late. Is the trial on recess? Yes, Miss Vicky, it is on recess. It's not over for today. The community notes one. They resume at 1:15. The judge has recessed until 1:15, so everybody can go get some lunch. That's why we told our guy Brad to go across the street to the only restaurant that we know of in Pittsboro, Mississippi.
The only one that truly matters. And shout out all local businesses in that town. But come on, it's the boss. That's literally the name. It's the boss.
When you name your place the boss, you get deference. Jay, what time is the court proceeding, buddy? We've been going since 8:45. 8:45, and you've heard from Ford died to start, and he went for about an hour. Then you heard from Joe Judge. Then you heard from Trinidad's mother, and you'll hear from Trinidad when they come back from lunch. After that, assuming that I didn't see any other sworn-in witnesses. Hey, now Amy says they have 3 restaurants.
3 restaurants. Shout out all 3 of them.
But only one of them is called the boss. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there are a lot of rockers out there, but only one rocker is the boss, Bruce Springsteen.
You damn right.
I'm just saying, you know. So for all of you in the chat, Thank you for joining us. This is Talk of Champions. I'm Ben Garrett. I write for a website called the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com. It's an affiliate of On3. If you go to that website today, omspirit.com, and sign up for $1 new members, you get it for $1 for the first 5 days. Give us a try. We're talking all about this all day. We're still here rolling around. Will the judge make a ruling today? We've answered that question a lot. Our senior legal correspondent, Mr. John Cox, seems to think there's a good chance of it. I would be surprised still. I think he's going to take some days to deliberate. But right now, from everything we've gathered from watching this thing and being tuned into this thing for almost 4 hours, is we think that Ole Miss is trending the way it needs to trend. I don't want to put any words in anybody's mouth here. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's going, if you're an Ole Miss fan, is it going how you want it to go, in your opinion?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. You the expert.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but yeah, absolutely. Like I just said, I think it felt like such a small moment, maybe for others. But when I saw when the judge made that final comment to Cheryl Chambliss, I went, oh, interesting. That wasn't I'm trying to gather information. That was I'm having this personal moment with you because he's probably also a man of faith, and wanted to discuss that. And to me, it was like interesting. Like John said, it shows you that he has some sort of, even if it's not fanhood for Ole Miss, he's aware of those college football games. And he's aware of what happens with Trinidad and his mom before games. Whether somebody told him or whether he saw it himself, that to me was interesting. Obviously, having that feels favorable. But also, I've maintained this entire time. I think the entire point of a medical red shirt is to not punish kids for getting hurt. It's to make sure they get ample opportunity to showcase whatever, or just have the college athletic experience, whatever it may be.
The bottom line for Trinidad Chambliss here, if you really want to strip it down, because really when people enter in this late, they just want to get hit with the bullet points. He hasn't played 4 full years of football.
Exactly.
He hasn't exhausted his 4 years of eligibility. In summer, and the NCAA are saying, well, Fair State screwed the pooch then with its records, and we're arguing semantically in court.
Well, yeah, exactly. But why does that matter? If the entire goal is to make sure these kids don't get punished, then why does it matter what fair? Like, this is such a simple thing to me. Fair State didn't seem to apply because Fair State probably assumed we'd keep Trinidad and then we'll just file it when he's done here.
Yeah.
That D2 D1, there's it doesn't equivalate.
Like 2 people in that office anyway.
That's what I'm saying. The resources aren't there. Like, it's just not as meticulous as an SEC program where you have an entire compliance office that's on top of this the entire time. And even then, mistakes are made, as we saw back in Ole Miss during the NCAA investigation all those years ago. Even at the big programs, mistakes are made in compliance. So I can't imagine what it's like down there. But this is like, we're trying to get a resolution for one thing, and the NCAA is saying, well, we can't give it to you because of this thing that's not really that pertinent, because the evidence is what matters. The fact, can they prove that Trinidad actually could not play college football because of his issues? And I think they have plenty of evidence, and I think we've seen that in this case. So I guess it just depends on how the judge rules, and if he feels like, well, Fair State should have filed it, boo-hoo, sorry. If he feels that way, sure. But if he thinks like, well, the point of this is to not punish the kid, and his side showed me that he was incapable of playing, so he should be allowed to play, I think we're more so leaning in that direction right now.
Ben grew up on 3-6 Mafia, yes sir, SOUTH in Parkway, and now he's representing Free 6 Mafia.
Mafia.
I'm just saying. Thank y'all for joining us today, man. And for all of you that have tuned in, there's some 25. Now we're well over 25 now. We're pushing 26. It's 25,651 at last check. That's how many eyeballs we got here. You might be wondering what this QR code is. It's typically every single time we do a Talk of Champions, a code. If you scan it on your phone, just with your camera, and you click the link, typically it'll take you to the Ole Miss Spirit to sign up as a new member for just $1. You can still do that. But for the next 20 days, I am raising money for my local hometown's musical theater department that was hit particularly hard by Winter Storm Fern, just like Oxford was. New Albany got hit hard. They got set back. And really, it was an idea spurred from what y'all did for me in Phoenix. And some of y'all have already seen this, but for those that have not, I'm going to play it again just to kind of show you what I'm talking about, who we're going to be raising money for, who we are raising money for when you scan that QR code. Also, allow my guy Sudu to go get him a pee break if he needs one.
Albany community is a lot like Oxford. When disaster strikes, like it did during Winter Storm Fern, New Albany responds. Local churches fed first responders. Neighbors helped neighbors. And as soon as the ice allowed, people poured out of their homes to begin cleaning up what the storm left behind. Inside New Albany High School, two familiar faces were doing what they've been doing for a decade. When Philip and Mary Beth Nanny weren't helping with storm cleanup, they were spending hours inside the school, often with little or no power, building sets and sewing costumes. Because in many ways, Philip and Mary Beth Nanny are the New Albany High School musical theater department.
We're knocking on doors, begging for help because we know what this ice storm has done to our community. We're very grateful for what we've received, but we want to be able to continue the caliber of productions that we put on, and that takes financial backing. You see it when one of your students who is a soccer player ends up in New York City at the National Jimmy Awards representing this region, not just this state, but this region. Those are the moments we're creating and cultivating for kids. That's something that's very difficult for a rural Mississippi high school to do when you're competing against private academies that have budgets I could not ever dream of competing with. We win with what we have because our children have heart.
For more than a decade now, and following in the footsteps of their parents, the program Under the Nannies has been nationally recognized and award-winning. But almost all of the heavy lifting happens through two people. They fundraise, they design sets, they handle sound and blocking, they build, they sew, they organize, and after the storm, they were set back. They need help.
The real reason it happens this way is because this is the way it's always been done. It's just understanding the limitations that we have, but also respecting the limitations that we have, and that's really what makes it great, is when you realize what we are able to pull off with limited resources that we have. It really makes it a lot sweeter. Every dime, every dollar, every $100 goes an extremely long way. We're blessed to be supported by our district, but we are self-supported as well. We have to raise the funds to put on the show. If it costs $30,000 to put on the show, then it's on our backs to make sure that we raise 31. Every dollar, every dime, every cent matters.
Now, this is where you might be wondering, Ben, what does this have to do with Ole Miss sports? Nothing really at all. But contrary to what some opposing fan bases might think in YouTube comments, my Twitter mentions, I had no plans to go to Phoenix for the Fiesta Bowl. But Ole Miss Spirit subscribers, the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, and Fit of On 3, you Talk of Champions listeners, where is it? Y'all had other ideas. One Spirit subscriber took a screenshot of my Venmo and posted it on the message board. That post sparked an organic fundraising effort that ended up getting me to Phoenix. And it reminded me of how special this community is, the Ole Miss Spirit, Talk of Champions, and it planted a seed. God has blessed me over and over again the last few years in ways I don't deserve. And there's a particular verse I've been sitting with. Commit your works to the Lord, and he will establish your plans. I believe Phoenix happened for a reason, and some real good is supposed to come of it.
The ice storm did set us back. It put us out of school for a whole week and a half, but the community really rallied. Mary Beth and Flip offered to come to our houses with like four-wheelers. We're getting back on track, and we're not going to let it stop us.
Our shows in general are very special because you can tell we're a family. You can tell that everybody's working together as a team. You can tell it's very family oriented. So it's got a special nature about it anyways. But this show in particular is just such an incredible story because you get to see so many aspects of it. You get a traditional musical theater style with the dance and with the songs, but you also get to see this grief at this family who has lost everything but has also gained everything, but it's not what they really wanted to gain. It's a really, really beautiful thing.
For the next 20 days, the QR code on your screen goes to my personal Venmo at Spirit Ben. Every dollar goes directly to the New Albany High School Musical Theater Department's production of Tuck Everlasting. I've already donated the first $200. Tuck Everlasting is a family-friendly musical based on the beloved novel about a young girl named Winnie Foster who discovers a mysterious family that has unlocked the secret to eternal life. Set in the late 1800s, the story explores what it truly means to live and why mortality gives life its meaning through themes of love, choice, responsibility, and the beauty of growing up. The New Albany High School production brings that timeless story to the stage with a large student cast, live singing and dancing, and an ambitious set that reflects the show's magical and emotional scope. But they need your help. They need Talk of Champions. These are purely charitable donations, and you can write them off for tax purposes. The goal is simple. The Talk of Champions community is here to help a small program with a big heart keep doing big things. Y'all already did it for me.
Shoot, I mean, I know it's the off season for Ole Miss sports, so I mean, if Pete Golding or somebody wanted to come out, come on, I mean, it's really going to be a spectacular musical.
We just want everybody to come support us, come see us. We just want to show the world who we are, even if you're Ole Miss, Hail State.
This is the first of what I hope becomes several local fundraising efforts each year in New Albany, Oxford, Pontotoc, Corinth, and beyond. May God continue to establish our plans here at Talk of Champions. Scan the QR code. Give what you can. No amount is too small. Well, thanks for indulging me with that. And if you are willing to give, if you got something to give, this is the QR code right here, man. Just scan it. $1, $5, $10. You want to go crazy with it, I ain't going to stop you. Just felt convicted, man, because I'm not a handy dude, so you know this. I'm not handy. Bro, it's my curse. You're muted. Yeah, you got to unmute yourself. I'm not handy, but what I can do is I can tell the people.
What does that mean you're not handy?
Bro, I can't fix nothing.
Oh, you mean like a handy, like literally?
Yeah, man. So like when the ice storm happened.
I was about to say, did you see the video? By the way, when you pitched this idea to me the other night, I had no idea what you were asking or what you were explaining to me. You were like, this you kept saying a bunch of clips. I was like, what do you mean? Now I get it. You did a phenomenal job on it.
Oh, well, that's just sweet. I'm not gonna, that was,
it was awesome. It's awesome. But I just could, you just did a terrible job of explaining it to me, but I see you had the vision the whole time.
Shocker.
You just didn't know how to articulate it.
Well, also, isn't that how our process is, bro? Like, I mean, for as long as we've known each other, isn't that our creative process?
This is true.
Like we talk in a code, it's like, but if you did the thing with the, we don't make no sense.
Right.
But if you feel compelled,
right.
Thank you to those that have already donated. I think we got like a couple $100, $400 something so far. Man, I'd love to be able to give them. Yeah, I'd love to be able to give them whatever I can give them. I mean, like I said, I gave 200 of it. I'll match. Heck, if y'all go crazy with, I'll try to match whatever. I ain't got the money to match it, but dang it, I can try. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can try. Lars Corville wants to know, is Sudu an acronym?
It is an acronym. It's
for what?
Serenity under.
Stop laughing. You have a beautiful name. Just say your name. It's for a reason. They're proud of you. I am too.
I'm trying to do the thing that do you remember when Young Thug went to trial? They were like, what does YSL stand for? And they were just like coming up with all these like biblical like meanings. Like, no, it's just Sudu. There's no it's not an acronym. It's not an acronym.
It's just Sudu.
I just couldn't.
I really wanted you to get through it. I really wanted you to try to make something. I wanted to see where you're going to take the bit. And to be honest with you,
I got stuck on D. I got the SU Serenity under.
That's what she said.
Yeah, damn.
It was there.
Pause.
It was all right, we're going to take a break. We're going to throw up the "We'll be right back" banner. I'll play some music or something. Here's where it's at. We're 4 hours into this thing. Court is in recess for lunch. Everybody's eating at El Jefe. At 1:15, they're supposed to come back, and we're supposed to hear from one Trinidad Chambliss. All right. So I'm going to first play the basketball report from me and Brad last night after Ole Miss basketball lost for the 6th straight time, so y'all can get a rundown if you missed it. And then you'll see a "We'll be right back" banner. But this QR code right here is going to stay, best I can tell. And if you feel compelled, like I just showed you, we are raising money, or I'm trying to raise some money for my local New Albany High School Musical Theater department. They've been hit hard by Winter Storm Fern. $1, $5, $10, don't matter. For the next 20 days, we're going to be giving it. You can check it out on YouTube too, and at the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com, and affiliate of On 3. We'll be right back. But for those that didn't get to catch the basketball game last night, well, number one, you didn't miss much. Ole Miss was only down 2 at halftime. It looked like that they were finally figuring something out. And then 61 second half points later, they lost pretty easily to Alabama. And here's the report Brad and I had from after that game. We'll be right back.
One Brad Logan along with Ben Garrett here for the Talk of Champions post-game. The Rebels fall tonight 93-74 to Alabama. We just left Coach Chris Beard's press conference, Ben, and he basically says kind of a tale of two halves. It was a situation where Malik Dia had 2 points. It was a situation to where Ole Miss was led by A.J. Storr off the bench for 27. After that, not a lot of offensive production.
Not at all. And the fact that Malik Dia only had 2 points, and Chris mentioned after the game, it had to do with the coach's decision. I think it's 9 points over his last 3 games, which was aptly pointed out by
He talks about Alabama, the way they, play offensive defensively, but it was almost like,
Yeah, it was an indictment on Malik Dia, who, in my opinion, is a perfect embodiment of why this team is so bad, why this team has lost 6 games in a row. Chris Beard had never lost 5 in a row. Now he's now he's never lost. Now he's lost 6 in a row before. You know what I mean? He keeps setting the wrong kind of records that he wasn't anticipating, and a lot of it has to do with it's the same struggles. It's lack of rebounding. I mean, Zach Day's getting 7 rebounds. Now, this is no disrespect to Zach Day.
Yeah.
But Zach Day is a former walk-on that was put on scholarship, and man, he gives them effort. The fact that they're relying on him to get 7 rebounds is an indictment on guys like Malik Dia, and pick other guys. Like, I think AJ Store's giving them what he can, but like, man, you could pick a number of guys, but for me, it starts with Malik Dia, because last year, what did they do? They went to the Sweet 16, matching the single greatest accomplishment in program history, and Malik Dia was the key piece to bring back to kind of build it around, and they're bad. They're really bad, and Malik D is rotting at the end of the bench because of a coach's decision. I think that's the biggest tell there is.
Eduardo Klafke, the only other player in double digits. Klafke had a good game today. I mean, he played hard. Chris talked about how hard he played. I think he finished with 12 points, and nobody else in double figures, Ben. That's bad. And there was many times you see Chris would insert 5 players, mass substitution, and I talked with one of the media guys up top, and I was like, this has been done a lot, and Ole Miss still hasn't gotten that 5 that Chris feels good about.
And at this point, it's getting about to the end of the line here, right? This needed to be a turning point for Ole Miss. There is no denying that their recent stretch was a gauntlet. It was tough. It was really, really tough. The first team in SEC history to start or play 7 of their first 10 games in the SEC on the road. Like, no one had done that before. But 0-6 is 0-6, and when you come home against an Alabama team that is good, but a lot of discussion has been about Charles Bediako and not about like the quality. Like, I don't look at this Alabama team the same way as I looked at Nate Oates' Elite 8 or Final 4 teams, right? This is a team that if you were going to turn around, if it was true that they were close and all of the historic nature of the schedule in this was the game to get it started the other way, and you lost by 20. Right. I mean, this is just nothing from this was encouraging. And I think that's why it was Chris Beard wore it all over his face in the post game. Because, like, it seemed like, dang, man, like, I can't figure this out. Because you're right. He can't.
Early on, Ole Miss led the game. And I think there was a couple points, separating the two at half. And Ole Miss cut it to 8 with about 6 minutes to go, I think. And it's a situation where Ole Miss couldn't close. I want to go back to one point before we move quickly to the news tomorrow. But you talked about Malik Dia and being such a huge component last year. What's happened? Is it the missing pieces from last year that are no longer here? What, in your opinion, is wrong with Malik Dia, and why is he not performing like we've seen him perform in the past?
I just think there's been no evolution to him. There's been no next step taken. So everyone's kind of just going through the motions with it. He's gotten. Look, they're all well compensated. This was a very expensive roster. I think $13 million is what this roster costs. Now the concern is, are they just done? Are they just kind of like, what motivation do they have, right? And not being motivated, lack of motivation has been one of the things that has held Malik Dia back from being an NBA player already.
Yeah.
He should have been an NBA player 2 years ago, certainly last year, but because of his inconsistencies, including his lack of give a crap, which is now kind of bled into everything else, in my opinion. The man said, Chris Beard said it, I'm not making anything up. It was a coach's decision. It wasn't an injury. Keza Giffa suffered injury. He didn't play tonight because he had his best game last time out at Texas, the return for Chris Beard, and he got hurt, something in his leg. He's thinking he's not going to be back for...
He will not be ready for Mississippi State on Saturday.
Yeah, Valentine's Day.
He said he's week to week, hope to get him at some point
this season. Like, let's be honest here. This is looking lost. I hope they rally. Of course I hope they rally. I believe if any coach can get a team to rally, it would be Chris Beard. But this just feels like everyone's now counting down.
Yeah.
Checking off boxes, checking off dates. And that's unfortunate because I think they had the potential to be really good. I really did. And it's surprising to me, and I know it's certainly got to be surprising for Chris Beard.
I think he's probably the most surprised guy in the room that this roster hasn't come together. They'll try to break the losing streak on Saturday at Mississippi State right here in the Sandy John Black Pavilion. That'll happen at 5:30. And what a team to break a streak against, a Mississippi State team that's facing Tennessee tonight. They're having struggles of their own.
and you got your last win over them at their place.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, last time they won a game was in Starkville.
Was it then? I think so.
I don't remember. It all runs together. Real quick, we'll see all of you tomorrow morning in Pittsboro. Ben will be live in the studio. I will be on the road in Pittsboro. Sudu will be with us. Our chief legal correspondent, John Cox, will be there as well. He's adopted that, by the way.
Oh, that's great.
And so we will bring you all the coverage wall to wall, inside the courtroom, outside the courtroom. Tentatively starting at 9.
No, we're starting it right at 9. I can't do it with my bottle. 9.
We'll start at 9.
9
but
a.m.
We'll have wall-to-wall coverage for you pre and post game.
How long will it go?
I don't know.
We're not going to be broadcasting all day.
No, but we'll be broadcasting as long as the court's going on inside. We're bringing you all of that. If
The
you need
whole
to get,
time?
I mean, we're not talking about this injunction's going to last like 12 hours. It's just going to.
Okay.
It may last 15 minutes. It may last. I don't know. That's a legal question.
What's
but
like the longest you think it could last?
I wouldn't expect it to last much over an hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
I was thinking we're going to go for at least 3, but you're saying that's probably overshooting it.
Yeah, and then once it's over, we'll shoot. You guys will be talking, obviously, back in the studio.
Yes, and I made a video for my friends at New Albany High School Musical Theater.
Everybody needs to watch that. And also,
Raising money for them.
We'll bring you all of that tomorrow, and then there will probably not be a ruling, but in any event, you'll be able to hear kind of what's going on inside the studio, and, we'll bring it to you.
Charles Bediaco had his preliminary injunction hearing on a Friday, and then he didn't hear back till Tuesday.
Yep, that sounds about right. Judge Whitwell, and what I've been told is there'll probably be, he'll take it to advisement, everything that he hears from both sides, and then he will make a ruling. So everyone is hoping that ruling is positive for Ole Miss, and we'll learn soon enough, but it all begins tomorrow in Pittsboro, Mississippi.
Dun, dun, dun.
He's Ben Garrett. I'm Brad Logan. We'll bring you more as it comes tomorrow. And then, of course, the basketball team. Don't forget the women play here tomorrow night.
They're
coverage.
winning?
Yep, full coverage on the Ole Miss Spirit.
Coach Yo's doing it again?
Yep. They've got a tough stretch. They've got Arkansas tomorrow. They've closed with LSU, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Man.
Good stuff.
That's very difficult. Full coverage at the Ole Miss Spirit. But we
But
want to thank all
also
of
those
you.
teams got to play Coach Yo and Ole Miss women's basketball.
Yeah, that's true. Full coverage, of course, on the Talk of Champions. We appreciate all of you, all of our sponsors, everybody that makes what we do possible. For Ben, I'm Brad. We'll talk to you soon here on the Talk of Champions.
Man, he totally.
He doesn't see it lasting over an hour, Ben. I love how concerned you're. You're like, the whole time? Yes, the whole time. We're here the whole time.
And it turns out my reservations, my worries were well founded. You know what I mean?
You knew.
Yeah. All right. So those of you that are just tuning in before we take our break, all right, because in about 15 minutes, court is going to resume. But for right now, there is no court happening in Pittsboro. That 1 hour system. Oh, it's long gone. Dude, I barely remember this morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
We live today, baby, and we're raising money. That's what this QR code is. For my friends at New Albany High School, we're hanging out for possibly 7 hours, maybe longer. At this rate, I mean, John,
I do agree with
get something by 5.
Well, I was going to say I do agree with that. That I mean, after Trinidad, if what we think we know is true, that there's no other witnesses, then it should. You would think, I mean, it's court, so you can never say it should, but you would think that it would wrap up pretty quickly after Trinidad and then maybe have some closing arguments or whatever, but just from what I've seen. But, we shall see. We'll be here, though.
Yeah, we'll be here. We'll be here. We're going to be coming back. You're going to have the stream back up. You're going to hear from Trinidad Chambliss, hear more from senior legal correspondent John Cox, more from Brad Logan, who's live, our boots on the ground for Talk of Champions in the Ole Miss Spirit. Live, his boots on the ground.
It is 1:15, right? Not 1:30. I think there might be confusion.
Yeah, 1:15 is when they come back. But Trinidad, according to my guy Doug Nicholas here, I don't know Doug, but I say he's my guy because you're all my guy. Y'all family. I'm thankful to all y'all who've already given to this QR code by scanning and just giving like $5, $10, $20 to my friends here in New Albany. Man, they really could use it, and they're really thankful for everything y'all are doing for them. But yeah, you still family, Doug. And Doug says Trinidad takes the stand when it resumes at 1:30. So everybody's back at 1:15, resumes at 1:30. Is what Doug. And I'm not going to write Doug off because to be honest with you, he knows about as much as I do about it. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm like in an episode, like a never-ending episode of Law and Order. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you couldn't really hear the judge at the end. I mean, the audio kind of muffled out there. So I heard him say 1:15 or 1:30. What do y'all think? And then kind of lost the audio there. So
all right. So we're out. Like currently, we're in recess. Supposed to resume no later than 1:30. All right.
You're going to hear from John Cox, our legal correspondent. He's a lawyer in Cleveland. You're going to hear from Brad Logan, our boots on the ground in Pittsboro. We're talking all about it at the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com. Affiliate of 0-3. Sign up today as a new member for $1. Sudu and I are going to take a quick break. This QR code hopefully won't get covered up by the graphic, but it probably will. Either way,
it should not. Let's see. Yeah, it's still there.
Hey, good. So we'll be right back, and when we come back, we'll resume everything, pick back up with Trinidad Watch 2026. For the people just joining us, up over 27,000 now. We think that right now, if we're having to handicap this, which is really, we're just doing play-by-play of a court hearing. Let's be honest here. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So if we're doing play-by-play of a court hearing, I'd say right now, advantage Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think that'd be fair.
This is a great idea. Brandon Tyler says, play the Trinidad song while y'all are gone. Can you upload that into the media?
I'm sure you can. I don't happen to have it handy with me, unfortunately.
I don't either. Like, I'm using my one computer. I know how I could do it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hang tight. Wait, what is this Trinidad Chambliss song? What we call it?
I would just have a Trinidad song. Island Time. There you go.
All right, hold on. Bet I'm not gonna figure this out in real time. Here we go. All right, found it. So let's see.
You're just gonna pull it up, share your screen?
No. Just let your boy work. All right.
YouTube to MP3.
Shut up, dude. When you're not smoking pot, you're a friggin' narc.
Come on, man. What are we talking about here?
Oh, first of all, that's a good joke because
we're talking about a court hearing.
As I'm efforting here, Sudu. I told Sudu yesterday, and I told Brad we were going to start at 9. I got a call from Brad really early or late last night. I've been hearing from Brad a lot. And Brad was like, I think we should be going a little earlier. So I jumped in here at about 8:30 and the chat was already popping. All right.
Yeah.
But I was here and Brad was ready, but everyone was like, well, then where's Sudu? And of course the joke is he woke, he baked, and he wasn't ready. Everybody thinks he's like
I had somebody
ever,
I had somebody at me on Dixie Gigi on Twitter sent me the old graphic you guys had. I guess it was still on the YouTube before I was a part of this, and it says 8:30 a.m. So I had like, hey,
you do have proof. Like you have
this is the updated version with me included. They moved it 30 minutes back when I got added onto it for some reason,
right.
And so but it's all good. It's all love. I'm not offended. I love all y'all.
You shouldn't be. I think it's great. We have running bits now. We have 27,000 people watching. If the worst anybody says is you look like a pothead, you're doing pretty good for yourself.
Oh, listen, I have an entire friend group now that I mean, it's like their favorite joke,
Oh, that makes me so happy. What's the name of your friend group? Who can I shout out right now?
Well, so Jack, who is on here a little bit.
Jack.
Jack's a part of it, and I'm not just gonna give everyone's names out. I don't know how they would feel, but since Jack has been in the chat before, we've shouted him out. Jack brings it up every time I go to his house. He loves to bring that up. So the jokes from Talk of Champions and Game Runs Deep have now they've seeped into my personal life. So it's incredible.
We're gonna take a break. Court resumes. Trinidad Chambliss on the stand at 1:30. 2:20. It says 8:7 across all platforms. You dummy. Man, math is hard. Just because you're watching on your platform, I can show you the screenshot if you'd like. Here, I'll go ahead and show you the one I just did. Hold on one second.
27 592 9899.
I love trolls, man, because all you got to do is bring the receipts on them. They can't handle themselves. Like here just a minute ago, we've already sailed past this.
And we're at 27 600 now. We're dropping a little bit. A couple people left. All right, now
mainly because we put this idiot on the screen. But look here, what does that say up there? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, you can't really see the screen because it's blurred. But anyway, let me see if I can do it better. Let's do it like this. And then what if I did that? I still screwed it up. But anyway, 27-612 is what I see. Just because, all your students that don't ask stupid questions don't get stupid answers. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to be in this chat. You're the one that decided to. We're glad you're here. We'll be back at 1:30. Please, if you can, donate to this QR code. By scanning this QR code. It's my personal Venmo, but I'm giving all that money to Albany High School's musical theater department hit hard by the storm. I have efforted or succeeded in my efforting efforts. So we'll be right back. All right. Here's the be right back. Wait, I'm not even done. And then wait for it. Hey, Trinidad.
Trinidad, throw another dime. throws feel so divine, so divine. With Trinidad, we're living on island time. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ole Miss, we on island time. Ole Miss, we on island time. We're going to the playoffs, my brother. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Down in the Grove, the party is alive. Yeah, yeah. The Rebs are rolling the rhythm so fine. Irate time. Trinidad slinging, crowd feels the rhyme. Whoa, oh Miss brother, we on island time. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wave that red and blue, let the spirit shine. Shine on. Hotty toddy rising, sweet sunshine. Irate. Every pass he throws feels so divine. So divine. With Trinidad, we're living on island time. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ole Miss, we on island time. Ole Miss, we on island time. Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ole Miss, we on island time. Ole Miss, we on island time. Oxford on Island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on Island time.
And the respective attachments to those exhibits are sealed.
With those,
Yes, sir.
important and make law.
Yes, sir. Order McCall.
Those two exhibits will be sealed. You can mark this, it's sealed, it says it.
Yes, sir, and I can get an,
You got an envelope, so we can do it, God do it.
we can do it later.
We just did an envelope, put these in and see. All right. Any others, what about the other two affidavits?
They have already been filed in the court record. They were filed electronically on MEC, and they do not require seal.
I understand it, but they're not making exhibits in this testimony.
Okay.
You have copies of?
I don't.
Is it Higley and, somebody else?
Yes, I've got a list here, though.
What about those Denise and Ms. Higley and these other documents?
Yes, I can identify them, and they're on the MEC in this case. But I will give you a list of, there's document number 13, which is an affidavit of Dr. Anthony Howard. That includes Dr. Howard's letter of October 2025. There is document number 16, which is the affidavit of Taylor Hall. Document number 17, which is the affidavit of Austin Thomas. There's also document 5-2, the Brett Knight with a K letter. Document 5-3, the letter from Coach Tony Anise. Document 5-4, the letter by Sarah Higley. Document 5-5, which is an NCAA Division I directive. Document 5-6, which are medical records of Trinidad Chambliss. Document number 16, which is the NCAA rationale for denial, dated January 9, 2026. And there are some other documents I have with me, Your Honor, that have not been NBC filed, and I can offer them. No, sir. There are things of which we would ask the court to take judicial notice, like newspaper articles, excerpts from the NCAA Sports Medicine Handbook, an NCAA Sleep and Wellness flyer, and we're going to offer, when Trinidad testifies, a photograph.
No, Your Honor. And for purposes of the NCAA's documents, pursuant to our stipulation, the documents attached to our response, while not, they're not tied to any particular witness, but opposing counsel stipulated to the admissibility of those.
That's correct.
Well, they're in the pleadings, right? The testing, the pleadings.
Everything except the 5 last items I mentioned, which I have.
It is agreeable to the parties that documents that he just identified that have been filed in the NEC and are part of the record. They will be part of this record, part of this hearing. So this is some objection.
No objection.
And then the five documents you got now, I would, you could introduce those as collective exhibit. Let's mark them as a collective exhibit.
That's right.
Again, for those of you who are spectators, these are housekeeping matters that need to be done. The court is just trying to make sure that the record in this case is complete. And if there's some appeal of it, then the court will be looking at this with that copy of what's been entered in there.
It'll take longer to do it individually, is that? All right, we can do it collectively.
What's the next number?
Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3. Exhibit 3 will be a collection exhibit. Be identified later, I'll see. One of them is a picture. Now, you ready to see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let her mark that, I'm sorry. Yes, she has to tell me what she's doing.
Exhibit 3.
Now you may proceed.
Thank you. Call Trinidad Chambliss.
Trinidad, come around.
You may proceed.
You may proceed. You ready?
Sir.
All right.
Trinidad, how old are you?
23.
Where's your home?
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Are you enrolled in school?
Yes, sir.
Currently enrolled in school?
Yes, sir.
Where?
University of Mississippi, Ole Miss.
You gotta speak a little louder so I can hear you, okay? In the fall of 2025, did you compete in college athletics?
Yes, sir.
What team did you play for?
Ole Miss.
Did the team have a good year in 2025?
Yes, sir. We had a great year.
Okay, now, as a quarterback, what moments of last season stand out for you?
Just our regular season, having the best, regular season in Ole Miss history, and then having a great run in the college football playoffs. A lot of adversity we had throughout the season with our coaches. Proud of our guys, proud of our team. We had a great year.
Played in the Fiesta Bowl, right?
Yes, sir.
What do you think about the last four?
It's a heartbreaking topic for me. I feel like it was pass interference, but it's tough for a referee to call that.
In addition to a team journey, this past year has been quite a journey for you, right?
Yes, sir.
This time last year, in February 2025, could you even have fathomed everything that was going to happen to you over the course of the year?
No, sir. It's been a crazy ride, and I'm honestly grateful.
How many seasons do you believe you have left to play college football?
One more year.
When you came to Ole Miss, how many seasons did you believe you had to play?
2 years.
Why do you believe you had 2 years to play when you transferred to Ole Miss?
Because I was told by me by Ferris State, Coach Neese.
And what did the Ferris State coach tell you?
He told me that I had a medical redshirt in 2022, and that I had 2 more years to go to believe.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Ferris State submitted or filed any kind of paperwork with the NCAA regarding your medical redshirt in 22?
No, sir, I did not.
Did anyone ever tell you there was something you had to do personally in order to document that?
No, sir.
Did you assume and I guess trust that Fair State would do whatever it was supposed to do to get you declared a medical register in 2022?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about a long period of time. All right. So this period of time starts in 2020 with you getting mononucleosis, and it goes all the way through the end of 2024 when you had surgery to remove your tonsils and that. All right. In your words, as best you can, just describe what that health course and medical course is like.
Constantly being sick, having a roller coaster of being sick and then feeling better, constantly being, fatigued and tired throughout the day, not getting enough sleep.
Well, you said roller coaster. What do you mean?
There's times where I feel good, and then there's times where I feel really bad.
As far as the fatigue goes, even if you're in that time period, even if your throat felt a little bit better, was the fatigue still an issue?
Yes, sir.
When did the fatigue go away?
Until I got my tonsils removed.
Do you snore?
Not anymore.
How bad did you snore after your second bout of mononucleosis?
It's pretty bad. My family can attest to that. My friends can say that I was a pretty bad snorer.
And did you come to learn what condition you had that was causing you to snore and disturbing your sleep?
Yes, sir. It was sleep apnea.
And how did you learn that?
Dr. Howard had told me that.
Did the fatigue affect you in other ways? Like, for instance, nutritionally?
Yes, sir. I was very tired. I lost appetite, and that has to do with me having sore throat most of the time. So yeah, lost appetite and just lack of energy, to be honest.
Did that present any problems in your attempts to gain weight?
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
Okay. May I approach your own? I'm going to hand you the first page of Exhibit 3. Tell me who that young man is.
It's me.
Okay. When was that picture taken?
My second year at Fair State.
Okay. What did they take those pictures in the preseason before the fall game season starts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It says on there, I think, the letters RFR. What does that mean?
Redshirt freshman.
Okay, so that would mean it's your second year for Fair State.
Yes, sir.
How tall are you? That's shown on that exhibit.
It says I'm 6'1".
How much do you weigh is shown on that exhibit?
176 pounds.
Okay. Did you in fact weigh 176 pounds when you reported for football at Fair State in 2022?
Yes, sir.
For lack of a better word, were you skinny?
Yeah, I was very small. It's not in really good physical shape.
Okay. And why do you believe you weren't in good physical shape at the time that photograph was taken?
In the summer and preseason, before football season, it's my job to get into good shape, and I just wasn't able to do that based off my conditions.
What did you experience in the summer of 2022 when you would go try to work out and condition and build your endurance? I mean, what did you experience?
Shortness of breath, me not being able to finish workouts, just having a tough time, catching my breath and just pushing through workouts, to be honest.
Is that picture a fair and accurate depiction of you and how you looked when you reported to Fair State in 2022?
Yes, sir.
What do you think about how that kid in that picture looks?
He looks tiny.
Okay. All right. Did you give it your best effort over the summer of 2022 to train and condition and develop to where you would even be in football shape?
Yes, sir. I tried my best.
Would your mother try to encourage you?
She would.
In what ways?
Try to push through it.
Okay. And that's what you tried to do, right?
Yes, sir.
When did you start gaining weight?
2023.
And did that help you in shape, gaining the weight?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do to gain weight in 2023?
Drink more protein shakes, kind of change my diet, get more sleep if I could.
Were you doing anything to avoid crowds or places where it might be a lot of people who could be sick?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why were you doing that?
To prevent me from getting sick. I knew that once I do get sick, I'm put down for a couple of days, and it's not a good sight, to be honest, and I don't feel great.
Have you noticed that, have you had a cold since you had your tonsillectomy?
I have.
Okay, and compare a cold after your tonsillectomy to a cold before your tonsillectomy. How are they different?
Before I had my tonsillectomy, regular common cold, it would be 3-4 days before I would start feeling any better. Now, if I feel like I'm having a sore throat or like I'm getting under the weather, it's usually just a day, to be honest.
When you left the visit with Dr. Howard that happened on August 1, 2022, the moment you walked out of his door, okay, did you still have an infection?
Yes, sir.
How long did the infection continue?
I don't have the date, but it was a while. Lasted a while.
Were you back at school when you finally started feeling a little better?
Yes, sir.
What part of the school year? I mean, September, October, November, December? When would you put it? Best estimate.
So when I got back?
Yeah.
During the fall, September.
Okay. You had an appointment, I think, with Dr. Howard on a day in September of 2022, but you didn't make the appointment.
Yes.
Can you tell us why you didn't make that appointment?
As a student athlete, I have class, I have football obligations as well. And Big Rapids and Grand Rapids is an hour away. It takes a lot of my day to go down, go to the appointment, and then go back. So it's usually the whole day. So I couldn't afford to miss class or anything with football.
Okay. But you already knew, even in September of 22, what was going to be required to fix your problem.
Yes, sir. I did.
And what was that?
Surgery.
Now, you didn't have the surgery until December 30th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Why did you put it off that long?
Me as a competitor, the student athlete, I didn't have a role on the Fair State football team at that time. And at that time, in a younger age, me chasing my degree, I knew I had to stay on top of my classes. And I knew at that given point, it wasn't the right time in September of 2022 to do that. So ultimately, later in my college degree, I already had a great year of football. That was the right time to, get my tonsils removed.
Okay. Lack of better words, did you want to solidify your position on that team before you had surgery? It might take you out several weeks.
Yes, sir.
Let me talk to you about when you went back to Fair State in the preseason of 2022. All right? You had just seen Dr. Howard, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After about 2 weeks into the preseason, did your head coach, Tony Anise, meet?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Yes, he pulled me into his office and he let me know that he was going to medical redshirt me.
Did you discuss with him your medical illnesses at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he tell you whether or not you were going to get any playing time in 2022?
He said that I would not play.
You've heard some witnesses in here today, including Dr. Dye, testify about how painful the surgery is. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
very painful. It was like torture, to be honest. I felt helpless. I really couldn't do much. Even sleeping was, very brutal. I would wake up in the middle of the night just in pain. It was the worst sore throat I ever had.
Starting in the fall of 2022, after you saw Dr. Howard, did you take medicines on really almost a daily basis?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell us what medicines you were taking over that long period of time, up until you really had your surgery?
Yes, I had Flonase, and then Singular whenever I had it. I also took Claritin, and then Dayquil, NyQuil, and a bunch of cough drops.
You heard me ask your mother if she was a walk-in pharmacy. Did she serve that role for you?
Yes, sir, she did.
Did you get to play any football in 2023?
A little, yes.
And by that I mean against other teams.
Yes, sir.
Right. What were the circumstances in those games when you got a chance to play?
Ferris State is a pretty good Division II program. The time that I would get in would be garbage time, to be honest. Usually would be up a lot, and then they would put me in.
You went to see your ENT in November of 2024, 1 month before you had surgery.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell that ENT that you met with about any flare-ups of infections that you had over the year before you walked in to see him in November of 2024?
Yes, sir.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that I was constantly being sick, constantly tired. Fatigue was never went away. Yeah, I had constant flare-ups, constant sore throat. Felt crappy.
You were able to perform pretty well in 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even though you still had these conditions that were recurrent, right?
Yes, sir.
What do you attribute that to?
Me being able to perform?
Yeah, you can be able to perform pretty well in 24, even though you still have these chronic illnesses.
The medicines that I took, I was taking Flonase, Dayquil, NyQuil, and Claritin. Kind of helped me tolerate the symptoms that I had.
Did you feel like you were in better physical condition in 2024?
Yes, sir, definitely. I feel like I was definitely better physically conditioned to how I was feeling, yes.
Had you gained weight by 2024?
Yes, sir.
What do you weigh now?
200 pounds, 205.
What did you weigh? Well, we know what you weighed in 2022. We have a photograph of it. What do you think you weighed at Fair State in 2022?
Probably 195 to 200 pounds.
Odd question, but I need to ask it. Do you think your medical condition was better in 2024 than it was in 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. When do you think you were the sickest? That's what I'm asking. Were you the sicker in 2022, in the fall of 22, or were you sicker in 2024?
2022.
What's been your experience since your surgery with respect to the problems that you had? Your chronic tonsillitis, chronic adenoiditis, and the swelling, the adenotonsil or hypertrophy of your tonsil.
After the surgery?
Yeah.
Feel much better. I'm not getting sick as often as I did. The fatigue has gone away. I'm more active and I'm more aware, and I feel better. Just overall feel 100% healthy.
Have you felt 100% healthy since you recovered from your surgery?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel anywhere close to 100% healthy before you had your surgery?
No, sir.
How many actual football seasons have you competed in?
Only 3.
Okay. Let's count. Okay. 2023?
Yes, sir.
2024?
Yes, sir.
And then last season, the Ole Miss 2025?
Yes, sir.
We're here today because we're asking the court for something, right?
Yes, sir.
What are we asking the court for?
My 4th year of college football.
Do you think that's a fair request?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think it's fair?
Because I'm asking what the NCAA has in their rule book. All athletes get 4 years of eligibility.
At any time before you had your surgery in 2024, were the medical conditions you suffered from something that were in your control?
No, sir.
Now, what do you think the benefits will be to you if you're able to play football at Ole Miss in the fall of 2026 and undergo an additional year of development as a quarterback?
I feel like just having the experience as a college football athlete, my coaches, players, and the community of Oxford be amazing. I feel like we could accomplish a lot. I feel like the team this year will be better than it was last year. And
Do you think that additional year of development will bode well for your future once you voluntarily choose to go to the NFL?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in what way?
Just another year of experience. You know, my journey is a little different than others. I was at a Division II program, and then now I was at Ole Miss for 1 year, not even a full year. So I feel like another year, full experience and another year of development, talk with my coaches and players, will be good for me for the NFL.
Do you think that an additional year of development will make it more likely that you go higher in the NFL draft?
Yes, sir.
Are there any other benefits if you're not able to stay at Ole Miss next year? Are there any other benefits you'll lose or miss out on?
Yes, sir.
What are
NIL, rev share.
they? Okay. A rev share agreement was offered to you in December, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to sign that agreement?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you signed the rev share agreement?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I did not.
Don't you have to be eligible to get a rev share?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't able to sign because of all this, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about commercials, television commercials. I saw one with you in it. It was on behalf of AT&T. I think it was filmed at Ole Miss, right?
It was.
And it was broadcast nationwide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was that experience like?
It's amazing. You know, acting is a little bit harder than what people think it is. But it was really cool to experience that.
Do you believe that if you get this 4th season of competition, that your relationship with AT&T will continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe there'll be other brands that you'll end up working with?
Yes, sir.
Without naming the brands, are you in talks with other brands to advertise and market on their behalf?
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything further at this moment, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Art. Mr. Chambliss, thank you for being here. Congratulations on an outstanding career so far. Just want a couple of quick questions. Clarifying earlier, was it your testimony that you were more sick in 2024 or 2022?
2022.
Okay. So what was it that made you seek surgery in 2024?
Like I said before, I wanted to establish my role as a student at Fair State before I had the surgery. And in 2022, it just wasn't the right timing.
Have you had the opportunity to review your medical records?
A little bit, I would say. No.
Do you have any reason to think that anything that was written in those records is inaccurate or incorrect?
That's objective question, Your Honor. It's hopefully broad. The question, my objection is the question is overly broad because he's asking Trinidad about 90 pages of records that are not in front of him. He's trying to get him to vouch for everything in that record.
He's on cross-examination in Mississippi. You got a wide open room. He can ask you about what he wants to do. It's in reason, so I'll let him ask the question. If he doesn't understand it, he doesn't have to answer.
There's a medical record from December 21st, 2022, which I'll describe as kind of your postseason visit with Dr. Howard. Do you recall that visit?
Yes, sir.
As part of this medical record, it says that, and this is summarizing from Dr. Howard's perspective, what you told him. It says he has not had any significant tonsil infections since I last seen him and have not been bothering. Do you recall telling Dr. Howard that you had not had any tonsil infections during the 2022 season, that they had not been bothering you? I do not recall that. No. Do you have any reason to think that Dr. Howard's written down something inaccurate? No, sir. Did you practice during 2022? I did. Did you, were you limited in any way during those practices? No, sir. In 2023, and remind me, what do you think got better for you in between 2022 and 2023?
Me being able to tolerate the symptoms because of the medicine.
And that the medicine was Flonase, and what was the other one?
It was Singular. Whenever I had that, I didn't have that, it was Claritin.
When you were discussing with your coach, your medical red shirt that you described, your mother testified earlier that y'all are aware there are differences between the Division II eligibility rules and the Division I eligibility rules. You recall your mom saying that? Do you agree with that? Yes, sir. Do you know what those differences are?
No, it's not my head, no.
Do you know that under the Division II eligibility rules, it's not a 5-year calendar, it is a 10-semester calendar? Yeah. Did anybody from Ferris State ever tell you that you could enroll part-time during a semester and pause your eligibility clock?
I think it was mentioned before, but not a lot though.
That was the plan though, wasn't it? You would take a part-time semester to allow yourself to come back in the fall of 2026, correct?
You could say so.
And that was at the Division II level, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you transferred to the Division I level, the rules changed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the plan that Ferris State had for you was no longer applicable because you were playing under different rules, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of why we're in the situation we're in, right? If you were playing Division II football, there's no reason for this hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so when you say you have 2 seasons of eligibility left when you transfer, what you mean is you have 2 seasons of eligibility left at the Division II level, correct?
Say so, yes.
You're going to play football again no matter the outcome of this hearing, aren't you?
I would hope so, God willing.
I have no reason to believe you won't. You've got NFL draft potential, don't you?
I would hope so.
If you enter the draft, you've been told that you will be picked, correct?
There's been talks and conversations, but it's nothing for sure.
Would you agree with me then that the question before the court is not whether if you play football again, but where you play football? Yeah, would you agree with me that the question really before the court is not if you are going to play football again, but where you're going to play football? Yes, sir. I don't think I have anything. Thank you so much for your time and congratulations again. Appreciate you. No further questions.
I'm a little bit confused. My understanding of what Dr. Howard said, during your 2022 season, that's what's in question here today. It's not whether you're going to keep playing football or not. The question is whether or not you're going to get a waiver, and if you're eligible for a waiver on the NCAA rules. Is that not what you're asking for?
Yes, sir.
And in 2022, you just got through saying that you didn't have any issues. Were you, my understanding that you, for the record, said that you complained to trainers, during that 22 period, you were out there and you did a scout team, but that you wasn't up to par. Were you up to par or not?
No, sir.
Well, I didn't understand why you were saying what you were saying a while ago. Because 2022 is the year that we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
Did you go in and report to the training staff, anybody that you were having trouble?
Yes, sir, multiple times.
Now, I think Dr. Howard said you didn't have any flare-ups, but you still had the some swelling and so forth when he checked you in December after you had it 3+ in August of 2022. You still had some swelling in your adenoids and your tonsil, did you not?
Yes, sir.
But were they bothering you or not?
Yes, sir. It was constant. It was like a roller coaster.
And that's why you believe that you couldn't play during 2022.
Yes, sir.
You never played it down in 2022.
Not one.
Based on what I've asked, do you want to ask me anything further?
Just one issue. The summer 2022 was hard on you, right? Medically.
Yes, sir.
And did that interfere and really prohibit your ability to train, condition, and develop, just to even get into shape to have a shot at taking the play?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further to ask you?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Any further witnesses?
No, sir, Your Honor. We're resting.
Petition ready. Ball's in your court.
Your Honor, we're prepared to make closing argument, but the NCAA will not be called.
NCAA, as far as witnesses concerned, you ready?
Correct, Your Honor.
Do you need a few minutes to prepare, or who's gonna make the closing argument?
I am, Your Honor. I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Your Honor, what we'd like to do is have Mr. Byers make the first part and allow me to make a short rebuttal.
How much time do you think you need?
Not much.
Well, I'm gonna need a good bit because there's a good bit of testimony that happened today. So I'd like an opportunity to fully address all the testimony that was raised here today.
Well, we're not gonna be here at 6 o'clock.
No, it won't take that long. I promise you.
I will give you a fair time. They're gonna make an opening and then make a closing, and you can clean up. Be like, not make a dollar with the other big firm. I can't say his name right now. Butler Snow, George Butler, he made a statement that he's gonna go through the woods and eat every crawfish on the ground. And leave nothing but the shell. So I'll give you a chance to just shut them down. All right, Byers.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. This court well knows, and we can tell, the court has reviewed all the papers, with possible exception of all the NCAA rules in the book there. The preliminary injunctions in Mississippi should be granted under 4 scenarios the court's well aware of. There, and I want to address each one of those after I go through the elements. There exists a substantial likelihood that the plaintiff will prevail on the merits. The injunction is necessary to prevent irreparable harm. The threatened harm to the applicant, here Trinidad, outweighs the harm that the injunction might do to the respondent, and that the injunction is consistent with public interest. Those are the 4 elements that we're talking about. And in the court's weighing of those 4 elements, those factors enjoy a direct relationship with each other, such that the strength of one can make up for the weakness of another. I don't know that that's necessary here, but that's the law of the state of Mississippi. The first factor, there exists a substantial likelihood that the plaintiff will prevail on the merits. Trinidad is clearly a third-party beneficiary of the contract between NCAA and Ole Miss, and the court doesn't have to make a leap in order to find that. As stated in our briefing, the NCAA's rules agreed to by the NCAA and its member institutions constitute a contract. The Constitution and bylaws of the NCAA are binding agreements between the NCAA and its members. Here's the key: for the benefit of the student athletes. So what we have in this case is that Trinidad is clearly a third-party beneficiary of the contract. The NCAA owes Trinidad a duty of good faith and fair dealing, which I thought was interesting in the briefing by the NCAA, that this was an amorphous duty. Your Honor well knows from practicing, and we all know from drafting up jury instructions. Well, Your Honor, as the court well knows, there's nothing amorphous about a clearly contoured piece of Mississippi law that is inherent in every contract that exists in this state. And so that's the second part of that first factor. And then finally, the NCAA has reached its duty of good faith and fair dealing. And how has it done that? The NCAA, as we've seen here today, has essentially ignored 91 pages of medical records. It has ignored the fact that Trinidad, we've seen many comments about, well, tonsillitis. This is not a situation, an isolated situation of tonsillitis. We have a 2020 bout of mononucleosis, a 2020 bout of COVID, a 2021 scenario that was so scary that Trinidad had to go to the ER and wear a heart monitor. And right, when he was exerting himself. And then, of course, the tonsillitis and adenoiditis. These for me to say. Now, Dr. Howard is a board-certified ENT. And I think Your Honor asked the question during some of the testimony, perhaps from Guy, also a board-certified ENT, about the tonsillitis. And the grade 3+ tonsillitis is not just something that doesn't affect the airways. It is a situation where between 50 and 75% of the airways block. And so that's a significant finding. And so the question really becomes, when it comes to Trinidad's medical condition, where's NCAA's medical proof? We have one affidavit from a person named Jennifer Henderson, who is a lawyer for the NCAA. And with all due respect to Ms. Henderson, we prefer that this court pay more close attention to the opinions of medical doctors, not juris doctors. So I've struggled with the question, why? With all of this medical information that was contemporaneous, why Trinidad's case? And so it occurs to me that the only possible answer could be that the NCAA believes that Ole Miss concocted this medical red shirt situation only after Trinidad became a star. And Your Honor has heard proof, and it is replete in the record that that is just simply not the case. This ignores what Trinidad was told at Ferris State, that he was medically redshirting. It ignores a broadcast by the NCAA with two announcers who, by the way, come to the schools, as Your Honor well knows, and do production meetings and find out all they can about the teams before they get behind the TV screen and just pontificate. The announcers at the NCAA Division II Championship in 2024 specifically referenced a medical redshirt that Trinidad had received after his redshirt freshman season. These are well before Trinidad had a twinkle in his eye about coming to Ole Miss. We have news articles that Mr. Liston has just mentioned to Your Honor a little while ago that refer to 2 years of eligibility and medical redshirts. And so really the question here is, has the NCAA, under the totality of the circumstances, treated Trinidad fairly? And the answer to that is no. Now, the second factor, an injunction is necessary to prevent irreparable harm. I have found it interesting that the NCAA's own statements on this are critical. Every game is crucial to a student athlete and their team, and courts have repeatedly found that college students suffer irreparable harm when they are denied the opportunity to play sports. And I saw a statement from the NCAA involving a Tennessee case recently where the NCAA referred to the life-changing opportunities that only college sports create. It is also a fundamental rule that college athletes should be entitled to 4 seasons of competition. And Your Honor's question to Trinidad hit this nail on the head. He has had 3 seasons. He is simply asking this court for a 4th season of competition. Now, what are the irreparable harms? We heard from Coach Judge. The ability to develop appears to be absolutely crucial, both at the college level and at the professional level. We heard testimony today about 1 season guys and at the quarterback position, and how important it would be for Trinidad to receive another year of development in a system that, frankly, he was late to the game on. He did not participate in the entire quarterback club that they have during the preseason. He got here late. His quarterback school got here late and was not able to participate in that. So he has been deprived of a substantial opportunity to develop himself. Now, there are other measures of irreparable harm, postseason hopes, NIL, showcasing abilities in front of the entire country, which of course Trinidad has. And the NIL aspect of this is not readily quantifiable at this time. As Trinidad testified to earlier, there are potential other avenues out there that he could participate in with NIL. And let's face it, Dr. Dye said it. The question was asked, did you know Trinidad Chambliss last year? He said, I've never heard of him. With all due respect to Trinidad, many of us have not. In 1 year, he has become the face of college football in the South. And so he deserves that opportunity to continue to develop. Now, this damage is imminent. It is imminent. On the Friday after the ice storm, Trinidad and William came to the office in order to look over some documents. And only the next day was Trinidad going to fly out to California in order to train for the NFL draft. That is late to the game. We're looking at the combine occurring in less than 2 weeks, February 23rd, 2026, and the NFL draft occurring April 23rd, 2026. We are right on the cusp of Trinidad having to go one way or go the other. And the evidence supports the fact that the medical red shirt is the appropriate way to go under this preliminary injunction factor. Now, the third factor, the threatened harm to the applicant outweighs the harm that the injunction might do to the respondent. You know, I'm struggling to find what the harm to the NCAA is. Trinidad is not asking for the rules to be rewritten. He's just asking for them to be applied fairly. And the NCAA has this process in place. They call it an extension of eligibility waiver. They're granted routinely. And so there's no harm to the structures of the NCAA in granting Trinidad a fourth year of competition. And I think it goes without saying, Trinidad Chambliss is not an outlier. He has not been to play professional sports and come back to Ole Miss. He is not seeking a 9th year of eligibility. He simply wants a 4th year of competition. The fourth and final factor on the preliminary injunction. I'm expressly talking about the Montana player. I believe that he was awarded his 9th year of eligibility.
What about Carson Beck?
Well, I found Carson Beck's irony was pointed out in our briefing that the NCAA's decision on Trinidad came the day after the Fiesta Bowl. And I happened to watch some of the interview of Carson Beck. And of course, they asked him about classes. He wasn't even going to classes anymore. Trinidad's enrolled in Ole Miss and looking forward to getting back in school with his teammates. And so, in terms of the public interest, allowing student athletes to participate in 4 years of intercollegiate competition is consistent with the fundamental principles of both D1 and D2. It is replete in our pleadings, and the legitimate interest includes what Trinidad testified to. In the public interest, he wants to be back with his teammates. He wants to be back with his coaches. Your Honor well knows from living in this area for so long, the public interest is well served when Ole Miss athletics is successful, unless you're buying a house. And so the fact is all of these different factors are favorable to the imposition of a preliminary injunction in this case. Now, the irony, and I'll sit down after this, is that the NCAA, if Trinidad does not get his 4th year of competition, is actually losing one of its most popular players in its most popular sport. And so the public interest is clearly served across the board. Your Honor, we request that the preliminary injunction be granted, that Trinidad Chambliss be allowed to return to Ole Miss for his 4th year of competition. Thank you.
Your Honor, since 9:30 this morning, what's happened in this courtroom has been, it's been a hearing asking you to make this decision differently. This has not been a hearing that's established that the NCAA has acted in bad faith. They don't talk about bad faith. Mr. Byers didn't use the phrase, but that's what they have to prove in order to get this injunction. They haven't come in here and shown you that the NCAA's decision, based on the NCAA bylaws, based upon consideration of the contemporaneous medical evidence, was bad faith, because they can't. What they did instead was bring you a bunch of information that wasn't submitted to the NCAA at the time. That's not contemporaneous, that's not contemporaneous to what was going on with Mr. Chambliss at the time. And they're saying, well, we're not here attacking the NCAA's decision based on their bylaws. We want to give you all this other evidence. We want to bring in other doctors, and we want you to make the decision different. But Your Honor, the lawyers in this room know that that's not the decision that you're charged with making. The decision before the court is not whether you would have decided it the same way. The decision before the court is whether the NCAA acted in bad faith when it made the decision pursuant to the bylaws that were adopted by the NCAA member institutions. And there isn't a scintilla of evidence that decision was made in bad faith. Not a single solitary bit of it. So I'm going to talk about the law, and I'm going to talk about the lack of evidence about the law, and not talk about fairness and how he would benefit. Under the law, there simply is not a right to an injunction. And I'm going to go through each of the factors that Mr. Byers went through, and I'm going to talk about the law and not amorphous references to fairness and benefits. And based on that law, Your Honor, there's no basis for an injunction. Mr. Chambliss, there is no evidence that Mr. Chambliss was incapacitated in 2022. In fact, all of the evidence says otherwise. All right, so what does the bylaw say? You have to show that you were deprived of the opportunity to participate in a season due to circumstances beyond the control of the student athlete. And the circumstances beyond control include situations clearly supported by contemporaneous medical documentation, which states that a student athlete is unable to participate as a result of an incapacitating physical or mental circumstance. Earlier, when my colleague was examining Dr. Dye, there was a reference to, we don't know what incapacitating means. We don't know what that term means. We do, because it's in the bylaw. It means that you're unable to participate. And Mr. Chambliss participated. Mr. Chambliss excelled. Mr. Chambliss won the D2 championship at a time when the physician who testified claims that he was incapacitated. Your Honor, that doesn't make any sense.
You're talking about 2023, 24. He didn't play in 22. That's when he was incapacitated. He played.
Your Honor, the testimony is that he was incapacitated because of all the conditions that we've heard about today. But those conditions persisted up until he had a surgery later on in his career. But what I'm saying is, before he had that surgery, he participated, he played, he practiced. He was in the 2023 spring game. He played 5 games in 2023 before he had this surgical procedure. At the same time that he was taking the Singulair and the Flonase that he said was helping his symptoms. He was not unable to participate. There is a single set of medical records from 2022. And what the NCAA did was they looked at the bylaws, they applied the bylaws that say clearly supported by contemporaneous medical documentation. And so they looked at the 2022 medical information, and what does it say? Mr. Howard's 2022 notes say Mr. Chambliss wants to hold off on surgical intervention in favor of medical management and that he would see him again in 6 to 8 weeks. We know that Mr. Chambliss did not come back to that doctor and did not see him in 6 to 8 weeks. So on August 1st, 2022, a full month before the first game of the season, he goes to see the doctor and tells the doctor he don't want to have surgery. And on December 1st, 2022, after the season, he comes back and he says, the medicine I was taking instead of having surgery, as a result of that, I'm doing well. And the doctor wrote in the notes that he has no other ENT concerns at this time. So what the petitioner is asking you to do is to take this information that was given to the NCAA, which is the contemporaneous information that the NCAA has to make its decision on, and saying it was bad faith for the NCAA to look at this and say Mr. Chambliss was not incapacitated. That's not bad faith, Your Honor. That's simply recognizing what the letters in black and white say in the medical records. It's recognizing that he practiced.
Not what the letter says.
Well, the letter's not contemporaneous, Your Honor. The letter's from 2025. Under the bylaws, the NCAA has to look at contemporaneous medical evidence. And so if they look at the contemporaneous medical evidence, there's no support for that. You've heard more than that. They put more in front of the NCAA.
I'm talking about the hours letter. He explained all what he was going through in 2022. Now, I realize what you're saying is in his notes, he didn't say exactly what he said in his letter, but he's a doctor. He knows what he did, what he didn't do. He put it in, it was contemporaneous. It's covered the time period we're talking about, 2022.
Your Honor, it is the NCAA's position that a letter from the doctor that was provided at the NCAA's request in 2025 is not contemporaneous. The NCAA applied the rule as it has for decades, pursuant to the membership's adoption of those particular measures. And the membership says it has to be contemporaneous. And coming in later afterwards and saying, I'm going to come in front of the judge with this other information that's not contemporaneous, or I'm going to put it in front of the NCAA and say, I know the rule says contemporaneous, but consider this non-contemporaneous evidence. It simply isn't bad faith for the NCAA to apply the rule as it's stated, as it says with respect to what's contemporaneous. And so,
didn't Ms. Henderson modify that and make the rule change in contemporaneous?
Not at all. Not at all. I've heard affidavit says that the reason why the waiver request was denied was because based on the contemporaneous documentation, there was no support for that. And Your Honor, I can understand how you might be confused because what you've heard today was stuff about 2024 and 2025 and what Mr. Chambliss told, the expert witness a couple of days ago when you met with him. But it is not bad faith for the NCAA to make a decision based on contemporaneous medical evidence because you've heard some other information that's not contemporaneous. And just based on that record, there's just simply no way to say that's bad faith. And Your Honor, bad faith does not mean that it could have been decided differently. It doesn't mean that it might not have consequences to Mr. Chambliss that he does not want. The question is whether the court can issue an order saying that the NCAA engaged in bad faith. And they can't do that, particularly when it's simply not tenable, this position that he was incapacitated because of this condition when he played at such a high level and was the runner-up for the D2 Heisman, I believe. That's just simply not tenable. All right, moving to the evidence and to the arguments that Mr. Chambliss, before I say that, Your Honor, I also want to point out there's another reason why the NCAA's decision isn't bad faith. There's something else that you should consider, and that is that there's nobody here from Ferris State who said that he was incapacitated. That he was incapacitated. Nobody here. There's no affidavit. There's no testimony. What we have is a letter that Ferris State provided in conjunction with the NCAA's waiver request. And what does that letter say? The decision was based on his developmental needs and our team's competitive circumstances at the time. Your Honor, that doesn't say that he was unable to play. That doesn't say he couldn't be committed.
They were going to say in that sentence that there were other medical issues that he had. And she wrote another letter that's in the record that says his letter that he was not able to pay for it.
Your Honor, the evidence.
That's what the letter said.
Your Honor, I don't recall that specific statement from the letter. There is a letter from someone at Fair State that talks about how they had software issues, and there's information that might be relevant to his medical condition, but because of the software issues, they're unable to get it, and we'll supplement it. We'll keep trying to get it. But Your Honor, I'm reading from my notes the quote from Ms. Higley's letter, and when she's talking about the decision to quote unquote register. And she says it was based on his developmental needs and our team's competitive circumstances at the time. The court simply can't look at that statement and say that the NCAA made a bad faith determination that he did not meet the requirements of bylaws. Your Honor, on the likelihood of success on the merits, the first factor, there are three reasons why the petitioner cannot satisfy the burden for getting an injunction. He misrepresents the duty under the tort of good faith. He offers no evidence of bad faith. And then he misrepresents the nature of the Committee on Legislative Release guidelines. So the breach of the good faith, the duty of good faith, is bad faith characterized by some conduct which violates standards of decency, fairness, or reasonableness. And the appellate courts of this state have said it requires a showing of more than bad judgment or negligence. It implies some conscious wrongdoing because of a dishonest purpose or moral obliquity. Your Honor, to say that the NCAA denied the waiver request because of the contemporaneous documentation, and when that contemporaneous documentation says nothing about him being unable to play, to say that the NCAA's decision was the result of conscious wrongdoing or a dishonest purpose is simply, it's not reasonable, Your Honor. They did what they've done for decades. They did what the membership told them to do. Take the information, look at what's contemporaneous, and see if it supports the request, and it simply doesn't. There's nothing dishonest about that determination. There's no evidence that it's inconsistent. They haven't given you any evidence that there's another student athlete who was on similarly situated and the decision was different. There's no evidence that the NCAA has made this decision any differently than they have for any of the other athletes. We can talk about people in the news, we can talk about Carson Beck, but without any evidence for this court to see that the circumstances are similar, that's not relevant to the court's determination today. And in the absence of that, what they want to do is they want to change the standards. So I just read to you what the courts have said bad faith requires. And here's what Mr. Chambliss argues. The duty of good faith and fair dealing charges the NCAA with the responsibility to help Trinidad find a path. That's not the law. The duty of good faith and fair dealing says you have to avoid doing something to prevent someone from realizing the benefits of the bargain or from performing. It's not to help them. There's not a single citation in any Mississippi case law in support of that statement, and because there isn't any. The NCAA did not have any duty to help any particular student athlete. Their duty was to apply the bylaws that the membership adopted to be uniformly applied across the full membership. That's not the law. They're trying to convince you that the standard's different because they have to in order to get this injunction. He claims that the NCAA need not be so heavy-handed since it could have, in fairness, considered his request. Your Honor, the duty of good faith has no such requirement. The fact that the decision could have been made differently does not mean that the decision was the result of bad faith. He goes on to say the NCAA should recognize that good faith and fair dealing, it demands exceptions be made. No citation. No Mississippi court has ever said that. No state court looking at the duty of good faith and fair dealing has ever said that it includes a requirement that you make exceptions for someone. It's not the law. They go on to say, Fair State considered him redshirted in 2022, 2023. That's just a statement. And then they go on to say, even though they may not have filed the proper redshirt paperwork for the year 2022, 2023. That is an acknowledgement. That is an acknowledgement that there's no evidence of that. The testimony earlier was that he trusted them. Well, Your Honor, he may have trusted them to do that, but they did not do that. And because they did not do that, it's not possible for the NCAA's decision on the waiver request that's reflective of the absence of that evidence to be bad faith. They say, since he has no right to communicate directly with the NCAA, any documentation failures by Ferris State are not attributable to him. They are. He's a third-party beneficiary of the contract between Ferris State and the NCAA. To say that they're not attributable to him, that doesn't make sense. His rights come from that contract, and if Ferris State had obligations under that contract that they did not comply with, that doesn't make the NCAA's decision bad faith. It means that the NCAA's decision is based on evidence, which includes their failure to come forward with any such evidence of incapacity. So, Your Honor, I mention all those because when you look at them collectively, what they tell you is that the petitioners' lawyers, they understand that the law is against them. What they're trying to do is recast that tort in terms that aren't supported by Mississippi law in hopes that you will grant the injunction. And then, in addition to misrepresenting the tort, then they go on and they offer, arguments that are just completely unsupported. Mr. Byers repeated one, concocted a false reason for denying the waiver request. It's not true. No false reason. That what they did was they applied the plain language of the bylaws and made a determination that there was no evidence, no contemporaneous evidence of incapacity. They say it ignored its own policies requiring the use of contemporaneous and non-contemporaneous evidence. Not true. They considered the contemporaneous evidence. They considered the non-contemporaneous evidence as it supported the contemporaneous evidence, and there's nothing from 2022 to support their position. You've heard talk today about how they failed to investigate from a medical perspective and failed to hire a doctor. That's not what they were required to do. The court may require that when the court has litigants in front of it and they're advocating legal claims and the court's trying to determine whether a particular legal claim has been proven. But that's not the court's analysis today. The court's not making a decision on the waiver. The court's looking at whether the NCAA's decision was bad faith. And there's simply no evidence of that. They want to talk about they unfairly excluded the Howard letter. No, they didn't. They didn't exclude it. The bylaws say it's not contemporaneous. So they credited it accordingly. That doesn't mean that it was excluded. The fact that they didn't rule the way that Mr. Chambliss wants them to is not evidence that it was excluded. Failed to apply the bylaws for his benefit. There's no obligation to do that. You apply the bylaws based on what they say. You don't apply the bylaws to anybody's benefit or to anybody's detriment. And then they talk about false and misleading public statements, which are completely irrelevant which are both untrue and completely irrelevant to the court's decision today. And then lastly, the NCAA offers no information that contradicts or disputes the submitted evidence. That's not what the NCAA is charged to do. The NCAA is charged to make the waiver determination based on the evidence that's in front of it. Your Honor, there simply is nothing, and you haven't heard any talk about precedent. You haven't heard any talk about what the Mississippi Supreme Court's done in a similar situation. And that is because to grant an injunction that would require you to say that the NCAA consciously committed wrongdoing and engaged in a dishonest purpose, when it looked at medical records saying, I'm doing well, I'm fine taking these medications, a decision not to come back for the follow-up appointment, and then a meeting after the season saying that you're doing well, to say that the NCAA looked at that and said he wasn't incapacitated, and that's bad faith, is simply not reasonable. Your Honor, I want to move next to this conversation of this discussion of irreparable harm. What you heard was he would benefit from another year. Every student athlete can say that, Your Honor. If you can hire a lawyer after an adverse NCAA decision and come into court and get another year of eligibility based on the argument that it would really benefit you next year, I mean, you're going to have a lot more of these hearings. But that's simply not the law. I mean, that's not the standard for determining whether he was harmed. You haven't heard any argument about it today, but in their brief, they rely on a case in Alabama called, the plaintiff's name is Boyd, I believe, and the site is 369 Southern 2nd at 556. And they cite it in support of their position. And the Boyd court found that as far as Alabama is concerned, the right to be eligible to participate in college athletics cannot be viewed as a mere speculative interest, but it is a property right of present economic value. That's what that case says. And the next sentence of that case says, not all courts agree with that. And then that opinion cites a Mississippi decision called Gillard, 352 Southern 2nd at 1081. And this is what the Mississippi Supreme Court said. The basic decision of the case then is the simple statement that Gillard's right to engage in intercollegiate football is not a property right. That falls within the due process clause of either the Mississippi or federal constitution. So for purposes of irreparable harm, they cannot establish that he has been deprived of any property right to play college football because there is no such right in Mississippi. And then their arguments about benefits and fairness are simply not legally cognizable arguments to support irreparable harm. A college athlete is not irreparably harmed when his or her eligibility expires. Eligibility, it expires for everyone. The argument that I'm harmed because I can't play anymore is an argument that every single college athlete, every single sport could say at the end of their eligibility. That there has to be more than I'm harmed because I can't continue to play. But that's really what you've heard today. If I play, I may improve. If I play, I may get a better draft position. If I play, my numbers may improve. The team may do well. Those are all laudable things for Mr. Chambliss to aspire to. But the question for the court is whether the NCAA has harmed him in some legally cognizable way by applying the same rules that it has applied to everybody else and said, you've got to have your 4 years played and your eligibility has to all occur within a 5-year period from when you start. That's not unfairness to him. Those are the rules. Those are the rules that Ole Miss, as a member of the NCAA, adopted for everyone to follow. And it is not bad faith for the NCAA to apply the rules that the membership has told it to apply. Your Honor, and the other reason I mentioned this property right is in the absence of any concrete evidence of irreparable harm, all he has left are all these monetary damages about all the NIL money and revenue sharing money that he won't receive. But Your Honor, it's black letter law. I'm sure Your Honor is familiar with it. You can't get an injunction when you're talking about monetary damages. Those are all damages that can be recovered in a non-injunction context when the court has the benefit of evidence and full testimony and full record. The fact that his harm is that it would benefit him if the decision was different is speculative, and it's not the kind of argument that the court can credit and comply with Mississippi law. Moving to the last two factors, Your Honor, opposing counsel was talking about how there's no harm to the NCAA if you grant this injunction and allow Mr. Chambliss to have another year. That is simply not true. The NCAA it's not the employees up in Indianapolis who are making the decision. The NCAA are the member institutions that decide on the rules that apply to everybody. So if an athlete can go to court in his or her local community and get a different ruling and get a judge to disagree with the NCAA and take that, arrogate into that judge's own discretion to make that decision, that will significantly harm the NCAA. It will change the face of college football because the people who make the decision are no longer the people who are tasked with making the decision. It's the judges in Baton Rouge, in Fayetteville, and Tuscaloosa, and Oxford, and Starkville, and how they would make the decision if it were up to them. And to say that that's not going to harm the member institutions is simply ridiculous. That's on me, I'm sorry. That's simply ridiculous. They will be harmed. And everybody who's an Ole Miss fan would view themselves as being harmed if this were playing out in Starkville or Baton Rouge, and a judge was coming along and saying, I don't care what the rules that were adopted by the membership say, I'm going to let it play. To say that that's not going to harm the member institutions and harm true college football fans around the country is ridiculous. It will absolutely harm them. It will change the way that eligibility determinations are being made in a way that is consistent and subject to individual judicial determinations and individual state laws. So we categorically reject the notion that the other teams who have to abide by the same rules, who have heretofore not changed the rule, and there's no evidence, they haven't brought you any evidence that this particular circumstance was applied differently elsewhere, as I said. That's harm. And, you know, Mr. Chambliss may have to play in the NFL as opposed to playing at Ole Miss, and he may, to the extent he views that as harm, that is up to him. But we reject the argument that the member institutions who decided that these are the rules that everybody has to play by are not going to be harmed if an individual athlete gets an exception. That's simply not true. Your Honor, there have been, in the last week, 2 state courts who have been in a similar situation to you. And they have looked at all of these arguments, and they have considered the point I just made about what happens to collegiate athletics generally. And they have made some decisions that I would like to point out to you. In the Bediaco case that my colleagues handled successfully just in the last few days, I believe that decision was handed down on February the 9th in Tuscaloosa County, Alabama. This is what the judge said. Based on the plaintiff's arguments, the court believes it likely, if not inevitable, that the court's issuing of the injunction here would be used by other plaintiffs before other courts as evidence of the defendant's arbitrary and capricious enforcement of its rules. Thus, the NCAA would suffer hardship. The Bediaco court recognized that what happens when a ruling, we believe that your ruling should be to deny the injunction because of the law, as I said previously. But I'm also wanting to talk to you, Your Honor, about the context of your decision and what the state court in Tuscaloosa recognized when it made the decision that this individual was not eligible to compete in collegiate basketball. Was it recognized that if it said otherwise, then other schools in the NCAA.
Is that the guy that played pro for about 6 months or a year? He came back from Alabama and they put him on the team?
That's correct, Ron.
So it's a totally factually different case from what we're talking about.
It's not identical factually, but the similarity is that was a decision based on the NCAA's rules. So anytime a student athlete gets a judge to rule contrary to the NCAA's rules, that's going to encourage other student athletes to challenge other rules. Some court somewhere is going to have someone come in and say, I know I was supposed to have a 2.5, but I had a 2.4, but here's why. There was this and there was that. I'm using it as a hypothetical. They go to court, they bring their parent, they bring a doctor, they bring an administrator, the cameras come in and they argue to the judge, Your Honor, we don't care what they did. No, I hear you, Your Honor. You're right, but my point is it's a template. It's a template. It is a decision that will resound around this country. People will say, okay, when I have a star linebacker, when I have a star quarterback, when I have a star running back, if the NCAA says he's not eligible, here's what I'll do. I'll pay the filing fee. I'll get my mom and dad to come into court. I'll get a doctor to come and provide evidence that's not contemporaneous or something similar. And I'll see if the judge says yes. And every single time the judge says yes, Your Honor, that's going to encourage additional people to come in here and do it. And that is significant harm, not just to college football, that's a significant harm to collegiate athletics. Tennis players are going to do it, soccer players are going to do it. Particularly if there's money on the line. I'm sure you could beat me in tennis, Your Honor. Your Honor, and just to finish my point, there's another case, and this was the state court in Ohio, called Grabowski, and this decision was handed down on February the 6th. where the duly adopted laws of a voluntary association provide for the final settlement of disputes among its members by a procedure not shown to be inconsistent with due process. Its actions thereunder are final and conclusive and will not be reviewed by the courts in the absence of arbitrariness, fraud, or collusion. Courts will not interfere with the quasi-judicial decisions of voluntary decisions unless there's fraud or arbitrariness or collusion. And lastly, the court said this, Your Honor. This is the Grabowski decision, Your Honor, and it just came down recently, and if I may approach, I can hand it to you.
There's another case out of Ohio, Lester, I think it is.
What was the other one, John? Your Honor, the quote I was about to read, should a court grant an injunction allowing student athletes to receive court intervention when there is a decision or rule that they do not like, then why even have bylaws? When they do not need to be followed, the courts will take away the power of the voluntary self-governing associations in their decision-making process. The court would then become the appellate process superseding the authority of the NCAA. Your Honor, what these two judges have recognized is that this is more than about whether an individual student athlete may be able to improve their statistics or make more money if they get another year. It's about who decides whether someone is eligible. And for decades, there have been staff people at the NCAA who have taken the rules and guidelines from the membership. They have applied those to the best of their ability. They have reviewed precedent to confirm consistency, and they've made decisions over the years that have ensured that everybody plays by the same rules. And what we're facing here today is a request that, well, when those rules don't get me what I want, then I want to be able to go to court. I want to convince the judge to make it different. And Your Honor, obviously it is in the court's power to grant the injunction, but as I said, the reason to deny the injunction is because it hadn't been proven. So I'm not suggesting that what I'm telling you is the reason to deny it. The reason to deny it is because it's not legally sound. But I am telling you that at every ruling, as those two courts recognize, every time a state court judge or any judge makes a decision to reject the ineligibility determination of the NCAA, particularly one that is just facially sound, it erodes the NCAA's ability to manage eligibility determinations and ensure that everybody plays by the same rules. And if that happens, this will not be the end of it. This all started at my law firm with our involvement in the Upadhya decision back in 2024. And you can actually read that decision, and Judge Campbell says this case is limited to Mr. Upadhya. And I believe that Judge Campbell believed that when he issued that decision. But there have been over 40 lawsuits since then. That was a federal decision, Your Honor, but that federal decision spurred over 40 lawsuits in state and federal court. My colleagues and I have been in West Virginia, in Texas, in South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, all over the place, and other law firms representing the NCAA throughout the country. And I mention that because, in all fairness to Judge Campbell, he was incorrect. It was not limited to Mr. Upadhya because other schools, schools in the SEC, other student athletes saw him go to court and get a ruling that was contrary to the decision of the NCAA, and they said, I'm going to do it too. And as opposing counsel said, Mr. Chambliss has a high profile. He's because of the fantastic season that he had, and people around the country enjoying watching him play. People are watching this proceeding. People are watching to see what happens here. And as those courts recognize, if the decision is you can file a complaint and a petition, you can move for an injunction, and a few days later you can go into court and you can put on a little mini trial, and you can ask the judge to give you a few more years. If that decision comes, there will be harm. So finally, Your Honor, the decision for your purposes to decide whether this is a bad faith breach of the duty of good faith and fair dealing. under the law, you have to look at the NCAA's bylaws. And when you look at those bylaws, does NCAA apply them fairly? There's been no proof to you that that decision was made inconsistently. There's no evidence of dishonesty. There's no evidence that anybody involved in the NCAA has any axe to grind or any opposition to Mr. Chambliss. This is simply the NCAA saying, under our bylaws, and based on the evidence that you provided, you have not satisfied the criteria for the waiver. We ask that you deny the injunction because of the absence of that evidence, and we ask that you reject opposing counsel's characterization of this as some isolated decision that is all about Mr. Chambliss's fairness and benefits, and recognize the greater context in which your decision is made. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lipton?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
This is rebuttal, I hope.
This is rebuttal. Your Honor, as Mr. Minor knows, it's not a criminal case where the court's required to find proof beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a civil case. It's controlled by standard preponderance of the evidence. And on this motion, all the court has to find is that we have a substantial likelihood of success on the merits of Trinidad. And we put on that evidence today the merits. That's what today was about. And I would suggest to you that be more than proof that we have a substantial likelihood of success. As a matter of fact, the only medical evidence that's before this court is in Trinidad's favor. It is not rebutted by anything the NCAA has offered, except an affidavit written by a lawyer who is not a doctor. And I'll get to in just a second talking about how the NCAA committed that faith. Now, nobody wants to play a football game where it's being refereed by crooked officials, okay? And likewise, nobody wants their eligibility decided by an adjudicator who's already in their mind opposed to granting the waiver, an unfair adjudicator. I tried a lot of insurance cases in my life, and that's where you typically see bad faith in insurance cases. If this was an insurance company with just the admissions in their brief and just Ms. Henderson's affidavit, it would be a slam dunk bad faith case. They have a policy. I can't believe they wrote this down. They have a directive that says, bylaw 12, that's the bylaw we're operating under here, section, additional seasons of competition, where they instruct their staff. And make no mistake, these decisions made by their staff, not by their member institutions all around the country. They instruct their staff to deny requests for additional seasons of competition. That's before they even heard the evidence. That is a bad faith state of mind. Mr. Minor is a really good lawyer, but he hadn't practiced law in Mississippi in a while. Maybe he forgot what our law is, so I would like to kindly correct him. The duty of good faith is breached when someone who has a contractual right is either treated unfairly or unreasonably. And the leading case on bad faith in Mississippi is the decision in CNAC versus Murphy. That case was decided in 1992, and the Mississippi Supreme Court says this: the law prohibits a party from interfering with the other party's opportunity to realize the benefit of the contract. But the law also requires the NCAA, quote, to take affirmative steps to cooperate in achieving this goal, end quote. Now, that does mean the NCAA owed him a duty to try to help him find a way to get his additional season, his fourth season, And evidence of that is they thought enough of that they put that rule in their rule book. Well, if they're not going to help the student athletes who they claim they exist to benefit, navigate these Byzantine rules that they have and find ways to help them achieve what every other football player in America gets, 4 seasons of competition, then what good are they? Why do they exist? That's nuts. It's crazy. And listen to what they said on January 9th when they denied the waiver again on appeal the day after the Fiesta Bowl. I'm quoting from what they gave on this. Quote, the purpose of extension legislation is to ensure 4 seasons of participation opportunity. End quote. So these 4 seasons, that's a valuable benefit for a student athlete that's in this contract. Okay. And he is a third-party beneficiary of the contract. I would suggest to the court 4 seasons of competition is the only benefit these bylaws afford Trinidad as a student athlete. And they had a duty to help him obtain that. And that's why they have a waiver. So here's how they committed bad faith. And this is all we know right at this moment before we start a deposition process, which is going to be fast. But, and I couldn't believe they wrote this. It's in Ms. Henderson's affidavit. They retreat from this argument that I've heard again today that the documentation was not contemporaneous. Matter of fact, their brief says, don't interrupt.
I do know, just for purposes of the record, Your Honor, this is not a full rebuttal to my comments, and I just, he's making arguments that were not raised earlier, and I would ask for at least opportunity, at least briefly.
Well, you have raised the issue, it didn't prove bad faith is what he's trying to do to rebut that. That's why we broke it up. He's going to open, and he's going to close. So I'm going to let him proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's exactly what I'm rebutting. The contention that there's no evidence of bad faith. The evidence of bad faith.
Go back to Ms. Henderson.
Yeah, Ms. Henderson, her affidavit. Here's what it says. Well, there is contemporaneous documentation. There was a record right before the season started and a record right after the season concluded. And so they don't claim in this submission that there's no contemporaneous documentation. They admit that there is, right? And then they say this. We have a rule that if documentation is submitted later in time, they call it non-contemporaneous documentation, that we can ignore it and not give it any weight if we think it conflicts with the contemporaneous documentation. Now, I have read the bylaws, I've read the directives, I've read the policies. There's nothing they've ever written that says they can do that. Matter of fact, it says the opposite. In determining eligibility, they have to judge it on the totality of the circumstances. So they made up a rule to justify the complete exclusion from their consideration of Dr. Howard's letter in October 2005. And it's worse because there's nothing in Dr. Howard's letter, even under their own newly made up rule, that conflicts with what's in his medical. His letter merely gives a professional opinion which expounds on facts of treatment that are reported in his medical record of 2022. So, bad faith, selective choosing of what evidence to believe, what evidence not to believe. You know, it's clear they use the word not credible. What they're doing is they're calling Dr. Howard a liar. They're just saying, we're not going to believe this. We think you've made this up. We think Ole Miss made this up.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. But we didn't do that. We didn't have to do that because the facts are in our favor. And the facts are historical, provable. I mean, public knowledge facts. So the bad faith that we know of at this moment, before we can conduct any discovery, take their depositions, and get into their email boxes, is that they have admitted in their brief and in Ms. Henderson's affidavit what they did in his bad faith. Because it's not very reasonable to exclude completely, give no weight to the opinion of a treating physician that actually saw him, actually looked in his mouth in 2022. Any treating physician, as Your Honor knows, in a court of law, could come in here and testify to the conditions a patient had in 2022 and express an opinion in 2025 based on that information. That's what doctors do. And if they're asking you questions like, well, do you think this injury incapacitated him? He would be allowed to express that opinion. They completely shredded that letter. They didn't consider it. And they admitted, this injury said we gave no weight because it's in conflict. It's not. And nor did they ever tell us how it conflicts. Mr. Minor says this is not about fairness. It's all about fairness. That's what the good faith criterion is. It's a fairness principle. I'm shocked they called no witnesses today. I'm shocked they have no medical evidence that rebuts the medical evidence we put on from Dr. Howard's letter and Dr. Dye's testimony. You would think that they would have had Trinidad's records reviewed by their own medical people, because they have in their building in Indianapolis, they have a sports science institute with doctors. So if they would have had that proof, they would bring it in here today to show their good faith. But it's, it's bad faith not to attempt to get it. He was clearly incapacitated in 2022. We've heard that testimony. The NCAA, and this is another aspect of their bad faith, they just looked at this as a case of tonsillitis. I mean, they didn't take into account the chronicity of that disease. They didn't take into account hypertrophy of the tonsils and adenoids. They didn't realize, and you think they would, that these tissues, when they swell, block his ability to breathe. And they didn't take into account his sleep apnea, which fatigues him every day. It fatigued him every day until he finally had his surgery. And this is despite the fact that they publish materials that talk about how important sleep is for college athletes and all of the dangers that arise when college athletes have sleep disorders. They say, their words, not mine, it increases the risk of injury for the athlete and it increases the risk of injury to the teammates. They even have meetings, they call them.
Bad athletes, cause good athletes to get hurt.
That's exactly right. And their own writings recognize that. Okay? But they're ignoring their own policies now just to reach this result. Trinidad is different from every student athlete that I've read about, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Trinidad's different from all of these cases Mr. Minor's talking about. He's not trying to change the rules. He's not going to upset college football or tear down the structure of the NCAA. He just wants them to apply their own rules fairly. And that's what the duty of good faith requires. And, go back and look at their brief. Go back and look at Ms. Henderson's affidavit. They did. And they admit that. There's a break in the case law in situations where student athletes go to court against NCAA. Before the Alston decision by the U.S. Supreme Court and Judge Kavanaugh's just scathing concurrence, and before NIL, most all the cases you find or decided in favor of the NCAA. You know, with the court saying things like, you know, it's not our job to interfere in the decisions of the voluntary association. That's just not the law anymore. There are 4 big cases out there since Austin. They were all, I think, federal court decisions. And the courts say this uniformly. The NCAA rules are contract. Student athletes are third-party beneficiaries of that contract. And that the NCAA has to apply these rules fairly. And then the courts say, as to some of the things Mr. Meyer mentioned, that the argument that some hypothetical student athlete other than Trinidad is going to be harmed does not outweigh the real, proven, imminent, and impending harm that the student athlete in the case is about to experience. They've also rejected the NCAA's arguments that were made here again today about what's good for the public. And the courts now say it's in the public's best interest that student athletes get to play there 4 years, and it has benefits for the student athlete, for their teammates, for their coaches, for the entire community. And we know that to be true. We see that happen every football Saturday in Oxford, Mississippi. At this point, monetary damages are not fully quantifiable, and they're not even really knowable. I mean, I bet my house on the fact that Trinidad makes next year $1 million in just third-party NIL deals. I just know it's going to happen, but can't prove it yet. I can't prove that yet because he's.
Mississippi passed a law that said that NCAA did not interfere with the making of his money by a student.
That's
Mississippi, it pretty much follows U.S. versus Austin.
Yeah,
NCAA Austin case.
That's exactly what the law says. But here's the thing: in order for him to legally receive NIL money, he has to be eligible. That's the condition for it. So any eligible athlete can do an NIL deal with a third party, and the law, which is the public policy of the state of Mississippi, says the NCAA cannot interfere with that and cannot punish either the athlete or the institution. So if we're looking for what's good for the public, look at that public policy in our NIL statute. Trinidad is not a professional athlete trying to come back to college. He hasn't even played his 4 years. It's absurd to me, just make this comment, that a professional athlete would try to come back to college. I wouldn't take that case. But any of those decisions that involve pros trying to come back to college, completely inapposite to what's going on here today. I just want one final thing. This idea or notion that we're the NCAA, we make our rules, we decide what evidence we want to consider in our rules, and then we make a decision, and that's our right to do it. And the student athlete doesn't have to say so in the matter, and certainly can't come before the challenge. That's unconscionable. I mean, their rules govern his fate. He didn't even get asked about these rules. You think these are good rules when they were making them? I mean, the next year of his life, the ability to develop as a college quarterback, probably millions of dollars of compensation to him through either revenue share or NIL through the state. I mean, whatever this court decides today is going to change the direction of his life. His college career is either over or he gets to stay. And it's I said impossible, but to me it's really offensive. It's offensive that someone would say he has no right to stand up for himself in this court. Thank you.
pleading, things that have been filed, words that have been spoken here in the arguments. I'm gonna do my best to make a ruling in this session. But it's not gonna be till I have a chance to look at all this and make a fair decision based on what I think the law is. So we're gonna be in recess. You free to stay, you free to go. But if you want to hear the final results, you're gonna have to wait. This court be in recess.
And there you go, Sudu. Court is now in recess. Judge Whitwell says he's going to make a decision this afternoon. He's retiring to his chambers so he can make that decision. You're watching live video feed from the Pittsboro County Courthouse, or Pittsboro, the Calhoun County Courthouse in Pittsboro. Our own Brad Logan is there. Our thanks to, man, I'm sorry, I'm getting stopped up. WLBT for providing the feed. We're gonna do we hang around till he makes a decision? I mean, I think that's kind of obvious at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's see how long it takes. Unfortunately, our chief legal correspondent analyst, whatever John's title is, John had to step away. I had so many questions for him because we were live on that after recess pretty much the entire time there. After they came back from recess, we heard Trinidad. We heard, obviously, I believe his name was Trey Byers, one of his attorneys. We, of course, heard Doug Minor, the NCAA's attorney, and, of course, William Liston at the end, Ben. I think the biggest factor, Ben, from all this, and I think you'll agree with me because we were texting a little bit, Trinidad got confused. He got a little confused on the bench there during the questioning. They asked about 2022 and, brought up the issues bearing on his ability to practice or play that year. Very much confused. And I say that because the entire case is brought up on the fact that that season was really, really hard for him with his issues. Clearly got confused. Luckily, the judge immediately was like, well, that goes against this entire case, and was able to clear that up, which did save Trinidad. But that I was very confused when that questioning was going on because I was like, wait a minute, you're agreeing with them. And I immediately was like, well, of course he's confused. There's no other way. So that was big.
Albany community.
And I thought Trey, go for it.
No, I was trying to remove from the stage the feed again. Our thanks to, I want to make sure I get it right, WLBT Channel 3. Man, they were awesome. They were absolutely awesome, and we got to use that feed. And hopefully we're going to go to Brad Logan soon, who's live on the ground for us there in Pittsboro. You've heard from John Cox, our senior legal correspondent. What's the verdict leaning towards, in your opinion, with Jack Carroll as Judge Whitwell retires to his chambers and has to now deliberate everything that you heard here today for 6 hours? Brad was way off when he predicted last night after basketball won 6 hours here. Where do you think this thing's kind of going?
Well, yeah. So
we're not lawyers, people. We're not.
No, we're not.
That's what John Cox must be for.
But exactly, just based on what we heard, drawing conclusions, right? Once again, Judge really did clear that up and help Trinidad out because he was very much confused during that line of questioning. I thought Trey Byers brought up some good points at the end. And then Doug Minor got up, and it felt like a giant word salad. There were moments where I was like,
by that.
It was a lot, Ben. I mean, I was really trying to lock in and pay attention, but it almost felt like a filibuster attempt more than it was we're actually trying to prove something. There were some points he made where I went, oh, wait a second, like he's going after actual laws and how you can enforce them and different things. But then he kind of questioned the judge's intelligence a little bit, being like, oh, you may be confused, and then brought up other cases, with the judge has already kind of alluded to today that Bediako and all these other cases are different than what Trinidad is asking for. And he tried to tie it all together and say the NCAA was going to suffer irreparable harm, that Ole Miss didn't really prove that, the NCAA acted in bad faith. Well, then Liston got up, and I think that was kind of the final sort of, it's a perfect way to put a bow on it, because they argued that there wasn't enough contemporaneous evidence, right? Liston said, yeah, there was. You guys chose to use one document out of all the ones we gave you. You selectively chose one document. Then at the end, he said, you were looking at this like it's just a simple case of tonsillitis. It was mono, it was COVID, it was chronic tonsillitis, adenitis, if I'm saying that right,
I'm proud of you, man. You're nailing it. You're nailing all the itises.
Sleep apnea, tonsil surgery, like all these different things. He couldn't practice. He couldn't eat. He couldn't compete with these limitations. And the one that got me the best was they don't have medical evidence to refute Ole Miss's case. As a matter of fact, they have a sports science institute in Indianapolis that could have reviewed these facts or given their own conclusions, but they never refuted any of this medical evidence with their own. As a matter of fact, I think Doug might remind me or correct me if I'm wrong here. I think he kind of said this wasn't really our job to do that. And I think that's where he kind of got him, is like, okay, if you're denying all of this medical evidence that's obviously been, documented by doctors at Ferris State and everything, and you're just not going to give anything of your own to refute it, then yeah, you are acting in bad faith. You didn't even try. You ignored a bunch of information. You're selectively choosing what parts to bring up in court, and you didn't give your own rebuttal to those points. You're acting in bad faith. And I think he proved that, including bringing up that Mississippi case, which I cannot hear properly.
I couldn't hear it either.
I think he said something versus Murphy, or C. Nash versus Murphy, or something along those lines. And we may have John back here, which is what we need.
That's what we need. Oh, look, John's, we got casual John, the senior legal analyst.
John.
Before we jump to John, for y'all that are just joining us, this is Talk of Champions. I'm Ben Garrett. Oh, no, we've lost John already. There he is. Okay, John, you stay there. You don't go anywhere. We got so many questions about what we just saw for another hour, 2 hours. I don't know. I've lost track of time. Thank you to all of you who've joined us. I'm looking at the screen. All users, according to the little eyeball thing in StreamYard, says 47,784. I think that's what I see, Sudu. So nearly 50,000 people across all platforms watching this, and we very much thank you for it. So I want to make sure to tell y'all to go to the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, affiliate of On 3. Yes, we spent 6 hours on Talk of Champions. Typically, it's only about an hour and a half a day, but all day, every day, we're at the Ole Miss Spirit. We'll have full coverage of this and continue to talk about it on into the night and tomorrow and into the future, whether or not it'll be Trinidad Chambliss or Deuce Knight as Ole Miss's starting quarterback moving forward. But this QR code right here above my head, I've been talking about it all show for 6 hours. A lot of you have already given. If you could give, that'd be great. It's my personal Venmo. I'm raising money. My hometown, New Albany, where I am right now, it was hit hard by Winter Storm Fern, and I've been trying to help out the New Albany High School Musical Theater Department to help put on their production for Tuck Everlasting. If you give $1, 10, 20, 100, 1,000, I don't care. I've already put in 200. I'll put even more. I'll match whatever you give if I can do it. You got to remember, I'm a sports writer and the wife's a third grade math teacher, but we can try to do what we try to do. We ain't lawyers, like William Listen, like Mr. John Cox, but please, if you would, scan this code right here and give $10. And all that money is going to them. I played a couple of videos the time before. All right. So, John, we got Brad coming in too. We'll do a whole dialogue. Okay, let's start with John. What was your main takeaways from everything you heard? It wasn't the best showing for Trinidad necessarily, but closing, what do you make of everything?
Judge Whitwell grants this injunction, preliminary injunction. He saved the case when he went in my opinion, when his last questions to Trinidad, and he got a little confused, but he basically had to say, well, wait a second. I thought you said you couldn't play in 2022. And quite frankly, he did a wonderful job of taking Trinidad right back through the reasons he couldn't play. It's kind of, which that's pretty, it looks good. You never know. The NCAA, I thought that they Doug Minor did a very good job in his argument initially, and he never did a poor job, except you never want to argue with the judge. And at some point, I'm not exactly sure, and Lord knows I'm not blessed with probably his brain that Doug has, but I'm not exactly sure I like to tell judges, Your Honor, I can understand why Your Honor is confused. There's probably a better way to word that. And so, I think we're going to have a ruling now, guys. I don't know if we're going to have a ruling in the next 10 minutes. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I think they're back there writing something, but I wouldn't be surprised by 6 o'clock if you don't have a ruling, or 5 o'clock. Even though Judge Whitwell did say he wasn't staying around till 6 o'clock, I did hear him say that, or whatever, something along those lines. But look, the NCAA argued what they argued, but when they argued that they couldn't show, that Ole Miss can't show, or Trinidad can't show bad faith, he can't show anything, oh gosh, there weren't contemporaneous court, medical records. But William Liston was pretty good on that rebuttal. He knew exactly what was coming.
Brad, what was it like there in the court? What was your takeaways? Were they similar to John's? Like, what was your main takeaway from being in there?
I agree. And it really felt like the tide began to turn as Doug Miner began his rebuttal. And the more he talked, the more the crowd started favoring the Trinidad Chambliss' camp. And it really felt like whenever Doug, who, by the way, is a fantastic attorney, but when it felt like he kind of went at the judge and said, I'm sorry, you may be a little confused. I agree with John. That wasn't a good look. And that got a collective groan in the audience when that happened. I think there are a couple of things at play. Number one, the judge said there will be a ruling today. Well, he's already intimated that, hey, guys, we don't want to go all the way to 5 and 6 o'clock when he talked about rebuttals and closing arguments, that sort of thing. The second thing that really jumps out to me is when William Liston was going through and he started popping the NCAA about the things that they were missing on, the really key thing for me is that Doug finally stood up and said, wait a minute. And the guy, and William turned and said, oh, wait, don't interrupt my rebuttal. And you could sense the tension there between the NCAA and the camp of Trinidad Chambliss that had been billowing really over the last hour. What we've learned is there will be a ruling at some point today. And it really felt like that at one point I took a video of William Liston sitting back, just kind of shaking his head laughing because of not understanding what the NCAA was saying. At one point, Doug Miner, one of the representatives for the NCAA, said, we want this to be about the law and not necessarily about fairness. And that really didn't draw a lot of support from the audience. It did not draw a lot of support from the legal team, which, by the way, includes Tom Mars, that I had a great conversation with, has not been a verbal part of this hearing here today, has been a very much a vibrant part at the table. I thought Mr. Byers did a great job with his closing argument, really pointed out a number of things that were inaccuracies, if you will. I will say this, Doug and Mr. Askew and the entire legal team for the NCAA, they're gone. They're not staying around for the verdict. I thought that was, John, that may be protocol, but they are not staying around for the verdict. They just walked past me and they're headed to their car. And as I've told John and many people, Doug and I go way back, like I said, fantastic attorney, just maybe on different sides of this one, but they have departed. We do know that Mr. Askew and his legal team, I don't know who all is a part of that. They're headed to Knoxville to try a case that everybody's very familiar with, and that's happening tomorrow. So it could be travel arrangements. I don't know. I don't know if it's protocol or not. I will say this real quickly, too. It really felt like at one point the Trinidad Chambliss legal team was kind of laid back watching the judge and Doug Miner, one of the representatives for the NCAA, go back and forth. And, John, I don't know if that's, once again, protocol for Chancery Court for the judge to go back and forth with a particular legal counsel during a closing argument, if you will.
I don't know if it's protocol. I mean, it's not unheard of. I mean, a lot of times people do it as a way to clarify, and you can't read that sometimes. I mean, and you know, sometimes judges do that because they're just straight up arguing with you and they don't agree with you, and then sometimes they're doing it as clarification in their own brain. But honestly, a lot of the questions today were more along the lines of saying, "Well, wait a second, I don't wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying here." You know, so we'll see. I mean, it's interesting they left. I guess that I was going to make kind of a flip comment. I didn't even know when Joey Aguilar's hearing was set, but I was like, well, hell, I'm sure they got another hearing tomorrow to go keep a kid from playing. But you know, that's probably where they're going. I mean, I'm sure they left. They'll leave somebody there, or they'll get. That makes me think that Judge Whitwell said, "You're not going to get. I'm not coming to the bench and reading an order. I'm going to send out an order." You know, and so we'll get something, you know, filed like a written order that will come. And they'll get it on their email.
Well, so you didn't take it. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, no, I think the judge says, if you want to stick around, I've just got some work to do in chambers. I'm going to take a look at everything. I'm going to evaluate everything. But there'll be a ruling. He plans to have a ruling at some point today is what his words were. Now,
it's going to be a written
John,
order.
He didn't specify whether he was going to come out and verbally read that ruling or if he was going to release that ruling. That's something we'll have to get some information on. But he did feel like, and once again, just going by past protocol of what we heard earlier today, we do not anticipate this happening any later than 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I wish, and y'all seen it today. Welcome to my life. I sit around and wait a lot. But, you know, I wish it was like a time to kill, and we were going to throw the courthouse door open in Pittsburgh and yell "Free Trinidad" or something like that. But it's more likely most things in a courtroom end up with me getting an email that says, you know, from a judge's administrator that I have to download a PDF and read what happened. So that may be what he's going to do. I mean, he's writing something. It's going to be written. It's not going to be just off the top of his head. You know, he's going to go out there. He may do it. Who knows? But whatever it is, he'll have to put it in writing and memorialize it for the purposes of an order. because the injunction has to be there because they've got to have an ability to appeal it, honestly, if they choose to. Which
John, I had a question before you hop back on. I was just talking about, and we were kind of texting a little bit about, I believe Doug Minor is his name, right? The NCAA attorney. It seemed like kind of early on he was maybe cooking a little bit. Like he was gonna kind of bring up some stuff that may help the NCAA out. But over the course of what I just call the word salad, because it was just so long, man. I mean, he was going for this case and that case and trying to use, and the judge had said before in the court that the Bediako thing, he indicated that is not applicable, and he still tried to use that and say that it would cause irreparable harm to the NCAA. How good of a job do you think he did? Outside of the arguments with the judge and the rebuttals from the judge, do you think he actually made a good point?
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty good when he hits his first part of his argument was the best when he, like you mentioned, when he talked about the breach of contract, bad faith, and whether or not they were able to prove that, and kind of likened it that Ole Miss or Trinidad's trying to use an emotional argument, kind of it's sentimental to say let the kid play, and stuff like that, but they just can't get by the legal aspect. He was pretty good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, those guys are good at what they do, and I mean, he may be successful. But it's, as we've demonstrated today, since we've been on, Ben, what time did you go on this morning? 8:30, 9?
It was like 8:47, if I'm being specific.
It's pretty freaking hard to be coherent and logical for 6 or 7 hours. And he's on his feet. Doug's having to argue through it. He did a really good job. But even then, people's attention spans tend to waver. And you could tell, I mean, it's hard to stay on track. And, when you get past, like we talked about earlier, when you get past the likelihood of success and you get in, he had to touch on the other points about irreparable harm and things like that. When you get into that, there's no doubt that favors Trinidad. I mean, it's just, I mean, and I think it may have been Trey Byers who argued that he's looked all around and he has no idea what harm there is to the NCAA, for this. I forgot how Brad may remember exactly what he said, but, so, I mean, Doug did a good job. The first part of his argument was easily the best, but, once he got into the rest of the stuff is when Judge Whitwell kind of came at him a little bit. And at that point, what's the Mike Tyson line? Everybody's got a plan till you get hit in the mouth or you get hit or whatever. I mean, you can write the best speeches in the world in a legal argument. But there's an art to being able to argue on your feet, because once somebody asks you a question or there's an objection, your whole train of thought is thrown off. And, it's tough. I mean, so we'll see. But, guys, I got to jump off. I'll be back. Somebody text me and let me know if you get a ruling, and I'll read it. And we can try to figure out either later on tonight or tomorrow morning. How about that?
Thank you, brother.
Perfect.
That's John.
Appreciate you, John.
That's John Cox, our legal correspondent, joining us again for Talk of Champions. He's been with us for most all of these 6 hours. Brad, can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, we've got you, Ben. I thought William Liston did a fantastic job in the very end by just using some common sense. When he looked at the legal team of the NCAA that was very flustered at that point, and he said, guys, what the NCAA should be doing should be helping Trinidad Chambliss get his 4 years. They're not arguing that he should get an extra year to play college football. They're arguing that he should get his 4 years that he's owed. And I think whenever he looked and said, Trinidad just wants to play 4 years of football. And he didn't play 22. We kind of went through all of that, why he didn't play 22. But you guys should be helping him, not trying to keep him from doing it. And, boy, you could just tell there are a lot of heads that started shaking in the crowd whenever that was said. I want to kind of follow up on what John said. I thought Trey Byers did a really good job in his closing argument, just providing some very pointed details about where – and you'll have to help me with the word. It's the big, long word that kind of started the whole –
contemporaneous evidence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just say, we've lost Brad briefly. Let's wait and remove him from the stage. And someone else said it in the chat. I think it was my buddy Chris from Twitter. If I never hear contemporaneous, tonsillitis, my word in heaven. As we wait to get old Brad back, this QR code right here. We've been doing it for 6 hours, raising money. It's my personal Venmo. It's for the New Albany High School Musical Department's performance of Tuck Everlasting. They were hit hard by Winter Storm Fern. If you can give $1, if you can give 10, give 100, give 1,000, scan that QR code. You'd be doing a lot for a lot of people. Some kids that are really, really awesome. All right, so here's Brad. Sorry about it. We lost a second, Brad.
Contemporaneously. Thank you, Sudu. That's the word that kind of cranked everything up. And, I thought Doug did a great job when he started talking about contemporaneous and then kind of going back and forth. But where he lost everybody is when he was going by 23 and 24. That lasted about 30 seconds. And if you remember, Judge Whitwell said, wait a minute, Are we not talking about 22? And at that point, he kind of lost the judge. He lost everybody whenever they're like, we're talking about 22. And he's like, yeah, but you understand continuation, whatever. That is what I'm saying is what happened in 22 had to do with 23. At that point, he had lost the courtroom. He had lost the judge. He went after the judge. And at that point, the game was over. From that point on, it really felt like Doug was uphill after that the rest of the way.
No doubt. I kind of wrote a note about that. And like his case, I understand what Doug was trying to say, right? He was saying if Trinidad could be on Singular and Afrin for, or whatever, the Nasacort, whatever he was using for 2022, why didn't he just do that and manage, or sorry, for 2023, why didn't he just manage to do that for 2022? But I think the judge had pretty much made up his mind that he did not play a down. He did not practice a down. And I think in the judge's eyes, he's like, yeah, so he should be allowed to get another year. Why? Because I believe there was enough medical evidence. And that contemporaneous document conversation kind of confused me because I'm going, but there is contemporaneous documentation. The Ole Miss side is bringing it up. That was the whole thing with the doctor Trinidad had at the time, right? Dr. Howard or whoever and this stuff. That was from that time. It wasn't from after the fact, I don't think. Those are medical documents. Those exist when you go to the doctor's office, right? So that kind of confused me. I wanted to actually clear that up with John. Maybe I misunderstood something, but man, I will say William Liston at the end, I just thought was absolutely masterful. Brad, that's what I was telling Ben before you joined. When he brought up the NCAA has their own sports science medical institute in Indianapolis, and they did not even put in any effort to refute the medical evidence, provide their own medical analysis. They didn't even go through the trouble of doing it. They acted in bad faith. I was like, boom, there it is right there. It was like the perfect bow on the case for me.
Yeah, from my limited knowledge and legalese, and I'm so ready to start talking about the offensive line again.
Yes.
But what I've learned today is this has went about how I expected it to go today. I really expected it to be very much a pro Ole Miss, not crowd, but a pro Ole Miss audience. And I don't think Judge Whitwell's been anything but professional, but I think, having him kind of go back and forth and kind of respond certain ways. And in some ways, I think John was very, very pointed when he pointed out that, Judge Whitwell asking Trinidad, wait, now, son, are you talking about 22 or 20? It's almost as if he's protecting him, looking out for him. And I'm not in any ways intimating that that's what's happening, but it's almost like he's understanding. He's sympathetic, and he's very much abreast of what's happening. But it's really interesting. And I think that exchange, when they were talking about 22 and 23, I agree with John. I think that was a huge component of this particular injunction hearing today.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I want to touch on one thing that really stuck out to me. And then, Brad, I think I've made an executive decision here because we don't know when the decision is coming. Maybe 5, maybe 6, maybe we do an instant reaction.
Yes, that's a good idea, Ben. I think it might slide back in and see if I can get a little more information. Then I will text you guys back and forth, and we can kind of go from there. But I just want to say once again, I've been in here just kind of nosing the computer. I have no idea kind of the audience, but I just want to say how much I appreciate you guys anchoring the coverage and John for coming on and all of our sponsors that have helped make this possible. This is kind of new for all of us, but like I told you, Ben, like I told Sudu and John, my goal today was to try to be the eyes and the ears for all of the fans back home and all the fans that are not here in Pittsboro. I don't know how we've done, but I promise you everything that I've done today, I've tried to put everybody in the courtroom and try to put everybody in Pittsboro, Mississippi. And so that was my goal today. I hope I
Brad,
did just
part of that, I hate to interrupt you. Part of that is the experience of Pittsboro itself, which of course includes El Jefe. Brad, how was the food at El Jefe?
It's actually really good. Yes! And if anybody ever comes to Pittsboro and they come to El Jefe to eat, just do me a favor, and if you like enchiladas, that's the meal to go to. Ask for the red sauce.
Pittsburgh's
some of the
best. Cooler.
Yeah, it's the red sauce is really good. So, but headed back inside. Thank you guys so much. We'll do an instant reaction. Thank you everybody once again for jumping on. It's been indeed a pleasure.
Thank you, Brad. You've been great.
Thank you, Brad.
He's the man on the street, the boots on the ground. I salute you, sir. You're awesome. That's Brad Logan, one of my favorite people on earth. Nobody works harder, bro. It's just true. Nobody works harder than him. So here we go.
I'm with this. Pete Fleet. Someone needs to bring El Jefe to the Grove next year.
Yeah, dude. At this point, it's like a part of our
if Trinidad
culture.
gets this waiver, we better have El Jefe at the first home game.
Oh, dude, El Jefe better be catering the freaking press box. You feel me? All right, so we're gonna wrap this up. It's been 6.5 hours. I was hoping we get to 50K. Once we do,
I could do another 3, Ben. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, because your eyes have finally opened up.
That's what happens when you're awake long enough, you know.
That's
See
what
some
it is.
Sunlight. Eat
Are you
some
sure
food.
you don't
I'll
need
tell
to
you
run
what,
to the
man.
bathroom and pack a bowl?
I stepped away to get coffee earlier. When I came back, I definitely came back with a little more energy than early in the morning. But
you're not a morning
Oh,
person.
God.
Look, in your defense.
Oh, look, here's Jack. This is who I'm talking about. Look, Sudu bringing up food.
Got the munchies.
He must have the munchies. Yeah. I told you, dude. This is bigger than this podcast now.
Yeah. All right. So one stuck out to me, and I wanted to note this. I want to let y'all talk because y'all are the experts, not me. But one thing that really stuck out to me is in the closing. Doug Minor kept arguing about how about the bylaws, about how it was essentially trying to make the case of this was a bylaws issue, right? Like changing going against this bylaw. Trinidad Chambliss not trying to do anything with the bylaws. Nothing.
Right.
Like he's not trying to change anything. And like their irreparable harm argument was flimsy. It was really like, especially the whole NCAA will be harmed. Well, why weren't you harmed? For me, I thought when Trinidad if he was confused or if he just messed up or whatever, when he said no to the question about 2020 or yes to the question about 2022, I was like, oh, that's ball game. You just defied your entire case. Like John said, once the judge came in and said, wait a second, and made him answer the questions more directly in that way, got it back on track. And then when Doug Minor kind of did his closing, that's when I got back on the board of, I think it's going to happen. Do you think he's going to get this? I mean, Judge Minor says he's going to, or not Minor, Judge Whitwell says he's going to be handing something down at any point. We think probably in the next hour or two, we'll have full coverage at the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com to Flip on 3. Have a live reaction from Brad Logan there on the ground in Pittsboro. Knowing what you know, having seen this whole thing, we sat here and watched it together all day.
No, it was incredible. I tend to think he does. And someone made a comment or posted it in the comments, talking about how there was almost a discussion between Liston and Judge Whitwell at the end there, where he was just kind of, it was a conversation. It didn't seem like he was grilling him or asking questions. It was more, and you saw Attorney Liston kind of smiling, and
like the only time he really pressed was when Trinidad screwed himself up.
Yeah. Trinidad got confused.
Then if this is not what that's about,
why are we here?
Why are we here?
And so he was able to clear that up. Part of what you just said, though, you talk about bylaws and all that. There is a part of me that wonders if the NCAA, and this could be borderline, let me throw on my aluminum foil hat, they need Congress to intervene, right? That's what they've been trying forever. Our laws clearly don't matter. These local courts can do whatever they want. And a part of Doug Minor's closing argument, I wondered, was to have on record what he said to be able to go to Congress. They might know that Trinidad. I mean, they probably think he's going to get this. And I think a part of him saying any local judge can then just go around our laws that these institutions have agreed to and give these cases on a case-by-case basis. And that won't work. I think that was to get that on record. Because think about it. The NCAA, as William Liston brought up, kind of baffling that they didn't bring up any witnesses. Kind of baffling they didn't give their own medical evidence or refute anything. And it sort of felt like, was this attempt to be like, okay, we don't really care if we win or lose. We just want this to be on our side when we appeal to Congress again.
That's what kept coming up in my brain. And then went to hear that they just up and left. Not that they don't have somebody there to hear the ruling if it's, announced like in a circle square or through an email. But to pack up and leave, I'm like, in the flimsiness or the lack of real teeth to the closing is what surprised me. They called no witnesses. They brought none of their medical experts in. The only medical anything on record is in favor of Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah.
In a court of law, then, if you do nothing to dispute that or add to it or you know what I mean, then if just going by the law, we're taking all of our biases out of this. I thought when Trinidad said that when he took the stand, when that one dude, that one lawyer, really, he was good, man. And he was kind and surgical and methodical, and he just led him down and hung him with it. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about the main guy? Why did I just forget his name for the NCAA?
Not Doug Minor, but the other bald dude.
Yeah, yeah. So he is the one that did Betty Yako. He did Trinidad. Now he's going to do Aguilar. Like, he's their guy. So you knew he was going to be good. And like you said, he was like, first of all, congratulations on just a remarkable career.
And the thing was, like, I would be like, oh my gosh.
If I was Trinidad, I'd be like, "You're trying to screw me over, bro. Like, don't compliment me."
It's disarming, And I think a lot of that really kind of you could tell Trinidad was nervous. Why wouldn't he be? Like, we had 50,000 people watching this across all platforms. Do you want me to show you the screenshot? I just took it so anyone that
we don't need to come on. We don't need to feed the trolls.
Okay, you're right.
Our viewers are our viewers. That's all that matters.
You're right. But that lawyer, man, he tripped him up. He tripped him up good. And when that happened, I was like, oh boy. I mean, I had like a pit in my stomach going, well, this just took a turn.
Right.
But it's undeniable, whether you're an Ole Miss person, an LSU person, a person that just like loves court cases and sat here with us for 7 hours, that the judge was on Ole Miss's side. It was obvious. When does recess end? We don't know until he comes to a decision, which could
hopefully before 6 Central or 5 Central.
Wait, are we staying?
It's only 4:30 here.
Because I'm thinking I'm wrapping up right now. Are you thinking we staying?
I mean, we can stay, we can chat, we can throw up the "we'll be right back" graphic and just hop back on when it's time. I mean, you tell me, man.
I don't know what we should do because yesterday Brad Logan told me about when I said, "Well, how long do you think we'll be there?" And he put it on record. I mean, I just played it for all you earlier in the show, and he was like,
"Well, I think today would mean business day, right? If the judge said today, I don't think he means like 11:59.
No, I'm not saying that either. But like, also, we have been watching this together all day long. You know what I mean? The Ole Miss Spirit, we're still going to be talking about it. We're still going to be there. We're going to have the full breakdown of the verdict, whatever it is, whatever the decision. Verdict.
You just want to start naming random former Ole Miss athletes?
Camone Fisher,
Kendrick Lewis,
Jozon Darby.
Damn, that was a good one. Eli Manning,
Brock Price,
Evan Button,
Wesley Walls,
Ashley Palmer,
Cooper Osteen,
Mike Wallace,
Tuton Reyes,
Cordero Eason,
Belton Johnson,
Errol Robinson,
Marcus Johnson,
Marshall Henderson.
Oh, we're doing basketball, not Jarvis Summers.
You can do anybody, man.
Okay.
Charlie Connerly,
Mark Holloman,
Bruiser Kennard,
Will Klein. It's baseball season. They open up tomorrow.
Bo Wallace.
That's so easy. Romero Miller. I'm going to kill you at this game.
Robert Lane.
Did you just read the chat? Rick Rosano.
Where's the chat? Did someone say Robert Lane?
Rick Rosano.
Zach Cozart.
I love this one right here. Billy Tapp. What a pull. I love that.
Billy Tapp.
Hey, going to Phoenix, you know who I ran into? Seth Smith. I went, hey, you're Seth Smith, aren't you? He was like, yeah.
Wow.
That was fun. So Seth Smith.
Ethan Flatt.
Stop looking at the chat. Y'all are
I'm not looking at the chat. Where does it say that in the chat?
It's everybody. We got Patrick Willis, Chance Campbell, Stewart.
Well,
Patrick.
hide the chat then. I don't know what to do. I'm just naming
we need to
these
put
off
we need to figure out like how you lose. Ray Thomas, maybe take a break. Oh, you know what? Give us a 5-minute break. I know I've shown it twice, but I'm gonna show it one more time. The fundraising for the next 20 days, this QR code on the screen is going to be for we got hit hard in New Albany just like Oxford did for Winter Storm Fern. And cleanup efforts, all those kind of things. Something overlooked is like my friends over there, the New Albany high schoolers, they're putting on their senior production. They're chasing their dreams of Tuck Everlasting, and it set them back for about 2 weeks, and they got to raise $30,000 or something. I'm not asking for $30,000, but if you can give something, that QR code right there, just scan it and hand it out. They're still going strong. That would be great. Just $10, $5, $1. Just scan the QR code. It's my personal Venmo, but it's all going to the New Albany High School's production of Tuck Everlasting. So while y'all continue to throw up some great names, like Joe Gunn is on my wall, folks. That's where I was going next. Charles.
Oh gosh, I got
one for you. LJ Taylor, bish. I'm telling you, I can pull him from deep. Dustin Muzon.
Dustin Muzon. I was going to say earlier, by the way.
Sheldon Morris.
Stealing my guy.
Hey, help my guy, help my people out in New Albany. We're going to take a
hold on. Wait. Before we go,
all right.
Just saw a picture on Twitter that I want to.
John Stroud, that a boy Sawyer from New Albany. New Albany.
Zach Stout. How about that?
Zach Stout, Randall Mackey.
One.
But
Barry
John
Brunetti.
Stroud, does insurance here in New Albany. He gives to New Albany High School Musical Theater. But we'd love to have so many more of you give. Just please scan this QR code for me. And it's all kind of based off of what happened in Phoenix, how y'all like organically got me there when I was not planning to go. Shea Hodges is the easy one. Who was the guy who came play basketball with us a few years ago? That was my guy, 40 Kentrell Lockett, Josh. And 40 put on a show. He did. He put on a show. I love the Dwayne Curtis pool. Dwayne Curtis is a good one. Johnny Brown I actually ran into not too terribly long ago. Drill Pose, my guy. A lot of good ones in the chat. But for now, I will appeal once more to anyone that's would be willing to help out some kids that I love a lot. And because y'all did so great for me. And what's that?
This is from Chase Parham on Twitter. Trinidad is passing the time by signing a football right now.
That's about right.
Oh, goodness. That's what it's about right here. This is what college sports is about.
It's set like we didn't even do a 7-hour. Well, we did a 9-hour show for the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah.
We did like 3 hours for the New Year's Eve thing. But like the fact that Patrick Trahan's a great pool. Cassius Ware's great. All right, I'm going to go. Let's do 10 seconds is like rapid fire. You ready? You got to do it immediately or you get stuck. All right. Are we going to do football, baseball, basketball, or all of them?
All of it, man. Whoever. Cassius Vaughn.
Chris Collins.
Brandon Bolden.
Marche Green.
Oh, God, I'm going to lose. Pat Patterson.
Snoop Connor, you've already lost.
Yeah, I lost. My brain's just...
Yeah. It's okay. You've been going for like... Again, you never had a chance in hell of beating me. You don't. Like, the one thing I can beat you at is that.
I just can't think as fast as you. That's my problem.
No. It's just like, that's all I got.
Yeah.
I can't fix things. I can't use a chainsaw after the...
Hey, I had some deep pulls. Now, Ben wasn't coming up with Bruiser Kennard. Okay, let's be real.
I had L.J. Taylor, Sheldon Morris, Brock Kreitz, Wesley Walls. Are you playing, dude? You didn't even hold a candle to my randos.
Bruiser Kennard, bro. Do you know how long ago that was?
Fine. I can go back that far as well. Jim Poole. Stop playing games.
I couldn't remember Poole's first name. I was gonna say Poole.
You remember when Robert Conyers used to wrestle gators?
I thought it was bears. I thought it was bears.
Gators. Christian
There's
Russell.
There's a picture of him wrestling a. Is that not him? Is that a different guy? We had an Ole Miss guy back in the day that wrestled. I think it was our first black football player at Ole Miss. Christian Russell. Wow.
That's a pull. Jamie Armstrong was my dude. I thought he was just beast mode. Justin Reed, God rest his soul, the greatest basketball player.
I knew him when I was a kid. Justin Reed, man. He was so nice.
Yeah, he was awesome. All right, so we're going to take a quick break.
Gentle Ben, that's who I'm thinking of. That's right.
Gentle Ben Williams? Gentle Ben Williams?
Yeah. Yes, he was the one who wrestled a bear. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, and I think I fashioned myself like the Ole Miss guy of guys, and like, I didn't know Ben Williams wrestled a bear.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
You still, like, I'm the first one to say Chucky Mullins. Hey, and somebody, Sawyer Williams, he said Bradley Sal, but he said false start Bradley Sal. First of all, Bradley Sal is a regular contributor to Talk of Champions and a damn good American.
Damn right.
8-year NFL veteran.
Hey, Brad himself made that joke years ago on someone's podcast, I believe. So I don't think he's hurt by that.
I don't think so either. I'm going to show y'all my New Albany people because there's like where are we up to? 50, almost 52,000
51,000 and change.
Now they could be like 50,000 bots for all I know. But in case there aren't, we're going to come back. We'll do more of this, and we're going to get Brad. We don't know when the decision is coming. Judge Whitwell, we think, is going to have something by 5-ish. All right? Hoping before, could be later. But here at Talk of Champions, we've been going for nearly 7 hours. So what's the point in stopping now? But of the 51,000 eyeballs that it says are watching us right now, I'm trying to raise money for a good cause. It's my personal Venmo, but I will show you. I'll take video proof of it if you're worried about it. All of the money that y'all donate for the next 20 days is going to New Albany High School's production of Tuck Everlasting. And here's a little bit about it.
Like Oxford.
Yeah.
Start it over.
The New Albany community is a lot like Oxford. When disaster strikes, like it did during Winter Storm Fern, New Albany responds. Local churches fed first responders. Neighbors helped neighbors. And as soon as the ice allowed, people poured out of their homes to begin cleaning up what the storm left behind. Inside New Albany High School,
Two familiar faces were doing what they've been doing for a decade. When Philip and Mary Beth Nanny weren't helping with storm cleanup, they were spending hours inside the school, often with little or no power, building sets and sewing costumes. Because in many ways, Philip and Mary Beth Nanny are the New Albany High School musical theater department.
We're knocking on doors, begging for help because we know what this ice storm has done to our community. We're very grateful for what we've received, but we want to be able to continue the caliber of productions that we put on, and that takes financial backing. You see it when one of your students who is a soccer player ends up in New York City at the National Jimmy Awards representing this region, not just this state, but this region. Those are the moments we're creating and cultivating for kids. That's something that's very difficult for a rural Mississippi high school to do when you're competing against private academies that have budgets I could not ever dream of competing with. We win with what we have because our children have heart.
For more than a decade now, and following in the footsteps of their parents, the program Under the Nannies has been nationally recognized and award-winning. But almost all of the heavy lifting happens through two people. They fundraise, they design sets, they handle sound and blocking, they build, they sew, they organize, and after the storm, they were set back. They need help.
The real reason it happens this way is because this is the way it's always been done. It's just understanding the limitations that we have, but also respecting the limitations that we have, and that's really what makes it great, is when you realize what we are able to pull off with limited resources that we have. It really makes it a lot sweeter. Every dime, every dollar, every $100 goes an extremely long way. We're blessed to be supported by our district, but we are self-supported as well. We have to raise the funds to put on the show. If it costs $30,000 to put on the show, then it's on our backs to make sure that we raise 31. Every dollar, every dime, every cent matters.
Now, this is where you might be wondering, Ben, what does this have to do with Ole Miss sports? Nothing really at all. But contrary to what some opposing fan bases might think in YouTube comments, my Twitter mentions, I had no plans to go to Phoenix for the Fiesta Bowl. But Ole Miss Spirit subscribers, the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, and Fit of On 3, you Talk of Champions listeners, where is it? Y'all had other ideas. One Spirit subscriber took a screenshot of my Venmo and posted it on the message board. That post sparked an organic fundraising effort that ended up getting me to Phoenix. And it reminded me of how special this community is, the Ole Miss Spirit, Talk of Champions. And it planted a seed. God has blessed me over and over again the last few years in ways I don't deserve. And there's a particular verse I've been sitting with. Commit your works to the Lord, and he will establish your plans. I believe Phoenix happened for a reason, and some real good is supposed to come of it.
The ice storm did set us back. It put us out of school for a whole week and a half, but the community really rallied. Mary Beth and Flip offered to come to our houses with like four-wheelers. We're getting back on track, and we're not going to let it stop us.
Our shows in general are very special because you can tell we're a family. You can tell that everybody's working together as a team. You can tell it's very family oriented. So it's got a special nature about it anyways. But this show in particular is just such an incredible story because you get to see so many aspects of it. You get a traditional musical theater style with the dance and with the songs, but you also get to see this grief at this family who has lost everything but has also gained everything, but it's not what they really wanted to gain. It's a really, really beautiful thing.
For the next 20 days, the QR code on your screen goes to my personal Venmo at Spirit Ben. Every dollar goes directly to the New Albany High School Musical Theater Department's production of Tuck Everlasting. I've already donated the first $200. Tuck Everlasting is a family-friendly musical based on the beloved novel about a young girl named Winnie Foster who discovers a mysterious family that has unlocked the secret to eternal life. Set in the late 1800s, the story explores what it truly means to live and why mortality gives life its meaning through themes of love, choice, responsibility, and the beauty of growing up. The New Albany High School production brings that timeless story to the stage with a large student cast, live singing and dancing, and an ambitious set that reflects the show's magical and emotional scope. But they need your help. They need Talk of Champions. These are purely charitable donations, and you can write them off for tax purposes. The goal is simple. The Talk of Champions community is here to help a small program with a big heart keep doing big things. Y'all already did it for me.
Shoot, I mean, I know it's the off season for Ole Miss sports, so I mean, if Pete Golding or somebody wanted to come out, come on, you know, I mean, it's really going to be a spectacular musical.
We just want everybody to come support us, come see us. We just want to show the world who we are, even if you're Ole Miss, Hail State.
This is the first of what I hope becomes several local fundraising efforts each year in New Albany, Oxford, Bonatoc, Corinth, and beyond. May God continue to establish our plans here at Talk of Champions. Scan the QR code. Give what you can. No amount is too small. No amount at all. Thank y'all for allowing me to try to raise some money. We're almost up to $1,000 with it. So if anybody wants to put us over the top, scan that QR code right there. I think we're at 966 last check, man. That is awesome. These kids are going to be so excited, and I can tell them, and I can put it on the playbill. It's from Talk of Champions. It's all going to them, man, because, like, seriously, I had no plans to go to Phoenix, and y'all wouldn't let me. Y'all made sure my butt got there. And so I'm just so thankful, man. I'm so thankful for this community, for Sudu, for Brad, for the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com. Chris Henry just pulled out Gilbert Pena, and that is a great one. No one, dude, Gilbert Pena was so good, dude.
Oh, my goodness. I forgot about him, man.
No one said Marquise Haynes like Ole Miss's sack leader.
Oh, Marquise Haynes. No one's brought up Sir Darius Bryant. Come on.
Bird. The best
Bird, man.
The second best linebacker, because there's no linebacker. Patrick Willis isn't a tier all to himself. So when we say the best linebacker, we're talking about after Patrick Willis. Let's just keep that
right.
Rory Johnson is up there. Rory Johnson doesn't get it. Rory Johnson?
When was Rory Johnson?
See, I won. Oh, chat, tell him how I won. He doesn't know who Rory Johnson is.
I'm just asking you when he played.
I'm asking you.
That was the question.
I'm asking you.
You already told me you won earlier.
What number did he wear?
What number? Dancing on my grave is what you're doing.
What number did he wear? LP
I don't
Smith.
know. When did he play? I'm trying to ask you when he played.
Early 2000s. But
Okay.
he was great. Well, there was one I thought of you immediately because we've been.
I couldn't remember Chris Mangum's name earlier. I meant to say him.
Chris Strong. That's what I was going to do. Chris Strong. Remember Chris Strong?
Was he number 32?
No, from South Panola. That's Tamario Strong.
Okay, I was like, there was a Strong who was 20.
A lot of Strongs from Panola.
Yeah.
We got DT Shackelford, shout out. Tim Jumper, Dodd Sandroni.
DT's my guy, dude.
Tim Ellis, Carl Lafferty. I feel like the chat has been hopping like now more than it's ever been hopping. Oh, Eddie Strong.
Fawn Cooper, man. Don't forget Fawn Cooper.
Chris and Charles Stackhouse both said it. Of course, Eddie Strong, number one. I'm going to give a shout out. I'm going to tell him I did it to my guy, Russ Kirkland. All right. New Albany, Mississippi, stand up. This QR code, we're raising some money for New Albany. If you want to give, we're almost to $1,000, man. Help push us over the top. Another $40, and we're there. All right. So my guy, Russ, he played at Murray State. You notice what, like, first of all, played at Murray State. It's an accomplishment. He's a great player. Blah, blah. He had degenerative issues. Not a lot to write home about, but you know what he did do? When Murray State came and played Ole Miss, I think it was Eli's – I want to say it was Eli's debut. I can't remember exactly.
I think it was. I think it was against Murray State.
I don't know if Eddie Strong wasn't on that team. But when he
01,
played
right?
I can't remember when it was. Whenever Russ came here, he played with Murray State. He's a big Ole Miss guy. He played – shout out to my hometown in New Albany. Me too, brother. Me too. When he came all the way, and I'm still here. That's where the Riverland Roofing Studios is. That's who we're raising money for today and for the next 20 days. Scan the QR code. Give to your hometown, my guy. That'd be awesome. Thank you, Trey. Trey Dozier, man. I think I know Trey. Cash is where, but anyway, Russ Kirkland, his claim to fame, he laid out Eddie Strong, and he still talks about it to this day. It doesn't carry the same weight as it used to because most people go, who? And then I have to tell them, you don't know who Eddie Strong is, and go crazy. Jalen Walton's a great one, and Jalen Walton will be starting a podcast with Darby McCrady that will be on the Talk of Champions podcast sooner rather than later. Excited for that one. Darby McCrany's been doing a great job over at the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com, affiliate 1-3, just chiming in.
Ansu Cisse is a good one.
Ansu Cisse. Of course, Ansu Cisse is a good one. Anthony Boone's a great one. Anybody say Anthony? Here's a great one. DeCameron Richardson.
Oh, my goodness. Someone said Tig Barksdale earlier, too.
Still the best football player in high school I've ever seen in my life.
He didn't play. Did he play? He never got to play, right?
Who?
Didn't he have, like, eligibility issues, Tig?
Tig, yeah. But he went through a spring, maybe a fall camp.
Yeah.
Ended up at Jacksonville State, and he scored the winning 2-point conversion.
That's right. Okay, I was going to say, I know there's a whole, like, lore behind him. My buddy just texted me, by the way. He said he joined the stream right when you said going for hours. He was like, I thought y'all were sponsored by Blue Chew I heard that. It's like, no, not yet.
That's a man that understands my stupid sense of humor. Knew immediately. He knew immediately what would make me go, yeah, that's a guy I want to hang out with more often. All right. So here's where we are. I mean, we're already past 7 hours here. All right.
Yeah,
this
we
is
are.
my wife's birthday, my honey, my sweet honey. Look at her. Oh, she's 5'0" nothing. Don't y'all make fun of her. She's sweet honey. And I love her so much. And look at that ogre she's standing with. My God. I'm probably wearing that
She's
exact
awesome.
same. She's the best. It's her birthday. She's 39 years young. So I have to go spend time with her. I told her I was going to take her for a steak dinner tonight over at Tallahatchie
Heck yeah.
Gourmet here in New Albany. Originated here in New Albany. So my question is, do I let you ride this out?
I mean, hey, you look, go spend time with Emily.
Yet.
Go. Okay, I was gonna say, go spend time with your wife, man. If you need to, we can, like we said, we can take a break here and come back whenever. Obviously, Brad's still in Pittsboro, so if you need to go, you can go, dude.
CJ,
no
I love
one's
you
gonna be
too,
upset.
man. And they're not Chacos, they're Tivas. And Emily hates them. Hates them.
You used to rock the rainbows, no? You switched to Tivas?
I'm wearing them right now, Tivas.
Oh, so you've gone for more of a Chaco style now instead of the straight up flip flops.
Y'all flip flop shame me enough, man.
I'll never forget you in Kansas in the snow when Ole Miss played Kansas State in your shorts and those damn rainbow flip flops. That image will never leave my brain, dude. And I was in high school. This is before I worked for you or worked with you, whatever. It was, I just remember being like, this guy's nuts. This guy's insane.
Oh, Emily's got a birthday twin. Hey, T Walker, happy birthday to you too. Happy birthday. Yeah, I'm not. Also, I don't apologize for I'm not stylish. I'm not.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't apologize.
I don't apologize.
If anything, I have more respect for you.
I don't disagree that the toes out is not the way to go. I don't disagree. My whole thing is I just don't care. You know what I mean? But I thought that the Tivas were a nice middle ground. Turns out. But my wife, my perfect wife, my sweet honey, who's 39 today. I broke those Tivas. Sudu. I snapped and she was so happy. What did I get on Christmas Day this year?
Some Tivas.
Dang right. The exact same Tivas that you just saw. In that, she got me another pair just like that. Yeah, they might be handwritten to y'all, but my baby knows me, and y'all can bury me in them. Bury me in them Chaco Tivas. I don't know where y'all prisons. All right, you know what I mean? Let them cook and sauna all day. I'm just saying.
I wish we had some clip farmers that would just cut these random rants you go on. Man.
That's what you're supposed to do.
They would do numbers. I wish I had the time.
Instead, all you do is clip out the smart things you say to put them all over the channel so everybody can think you the smart one.
Damn right. That's exactly what I do, including when I clipped Joe Judge earlier. Speaking of Joe Judge, this is a good transition. Have you seen that he's getting flamed right now on social media for his comments about telling pregnant partners of players that, sorry, your husband can't take care of the baby in the middle of the night. And I think the context of this is getting lost because the question was about rest for football players, and people just think he just randomly said this in a hearing with no context.
That's why. Well, see, here's the thing, and that will do more number. I don't know. We've got 52,000. I keep screenshotting it because I don't think people are going to believe us when we say this. 52,831. I mean, just keep going. 7 hours of this. If you watch this, and heard Joe Judge, that's not what he was saying. It's taken completely out of context. But in the culture that we live in now, which we have the attention span of dogs, and we have the comprehension of cavemen, we take a snippet of it, and you're ready to talk your shit about Joe Judge. Joe Judge is a great dude that went in there and went to battle for his quarterback, did a great job up there. Don't mischaracterize something this man said because you hadn't been watching with everybody else. You and me been putting in that work since this morning. Sudu's eyes were closed. Look at him now.
Yep.
So I'm saying, if you didn't sit in here for 7 hours or you don't know the full context is what I'm getting at, sit over there. Now, I don't know who put that reel together, but they were smart because they know how to attack virality. Oh, wait, was it Sudu?
No, this was not me. I would have put that one up, but definitely with context if I would have thought about it. It was the college, whatever, the college football transfer portal. It's like some fake account on Twitter that it's not the real, obviously, account for the football portal. I don't think that exists, but
we've gone
that's
over
where I've seen it.
53,000 now. I need to take a picture of that one just to make sure. Again, just to show all you advertisers out there, Riverland Roofing on the hat. Little B&A Bank love, my hometown bank, 662-534-8171. Online at bnabank.com. I'm really hoping like they just randomly, Brad will pop back in and say quarter's back in session and we can go back to
I know. I keep refreshing his Twitter feed to see maybe if he's tweeted it.
Because Brad Logan has been our boots on the ground all day. We've gone to him. We've gone to the senior legal counsel correspondent, my man John Cox. He's a lawyer in Cleveland. You've heard from Trinidad Chambliss, Mama Chambliss, Ford Die for hours and hours on end.
So
I'm really hoping, that sooner rather than later we'll get something. So I'm kind of like vamping a little bit, but point still stands. Like 53,000 people, College Corner. Scott, I hope you're living well, my guy. 662-550-4330, collegecornerstore.com. There's no better place to get your Ole Miss merch. New you in 2026, built different fitness. I'm going next week. I've been saying
Let's
that
go.
like every week, dude. I've been saying next week, though. Like every week.
Dude, listen, it is hard. Like I built a home gym about a year ago in the garage, and it's simple, man. It's just like some adjustable dumbbells, one adjustable kettlebell. You can buy like a cheap barbell like setup. You don't like, we love them, right? It's great sponsors. They're awesome. Go when you can. But just set yourself up for success. Just get an adjustable kettlebell, man, and you can do so much with that. Like
a couple of things. One, Trey Wallace from Outkick, who joined us earlier this week and was awesome. He just texted to say, getting blown up. That's the wife because it's her birthday. She's coming home. He texted to say that we got him through a 5-hour drive. So that's awesome.
Let's go. Shout out Trey.
Trey's awesome. Secondly, let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. You got to give me a second. Well, I don't think I can find it now. Oh, can I not? Dead gummit. My friend Karis Chambliss, who I think the world of, incredibly talented. She took a picture. I'm going to see if I can screenshot it. She says, I'll take that. This can't be. I mean, I'm not laughing at you, guy. I'm not laughing at you. She says, someone thought this was you from behind. Speaking of me, thought this was you from behind and introduced himself. All right. You make the judgment, Sudu. Just wait. Big reveal here. Done.
Looks like you.
Apparently, my friend Karis Chambliss, who I think is the best, someone thought this was you from behind and introduced himself, and it was this guy. How does that look? I mean, I kind of
not even close.
Look at the tie, though.
Maybe it's
the dude to his left.
Okay, dude to his right, to my right. The way I'm looking at
That's
it.
That's why I said to his left correctly.
Oh, like hit. Sorry, brain.
First of all, this guy's way too skinny to be me.
Well, it's not even skinny. It's just he looks nothing like you. The face, hair, nothing. The guy to the right has kind of old Ben hair, like Ben from high school or college, maybe. The true long, swoopy Bama Bang look. But he looks nothing like you. He actually looks like our friend Ryan Whittington more. He looks like you.
I like that.
The guy to the
also,
right.
My friend Zach Berry, he sent me the picture of Ben Williams wrestling a bear.
Ben.
I think I do now remember that.
Yeah, I mean that picture is so.
I'm
iconic.
getting old. This is my year 40 year. Like, this is my honey's 39th birthday, but this is my year 40 year. You know?
Yeah.
The guy's wearing closed-toed shoes. It clearly isn't fit.
Facts.
QR code on your screen. I've said it for 7 hours. I'll say it again. Is to raise money. It's my personal Venmo, but it's
looks
to
like
raise
Skinny
money.
Yancey.
That is great. My guy Ben saying clown posse. That is great. J.R. Ambrose is a great pull. That's a good one. Let's do one more quick round of that as we kind of still vamp a little bit more. All right, let's just do baseball players. All right,
I'm gonna lose baseball players. I do not have the ability to.
I beat everybody when I pulled out Seneca Taylor to do the Express lightning round.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Thank you, Lisa. She is the best. She just called me. Let's take a break. Let's take a real break. I'm gonna play the Trinidad song. I'm gonna call Emily, wish her a happy birthday, see what dinner plans are, and then when we come back, hopefully we'll have a ruling. But if we don't, If we don't, Sudu, Brad, we'll figure it out. At the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com, Philip on 3. All you got to do is go there. We're going to have full reporting there. Like while we're on break, go to the Ole Miss Spirit, hang out. Jake and Zach and Chuck and everybody, all the thousands of our subs are talking about it right now. LP Spence is one I pulled out earlier, Richard. That's a good call. Dude was awesome. LP Spence ruled. So I'm going to play the Trinidad song. Brandon Tyler, you deserve all the credit for giving us this. It's because of your suggestion that I efforted it. Thank you, Will, for wishing Emily a happy birthday. She is my world. I'm going to call her back during this break. We'll be back. Let's say a good tenor. We need a good tenor. Jonathan Cornell, Cliff. Let's go.
Oh, that's a great one.
I love Jonathan Cornell too, dude. True.
If you're going to do Cornell, what was Cornell? 50? Was he in the 50s?
51, but then he changed. He because I loved him wearing. Well, maybe
I'm going to give you 52. I'm going to give you Mike Mary.
I love Mike Mary. That's a good one. Are we just doing random linebackers? We're just doing random linebackers. Taylor Polk.
Whoever showed Taylor Polk. I actually know him. Great guy.
He is a great guy. He's a rising star in the coaching industry, actually.
Is he? That makes sense. Yeah. And his brother Trey and I were friends in college, and he's like a star lawyer now or something. So that's just a successful family.
Brent Schaefer. I knew it was going to come. It's probably been Brent Schaefer. Why did Seth Adams start over Brent Schaefer? If Brent Schaefer was in football
I don't know. That was one of the biggest fumbles. It's unbelievable.
All right, we'll be right back. We'll come back, and hopefully we'll have a verdict, right? Maybe, possibly. We'll be back.
Life is good in Oxford on Island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wave that red and blue, let the spirit shine. Shine on. Hotty toddy rising, sweet sunshine. Every pass he throws feels so divine. So divine. With Trinidad, we're living on island time. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ole Miss, we on island time. Ole Miss, we on island time. We're going to the playoffs, my brother. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Down in the grove, the party is alive. Yeah, yeah. The reps are rolling, the rhythm so fine. Irate time. Trinidad slinging, crowd feels the rhyme. Whoa, oh Miss brother, we on island time. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wave that red and blue, let the spirit shine. Shine on. Hotty toddy rising, sweet sunshine. Every pass he throws feels so divine. So divine. With Trinidad, we're living on island time. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ole Miss, we on island time. Ole Miss, we on island party taught the rising sweet sunshine. Every pass he throws feels so divine, so divine. With Trinidad, we're living on island time. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Trinidad, Trinidad, throw another dime. Life is good in Oxford on island time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ole Miss, we on island time. Ole Miss, we on island time. We're going to the playoffs, my brother.
So I'm back. I don't know where Sudu is yet. I'm checking because I think I'm seeing what y'all are seeing too. Judge is back in from his chambers, Judge Whitwell, to make a decision. Thank you all for hanging out, man, and chilling with us for so long. Somebody asked, "Hey, user, what is this weird musical stuff?" It's my hometown. I live here in New Albany, Mississippi. We got hit hard by Winter Storm Fern. And to help them out, to put on their production of Tuck Everlasting, I am helping them raise money by scanning this QR code. So thank you for asking. I would disagree that musical stuff is weird. I think it's pretty awesome and one of our last true, honest ways of art expression. So if you want to give, just scan that QR code. It's my personal Venmo, $5, $50, $500. We will thank you for it. We're going to see if we can get to Sudu and Brad here shortly. We're going to be kind of watching this all together, folks, because apparently, yeah, Judge Whitwell is back in session. Yeah, he's back in session. Let me see. Hold on. And I got to get Sudu back in here, too. I think, like, Sudu vamped. He needed a break. To his credit, Judge is back. So I'm texting him right now. Judge Whitwell has returned. Yes, he's returned. Let me see if I can find that stream again, guys. I'm sorry. There's Sudu. The judge is back, Sudu. Unmute yourself.
There we go. I just heard you say that. So
yeah. We got to fix your audio. I don't hear your mic.
That would be because it's not in my face.
Yeah, that would be the reason for it.
That would do it.
All right. So let's see. Let's effort here. See if I can find the stream. Hold on one sec. If it's still streaming, because Brad was going to stream it from his phone. I told him to use the Starlink. And he didn't. So you keep an eye on Twitter as I effort this, okay?
Give me a sec. I've got the sun right in my eyes. Give me a sec.
Yeah, and vampires like you can't stand that, I know. So that's what that weirdo musical stuff is. Just raising money for my friends. For anyone that was asking. What number will it? Oh, I know. Judge is back. We're working on it, man. We're working on it. I'm trying to get Sudu back in here with me. I'm efforting now to go and find, just give me a second, the stream if I can. Well, I'm struggling with it right now, Sudu. I'm trying to find a stream. I haven't found it so far. I'm working on it. Stop yapping and give me the stream. I'm trying.
Is the LBT stream not working?
Well, I'm working on it.
I got you.
Takes a minute. Efforting.
No pressure.
Yeah, it's only the judge making his ruling here. The one thing everybody came here for. Let's see if I can find it. What was the name of the place? Golly, I forgot.
WLBT.
You nailed it. That's all you got. Just ask Sudu. When in doubt, ask Sudu. They're not streaming it anymore.
Oh, they're out of there. So we got to get Brad to stream it.
Hit him up. You had one job. What we did. We We streamed the whole thing. But unfortunately, all right. So we got to hit up Brad. Did you already text him? Did you handle that?
I already
all right.
texted
So
him.
the text is out, Brad. We got to get your stream. We got to see what he's got going over there. You know, judge is reading the decision. Oh, the Rebel Walk's got it. Let's see what the Rebel Walk.
Good for them. That's our boy. It's Karis and
Karis is over here. Yeah.
And who else is over there?
I don't know. I know Karis is there, and she is awesome. My man said he was watching on the Rebel Walk. I'm on the Rebel Walk. I don't see it. What am I missing?
Oh, they're on. They're live.
Well,
Just go to their Twitter. Go to their Twitter and click on the.
Oh,
the
duh,
image.
Ben, you moron. It's my fault. I'm old. We're almost there. Thanks to the Rebel Walk.
Is determined by the citizenship of all its member institutions, including without limitations, institutions such as the University of Michigan, Michigan State University, and Ferris State University, all of which are domiciled in Trinidad's home state of Michigan. See Stagg versus NCAA 2018 WL 409-2104. In parentheses, S period, D period, Cal period, August 28, 2018. In this court's view, there is no basis for removal of this action to the federal district court based upon the federal question of diversity of citizenship. Jurisdiction venue. This court has jurisdiction over all matters of equity, including petitions seeking injunctive relief like the one here. Mississippi Constitution, Article 6, Section 159, Mississippi Code annotated 9/119/1972, Mississippi High School Association Inc. versus Edinburgh High School, 178 Southern 3rd, 1208, at page 1209, Mississippi 2015. Injunctive relief is within the jurisdiction of the Chancery Court. Pursuant to Mississippi Code 13-3-57, this court has in personam jurisdiction over the NCAA because it transacts its business in the state of Mississippi, including the organization of intercollegiate athletic competitions. Trinidad's cause of action arose from the NCAA's transaction business in Mississippi. Venue is proper in Lafayette County, Mississippi, under section 11-5-1 Mississippi Code annotated. Because the personal property interest which Trinidad seeks to secure, i.e. his eligibility to participate in intercollegiate athletics at the University of Mississippi, sometimes Ole Miss, is situated in Lafayette County, and also because Trinidad's cause of action arose in Lafayette County. Introduction. This action arises from Trinidad's claim that NCAA reached his contractual right as an intended third-party beneficiary to have the NCAA act in good faith and with fair dealing in interpreting their own bylaws and rules with regard to Trinidad's request for an eligibility waiver, so he can have the opportunity to compete in the upcoming 2026-27 college football season at Ole Miss. It is Trinidad's position that the NCAA, in its bylaws and rules, in an unreasonable and arbitrary way, which denies him this opportunity. On the other hand, NCAA has rejected the request for Ole Miss for an extension of the eligibility waiver on Trinidad's behalf because it did not fit within the narrow circumstances provided by the NCAA's DI ban. This court is disinclined to agree with the NCAA's argument. While the NCAA acknowledges that there is a contractual relationship between the NCAA and Ole Miss as a member institution, and Trinidad Chambliss as an intended third-party beneficiary there too, they agree to that. But if this relationship is contractual, their mutual responsibility owed by all parties, not just the member institutions and the student athletes. The NCAA owed Trinidad the duty to evaluate and decide the eligibility extension waiver by the Ole Miss fairly, reasonably, and based on the totality of the circumstances here. For reasons stated below, the NCAA failed to do that. Trinidad enrolled at Fair State in the fall of 2021. He was redshirted there in 2021, 21-22, and 22-23, according to Ms. Higley of the Fair State staff. There's some dispute related to his being a medical waiver in 22-23. Trinidad played quarterback at Fair State University in the fall of 2023 and fall of 2024. He transferred to Ole Miss in 2025 and played quarterback for Ole Miss in the fall of 2025 season. And accordingly, Trinidad has only played 3 seasons of collegiate football. The upcoming 2026-27 football season would be Trinidad's 4th and final season. And it is Trinidad's contention the NCAA, in violation of its own bylaws and policies, is denying him the opportunity to compete as a student athlete in the fall of 26, his final and only 4th college football season. Trinidad first enrolled at Fair State in the fall of 2021, but medical and physical incapacity prevented his ability to adequately train and condition and develop athletics. Fair State redshirted at Trinidad in the 21-22 academic year. Trinidad's medical issues did not improve and likewise prevented him from competing in collegiate football contests or games at Fair State in fall of 2022. According to Tony Endes, the head coach of Fair State, and Sarah Higley, senior athletic director of Fair State, Trinidad Chambliss did not even dress out for any games during the 2022 football season. Keep in mind, the 2022 season is the season that we're concerned about, and will not be granted away. According to Sarah Henry, Trinidad was redshirted in both his freshman and sophomore years, 2021 and 2022. That's not exactly correct, but that's what she said. Only competed in 2 seasons at 2023-24 and 24-25 before transferring to Ole Miss. Because Trinidad did not play in any games during the 22 season, Fair State did not file any paperwork with NCAA for a medical waiver. David Taylor Hall, page 3 and 4, and letter of Sarah Higley of NCAA staff. It's NEC document number 5 and 4. Obviously, Trinidad's medical conditions were incapable of competing in game during these years were beyond the control of him or Fair State. Trinidad's pertinent medical history. Trinidad was born August 24, 2002. He is 23 years of age. The cascade of medical issues which plagued Trinidad began in June of 2017 when he was 15 years of age. They continued through his high school and college careers and did not fully resolve until he had surgery intervention in December of 2024. There's substantial proof that has been provided to the court today, in which the proofs are provided by the NCAA by Ole Miss concerning Trinidad's medical history from 2017 through the end of 2024. Exposure to the Epstein-Barr virus, 2 lengthy bouts of infectious mononucleosis, COVID-19 exposure, and consequent chest pain, heart palpitations, shortness of breath, and dizziness, chronic tonsillitis, adenoiditis, chronic sinus congestion, swelling, infections, upper respiratory distress, mouth breathing, shortness of breath, obstructive sleep apnea, which resulting symptoms that included fever, nausea, loss of appetite, muscle weakness, breathing difficulties, sleep deprivation, fatigue, hypertrophy, tonsils, and adenoids that adversely affected Trinidad's abilities to train and compete athletically and significantly impacted in the decision by Fair State to redshirt him during his first year of school and not to play in the second year. All of this medical proof is contained in today's record, and the court is relying on evidence making this ruling. The medical evidence is too important for this court to ignore. But for the sake of brevity and the interest of judicial economy, all of that medical detail is not being repeated in this order. We got a long way to go. In 2017, Trinidad was exposed to the Epstein-Barr virus, ET virus, and contracted infection following doses. On May the 4th, 2020, Trinidad suffered a recurring bout of infectious mononucleosis that resulted in severe and debilitating symptoms, including fever, nausea, loss of appetite, muscle weakness, breathing difficulties, fatigue, significant swelling of the tissues of the neck, throat, and nasal cavities. Tonsils located.
Oh no, we've lost the live feed from Rebel Walk. Let's double check.
Uh-oh.
We're all right. We're gonna be fine. Oh, they've gone black. They've gone black on the Rebel Grove, on the Rebel Walk. Rebel Grove, Rebel Walk. I know. I don't know. I know. I'm working on it. But I don't disagree as we wait to see if the Rebel Walk can pull it back, if Brad can pull it back. Brad was our guy on the ground. Robert Mathis is telling you, I think, what's pretty obvious to me right now. He's the reason Judge Whitwell is going so long-winded is so they can prevent grounds for an appeal. And it sounds to me, and we have to wait to hear the decision, obviously, but it sounds to me, Sudu, like this is trending in the direction of granting
Yeah. 100%.
Okay.
I saw someone said, well, the judge is bearing the lead, but it sure sounds like he's getting this injunction, and I agree. I think the verbiage we've heard him use so far indicates that, but until it comes out of his mouth, can't officially say it's official.
Back to it.
Daily congestion, loss of taste and smell. March 8, 2021. Trinidad presented at a local emergency room with complaints of chest pain, heart palpitations, shortness of breath, and dizziness. They wore heart monitors for 7 days to isolate whether the symptoms were related to COVID-19 or some undiscovered cardiovascular issue. Trinidad was prescribed Montelukast, which is the same thing as Singapore. Summer of 2021, Trinidad suffered from persistent tonsillitis, adenoiditis, even after he enrolled in Ferris State. He continued to experience recurrent instances of swelling, inflammation, and infection of his tonsils and adenoids. July the 26th, 2022, Trinidad was treated for upper respiratory infection and his regular physician, Dr. Cheryl Dyson, referred Trinidad to Dr. Anthony Howard, the board certified otolaryngologist, same thing as an ENT, regarding the hypertrophy of his tonsils. I apologize on that word. August 21st, 22, Dr. Howard is Trinidad immediately before his return to Ferris State for the fall of 2022 football season, the season we're concerned with. Medical records reflect a history of recurrent tonsil infections following mononucleosis. In 2020, Trinidad's complaints of upper respiratory distress, sore throat, snoring, and shortness of breath. Dr. Howard wrote, tonsils show 3+ bilaterally and exophytic, or substantially enlarged with fleshy protrusions emanating from his tonsil tissue. Dr. Howard diagnosed Trinidad with chronic tonsillitis and adenoiditis and adenostellar hypertrophy. At a grade 3+, Trinidad's orthopharyngeal airway obstruction was on the higher side of the 51 to 75% range. I think Mr. Byron wrote that out to our attention in his article. Airway obstructions of this degree, which impair the ability to fully breathe deeply, consequential to individuals who seek to engage in intercollegiate level athletics. Dr. Howard notes that Trinidad's symptoms will likely cause continued nasal likely.
All right, I'm switching up. Hold on. I'm going to switch this up. All right. We're going to go somewhere else because we're going to go back to where we were.
Notes that Trinidad's symptoms will likely cause continued nasal congestion.
Full screen. There you go.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. Idiot.
The notes even mention the effect of these conditions will have on Trinidad's school. Dr. Howard even recommends surgical intervention, which would require 6 to 8 week recovery management treatment. In other words, he declined surgery in August of 2022. On December 21st, 2022, followed by Dr. Howard, tonsils remained enlarged and that Trinidad continued to suffer with chronic tonsillitis and adenoiditis. The word chronic is important there. No infection at that time, and Trinidad generally described his status as doing well and without recent tonsil infections. But notocellular hypertrophy conditions remain. Tonsils range from 2-3 plus, and airways remain compromised despite no infection. Note that there had been 3 plus, now they're 2-3 plus. Airways remain compromised despite no infection. The NCAA improperly isolated Dr. Howard's December 21st, 2022 statement regarding no infection as the basis for Trinidad's denial. However, the court regards the NCAA's reliance here as misplaced. At that time, Dr. Howard was clearly not documenting the medical file for an eligibility waiver, but instead wanted to get his patient better. In 2023-24, Trinidad consistently took Singular Claritin provided by his mother, Cheryl, and Flonase to battle his symptoms, including recurrent infections. These measures only addressed the recurring symptoms and did not prevent episodes of adenotonsillar swelling and the related respiratory impairment. Trinidad complained about these episodes to Dr. Howard in November 2024. On November 2024, Dr. Howard's medical records reflect a chief complaint of enlarged tonsils, several episodes of pharyngitis over the past year, snoring, and difficulty breathing through the nose. Realizing he had suffered enough, Trinidad opted for surgery at the end of 2024. On December 30, 2024, Dr. Howard's operative notes memorialized the adenostelectomy procedure performed on Trinidad under general anesthesia. Trinidad's bilateral tonsils and adenoid were surgically removed. Trinidad's tonsils were graded 3 plus bilateral and the adenoids 2 plus. Dr. Howard further noted that the tonsils were cryptic with the tonsil stones. Cryptic tonsils have deep holes called crypts. That traps fluid particles, mucus, and bacteria, which can, and in Trinidad's case, harden into stones embedded in the crypts. In 2022 and until Ole Miss is October 2025's request from NCAA for an eligibility waiver, Trinidad could not foresee any need to obtain a medical opinion in 2022 related to his medical and physical incapacity to participate in intercollegiate athletics. Dr. Howard, in his regular practice, treats and records the medical conditions of his patients, but he's not in the business of routinely creating records which opine on issues such as incapacity to play college football. Nevertheless, as Trinidad's treating physician, the court finds Dr. Howard's opinions regarding Trinidad's medical condition and resulting physical limitations to be highly relevant to Trinidad's physical health and medical condition during the fall of 2022 football season, regardless of the date or time at which the opinions are expressed. In connection with this request for eligibility waiver, Ole Miss obtained on October 14, 25 written opinion from Dr. Howard, which directly addresses Trinidad's incapacity to participate in the fall of 2022 football season. Sections of Dr. Howard's letter attached here to the amended petition quoted below with emphasis added. The following letter is written by me in my capacity of board-certified otolaryngologist who has personally treated Trinidad Chambliss since August of 2022. Through the 2022 football season and into the 2023 athletic year, he continued to experience recurrent throat infections, poor sleep quality, daytime fatigue, and exercise-related airway discomfort. These symptoms persisted despite appropriate medical therapy, including singular and intranasal corticosteroids. Before the surgical intervention, Trinidad experienced frequent episodes of acute tonsillitis marked by sore throat, odonophalgia, tonsillar hypertrophy, and infections regarding medical treatment. These episodes led to significant sleep disturbance, increased daytime energy, and reduced airway comfort with exertion. Recurrent infections and disrupted sleep are well-recognized factors that impair endurance, conditioning recovery, and respiratory performance. Given the chronicity and documented impact of its symptoms, it is medically reasonable to conclude that chronic tonsillitis and related complications limited the ability to participate consistently in high-intense collegiate athletics during the 2022 season. These health issues affected the availability and performance during conditioning, practice, and game preparation. The court puts emphasis on this. As you might recall, Dr. Ford corroborated that this was true in what he said. His testimony is corroborative of what Dr. Howard had said in his letter. Dr. Howard further says Trinidad underwent a tonsillectomy in 2024 after his symptoms resolved, completely. Since surgery, he has had a marked improvement to sleep, airway, comfort, and overall health. His chronic tonsillitis represents a medically valid basis for hardship consideration, as his condition rendered him incapacitated and unable to participate in the 2022 season. Court places more emphasis on that. Ole Miss provided Dr. Howard's letter to the NCAA on November 24, 2025, along with letters from Ferris State's head coach Tony Andes and Ferris State's former assistant AD of sports medicine Brett Knight, both of which attest to Trinidad's incapacity in 2022. Both letters are attached to the many petitions exhibits MPC 4.2 and 4.3 respectively. It appears to the court that the NCAA chose to ignore the statements that Trinidad's treating medical doctor and other witnesses from Ferris State who had personal knowledge of Trinidad's medical and physical condition contemporaneous with the fall of 2022 football season. By ignoring these letters and other supporting medical documentation, the court is of the opinion that the NCAA erroneously and unfairly determined that Trinidad was medically and physically capable of competing in intercollegiate football in the fall of 2022, despite not dressing out for and playing in a single game that season. The evidence, including the contemporaneous medical record which Ole Miss provided to the NCAA, is comprehensive, and it is clear that Trinidad Chambliss was not a healthy young man from his senior year of high school through the fall of 2022. He was physically unfit to engage in any meaningful way in the rigors of college football, or to even train and condition himself for game competition. He was burdened with recurrent infections of his tonsils and adenoids, but even so when free of infection. Trinidad's adenostellar hypertrophy was present and made it difficult for him to fully and sufficiently breathe during high-intensity exertion. Trinidad's sleep was disrupted. He was constantly in a state of daily physical fatigue. Trinidad's college football history. Trinidad signed a national letter of intent with Ferris State in February of 2021. The school is located in Big Rapids, Michigan, about an hour drive from Trinidad's home in East Lansing. Before reporting to Ferris State that summer, Trinidad attempted to train and condition himself for football season, but found it was difficult to do. At Ferris State, Trinidad participated in most of the drill work, footwork, throwing sessions, with team practices. The practices did not involve a lot of sprint and distance running to build stamina and endurance. Trinidad rotated with others on the scout team quarterback that season. He did not play in any games that fall and was redshirted for the 2021 academic year. Trinidad's aforementioned medical conditions returned in the summer of 2022, and they seriously compromised his training and conditioning workouts for the upcoming season. He was referred to Dr. Howard that summer and rejected Dr. Howard's offer of surgery in early August of 2022. Trinidad reasoned that the suggested surgery was too close to start the fall season. He wanted to play football. Trinidad opted to continue his conservative treatment for fear that 6 to 8 weeks required for recovery from surgery and would jeopardize his ability to remain on the team and further develop as a quarterback. Trinidad's level of participation in the fall of 2022 was similar to that of the season before. He was an occasional scout team quarterback during practices, but school officials confirmed that Trinidad did not dress out for any game or play in any game during 2022 football season. We have a picture of him in the records that he was not playing, not even in the uniform in 2022. Sarah Higgins, Senior Associate Athletic Director at Ferris, confirmed to the NCAA that Trinidad was also redshirted during the 2022-23 season. That's debatable whether she actually said that he was redshirted. I think she was trying to say he was eligible for a medical redshirt, medical waiver, which they could get in a Division II team, but they never filed the paperwork to get the medical waiver. When he didn't play in 2022, he never took a snap. Trinidad first played football in the football contest at Ferris State against outside competition in the fall of 2023. Trinidad was third on the depth chart and did not get significant playing time in 2023. He played in approximately 5 games that season, and mostly in a mop-up role after the scoreboard was officially lopsided at Ferris State's favor. Trinidad was named the starting quarterback at Ferris State in the fall of 2024 and played consistently throughout that season. As reflected in Dr. Howard's 2024 records, Trinidad still suffered from recurrent tonsillitis and adenoiditis. That season, Trinidad took special measures such as vitamin C, Claritin, and Flonase to reduce the severity of his infections. He also avoided exposure to illnesses by staying home rather than going out with his teammates. Trinidad experienced instances of shortness of breath in practices and games in 2024, but it felt better condition in the two prior seasons. Trinidad transferred to Ole Miss. By the way, the NCAA takes great pride in saying how well he played in 2024 when Ferris State won the national championship for Division II. He transferred to Ole Miss after that in summer 2025 because compliance personnel at Ferris State and Billy Glasscock, former general manager of the football operations at Ole Miss, both told Trinidad that the fall of 2025 would constitute his 3rd season back in participation in college football competition, and that he would have an opportunity to play a 4th season of football in the fall of 2026. Trinidad trusted and relied on these representations in making his transfer to Ole Miss. There's no proof in the record that they actually told him that, but that's what he believed that they told him, and he relied on it. It doesn't affect the court's ruling in this case, but that's what his trust was, that he could play 2 more years. Since recovering from his December 2024 surgery, Trinidad has felt fully healthy, sleeps great, no longer snores, and has no lingering respiratory problems. He began his career at Ole Miss quarterback in the 2nd game of 2025 season, remained the starter for the rest of the regular season, and led Ole Miss to the semifinal round of college football playoffs. He received multiple postseason awards, including the Conley Trophy and SEC Newcomer of the Year. The NCAA bylaws and eligibility rules. The NCAA states in its purpose is to support and promote healthy and safe intercollegiate athletics as an integral part of the education program, and the student athlete is an integral part of the student body. Division I Manual Constitution Preamble. To achieve this purpose, the NCAA has stated that it organizes and regulates the 3 division systems to create an opportunity for fair competition and provide broad opportunities for participation. You can see an overview of the NCAA in the site that they have. At all relevant times, Ole Miss has been a Division I football program, and Ferris State has been a Division II program. Both universities are members of the institution of the NCAA. Each NCAA division annually publishes a manual containing its bylaws, which govern competition, eligibility, and enforcement. NCAA member institutions such as Ole Miss and Fair State agree to be bound by the bylaws. The NCAA oversees their enforcement. As a student athlete at Fair State Division II and 9 to Ole Miss Division I, Trinidad is involuntarily governed and controlled by the NCAA rules, bylaws, and policies, which he has no right to accept or reject. He has no right to directly participate in NCAA governance or committee proceedings. And under the NCAA framework and bylaws, Trinidad has no voice or right to directly petition the NCAA for relief. Such requests must be made by the member institution, such as Ole Miss, because he's a third-party beneficiary. He's not the right to directly bring a suit. The Division I rules place significant emphasis on contests, i.e. games between different members of institutions and intercollegiate teams. A contest is any game, scrimmage, or joint practice session with another institution team. Bylaw 17.02.2. Another institution team is referred to as an outside competition or an outside team. Division I bylaw 17.02-13. Accountable contest for a student athlete is any contest which he competes by representing his member institution. Division I bylaw 17.02-4. Intercollegiate petition is considered to have occurred when a student athlete A represents an institution against an outside competition, competes in the uniform of the institution or apparel received from the institution, or competes and receives expenses from the institution for competition. Division I bylaws 12.02.3. Division II bylaw 14.02.12. In numerous sections of its bylaws, the NCAA emphasizes that competition means competing against another intercollegiate team. Mere practices and teammates do not constitute a season of competition. Even then, a Division I student athlete in football does not use or exhaust the season of competition unless he competes in 4 contests in a season. Division I bylaw 12.6.3.1.6. That's if he competes in 4 seasons, 4 contests. If a student athlete is a Division II football player, he does not use or exhaust a season competition unless he competes in up to 30% of the maximum permissible 4.1.7. Further, on Division II rules, which applied to Trinidad in years 21-22 and 22-23, Trinidad could participate in scrimmages such as the scout team, and in the spring, football without counting, without using such participation as a season of competition. Division II bylaws 14.4.3.4.1.2 and .3. In Division II, a contest is not even accountable for a student athlete unless he competes in the contest while representing a member institution. Division II bylaw 17.02.4. To reiterate, even though he participated in team practices, Trinidad did not compete in any contest against outside competition in the fall of 22 football at Fair State. He also believed he was granted a medical waiver for the 22-23 season. Therefore, he did not use or exhaust any his eligibility in 2022 season and intercollegiate competition in the 2026-27 academic year will represent only his full season in intercollegiate football participation. Division I and Division II waiver criteria and policies. I know this is boring to you, but it's important to establish the decision I'm making today and what these regulations actually say. Only a student athlete who meets the governing athletic eligibility legislation and interpretations is eligible for intercollegiate athletic participation in a particular sport. Division I bylaw 12.02.1. The 5 to play 4 rule applies in Division I member schools such as Ole Miss. In other words, you got 5 years to play, 4 times 4 years to play. Under that rule, a student athlete shall not engage in more than 4 seasons of intercollegiate competition in any one sport. provided that the student athlete season of competition occur within 5 calendar years from the beginning of the semester or quarter in which the student first registered for a minimum full program of studies at the collegiate institution. Division bylaw 12.6.1. However, the NCAA's athletic eligibility subcommittee may approve waivers of 5-year rule as it deems appropriate. Division 1 bylaw 12.6.1.7. Under this bylaw, a waiver of a 5-year period of eligibility is designed to provide the student athlete with the opportunity to participate in 4 seasons of intercollegiate football, intercollegiate competition. And the waiver may be granted based on objective evidence under certain circumstances, including the student athlete did not use a season of intercollegiate competition due to any institutional decision to redshirt the student athlete. 2, the student athlete was listed on the institution squad list and was eligible for competition during the segment of the season that concludes with the NCAA championship. And 3, the student athlete was deprived of an opportunity to participate in intercollegiate competition in one other season due to circumstances beyond the control of the student or the institution, which is applicable here. He did not have any control over his illnesses in 2022. It would appear that Trinidad Chambliss satisfied the requirements of this waiver criteria when fairly and reasonably interpreted and applied in good faith. He was redshirted by Fair State in the fall of 21. Therefore, he did not use that season of intercollegiate competition. Because of the medical conditions, Trinidad was deprived of the opportunity to participate in the season 2022 due to circumstances beyond his control or Ferris's control. Circumstances considered to be beyond the control of the student or an institution include, but are not limited to, situations clearly supported by contemporaneous medical documentation which states that the student athlete is unable to participate in intercollegiate competition as a result of an incapacitating physical or mental circumstance. That word incapacitating has been debated here today. Division 1 bylaw 12.6.1.7.1.1. Notably, this bylaw does not constitute an exhaustive list of circumstances which are beyond the control of the student athlete or the institution, and the NCAA's Division 1 manual does not define or enumerate what health conditions may be considered incapacitating. Logically, the NCAA must rely on the opinions of medical professionals, particularly student athletes treating physicians like Dr. Howard, to make such a medical determination. In assessing whether an injury or illness is incapacitating, the NCAA instructs its staff and personnel to use the same analysis that it applies in hardship waivers. Under the criteria for hardship waivers, it is not necessary for the incapacitating injury or illness to be a direct result of the student athlete participation in ... organized practice or game competition. Division 1 bylaw 12.6.4.2.1. Importantly, contemporaneous or other appropriate medical documentation from a physical physician, medical doctor who administers care at the time of injury or illness that establishes the student athlete's inability to compete as a result of that injury or illness shall be submitted with any hardship waiver request. Division 1 bylaw 12.6.4.2.2. That's exactly what Dr. Howard did. He presented the letter that would have qualified for a waiver. Clearly, the NCAA is not limited to considering only contemporaneous medical documentation. On November 19, 2014, its governing committee on student athletic reinstatement adjusted the reconsideration standard to permit new information supported by contemporaneous documentation to be submitted at any time, provided such information is germane to the original assertions and not readily available. Report of the NCAA Division 1 COMM period on student athletic reinstatement, November 19, 2024. Therefore, NCAA staff is authorized to use contemporaneous and non-contemporaneous medical documentation and other supporting documentation demonstrating the student athlete was incapacitated. That's exactly what Trinidad did in Ole Miss. They presented medical and information from the coach, from the athletic department, and other personnel that he was incapacitated and unable to play during the year 2022. Further, for transferring student athletes such as Trinidad, the application of hardship legislation for transfer of student athlete may be based on a method that would be most beneficial to the student athlete. The rule highlight that, and it should be most beneficial to the student athlete. The rule applicable to the division in which injury or illness occurred or Division I rule. Again, Division I bylaw 12.6.4.2.8. In that regard, Division II policies and procedures updated in April 2025 provides this. If a waiver request involves medical documentation that does not clearly demonstrate that the requirements of the given waiver are met, non-contemporaneous does not state the student athlete is debilitated. The information may be shared with a medical expert. The expert will review the documentation, provide an analysis, which will be included as part of the waiver request and considered by the legislative waiver staff and the legislative relief committee when reviewing the request. NCAA Division II Legislative Relief Committee Policies and Procedures, April 2025. For reference here, the court takes note that the NCAA did not provide any expert on their behalf to analyze or determine what the medical record said and what Dr. Howard said to determine if they believe what he said was true. They simply didn't do anything. They just disregarded and denied Dr. Howard's analysis. Ole Miss provided this to the NCAA with more than Dr. Howard's medical expert analysis regarding his incapacity 22. They provided the NCAA with 90 pages of Trinidad's medical records from Dr. Anthony Howard and Dr. Cheryl Dyson, that was his treating physician, and others who provided medical care to Trinidad. These medical records were not only contemporaneous to the fall 2022 season, but span the period from September 2012 to Dr. Howard's surgery in December 2024. In violation of his own policies, the NCAA ignored those medical records and the analysis and opinions of a board-certified otolaryngologist doctor who personally treated Trinidad in 2022. Ford died, a local ENT doctor, board-certified, same type otolaryngologist who practiced in Oxford and elsewhere in North Mississippi, reviewed Trinidad's medical records. Dr. Howard's opinion letter to the NCAA. He interviewed Trinidad and his mother and testified as an expert without objection by the NCAA. Dr. Dock concurred with and corroborated Dr. Howard's opinion provided to the NCAA. Again, the NCAA provided no medical objection or opinion contrary to Dr. Dye or Dr. Howard. Ole Miss request for an eligible waiver. Ole Miss submitted its request for eligibility waiver to the NCAA in approximately October 2025 and updated its supporting documentation for the request by transmittal of the same NCAA on November 24, 2025. The original request included the previous mentioned contemporaneous medical records. The November update included Dr. Howard's letter and pertinent information. In December 2025, a phone call with Taylor Hall, Ole Miss Senior Associate Athletics Director for Compliance. The NCAA staff member admitted that Dr. Howard's letter sufficiently demonstrated Trinidad's incapacity during the 2022-23 season. However, the NCAA staff member still denied the waiver request due to an alleged lack of contemporary medical documentation. Ole Miss timely appealed this initial denial to the appropriate NCAA committee, which again denied the request for relief. The NCAA issued public statements concerning the denial on the NCAA website and on X.com, formerly Twitter. The NCAA posted its public statement while on a phone call with Ole Miss compliance personnel. Ole Miss was not afforded any opportunity to share or communicate to the outcome of the Trinidad or its family or the Ole Miss coaching staff. Trinidad learned of the outcome of seeing the decision posted on social media. Petitioner has shown that press releases by the NCAA are false or misleading in multiple respects. The NCAA stated in their press release, approval requires schools to submit medical documentation provided by a treating physician at the time of the student's incapacitating injury or illness, which was not provided. This statement is totally false. The documentation provided by Ole Miss and the students prior to school include a physician's note from December 2022 visit, which stated the student was doing very well since he was last seen in August of 2022. This statement cherry picks Trinidad's voluminous medical records and is misleading due to the omission of Dr. Howard's December 2022 findings of tonsillar hypertrophy and chronic tonsillitis and adenoiditis. The student's athletic prior to school cited developmental needs of our team's competitive circumstances as the reason the student athlete could not play in 2022-23 season. This statement is false and misleading due to the failure to accurately state the information with fair state information provided to NCAA. Sarah Higley, Fair State's Senior Associate Athletic Director, Fair State supported an extension of Trinidad's eligibility and stated in part the decision to redshirt Trinidad in the fall of 2022 was based on his developmental needs and our team's competitive circumstances at the time. She went on to say Trinidad also had a few medical problems that arose in the fall of 2022 season that could have played a role in his decision to redshirt him. Dr. Higley's letter concluded, though no fault of his own, Trinidad now faces the loss of competition that would have been entitled to completed if he stayed at Fair State. The NCAA released its statements to the media on January the 9th, 2026. The morning after Trinidad and Ole Miss had competed against the University of Miami and its quarterback Carson Beck in the college football playoff semifinal game at the Fiesta Bowl. At the time of that contest, Carson Beck had been playing college football for over 6 years. Hadn't attended a class in 2 years, I believe he said on television. On February the 4th, 2026, subsequent of the filing of the amended petition and motion for preliminary injunction, Trinidad and Ole Miss received an unfavorable final ruling from the final NCAA body denying the request for eligibility waiver for Trinidad. That was just a few days ago. Breach of implied duty of good faith and fair dealing. We're getting there. Hang on. If members of Division I and Division II of NCAA respectively, Ole Miss and Fair State have agreed to comply with NCAA's bylaws and abide by and participate in the NCAA's enforcement of these bylaws. In exchange for Ole Miss and Fair State's obligation, the NCAA promises to allow Ole Miss and Fair State to participate in intercollegiate athletic competition and to administer eligibility determinations in accordance with its bylaws. That is, the NCAA bylaws are a contract between the NCAA and Ole Miss. The NCAA rules agreed to by the NCAA and its member institutions constitute a contract. The contract in issue, in this case, is the NCAA Constitution, the NCAA Division I and Division II bylaws. They're voluminous documents which are publicly available at their website. They're also included in the NCAA's response to the amended petition and incorporated in this order of opinion by reference. Trinidad Chambliss is an intended third-party beneficiary of the contract between the NCAA and its member institutions. His status is made clear by the NCAA's Constitution, which expresses its commitment to the well-being and development of Trinidad and other student athletes. Pursuant to this contract, the NCAA pledges to evaluate the eligibility of student athletes based on the totality of the circumstances and to reach outcomes and consider the well-being of the involved student athlete and to maintain fairness. Trinidad Chambliss, a student athlete currently enrolled at Ole Miss and formerly enrolled at Ferris State, is a third-party beneficiary of the contract between Ole Miss, NCAA, Ferris State, and NCAA. See Mississippi High School Activities Association versus RT, 163 Southern 3rd, 274, at page 280, Mississippi, 2015 case. See also Battle versus NCAA, 2024 WL 4685604, number 4. North Dakota, Northern District of Western Virginia, May 28, 2024. The Constitution and bylaws of the NCAA are binding agreements between the NCAA and its members for the benefit of student athletes. I put emphasis added on that. Also see Oliver versus NCAA, 920 Northeast 2nd, 2003, page 211 to 2012. It's an Ohio court case, 2009. Holding a student athlete as a third-party beneficiary to the NCAA bylaws. Bloom versus NCAA, 93P.3D 621 at 623 through 24. Colorado Appeals Court, 2004. To the extent Bloom's claim asserts a violation of duty of good faith and fair dealing arising out of the contractual relationship between the NCAA and its members, his position as a third-party beneficiary of contractual relationships affords him standing to pursue a claim in his case. His status is made clear by the NCAA's Constitution. This expresses its commitment to the well-being and development of Trinidad and other student athletes. Pursuant to this contract, NCAA is pledged to evaluate the eligibility of student athletes based on the totality of the circumstances and to reach outcomes that consider the well-being of the involved student athlete and to maintain fairness. This court finds that Trinidad Chambliss is an intended third-party beneficiary of the subject contract. The NCAA Division I Student Athlete Reinstatement Committee subscribes students' first philosophy, including ensuring the individual athletes as well as the general student athlete body is at the forefront of every decision. NCAA Division I Committee Student Athlete Reinstatement Guidelines reviewed May the 2025. In keeping with this philosophy, the committee and restatement staff conduct their work by evaluating the totality of the circumstances surrounding each case and by reaching an outcome that considers the well-being of the involved student athlete while maintaining fairness. I keep emphasizing that the maintain well-being of the student athlete and maintain fairness. The NCAA did not evaluate the totality of the circumstances surrounding the request by Ole Miss for a waiver for Trinidad Chambliss. All contracts contain an implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. America's Banking Insurance versus Wells, 819 Southern 2nd, 1196, 1206, Mississippi, 2001. Good faith is the faithfulness of an agreed purpose between two parties, a purpose which is consistent with justified expectations of the other party. CNAC versus Murray, 609 Southern 2nd, 1257, 1272, Mississippi, 1992. In Mississippi, the duty of good faith attaches to both performance and enforcement of a contract. Davis versus General Motors Acceptance Corporation, 406 Fed Supplement 2nd, 698, at page 701. So Northern District of Mississippi case of 2005. And the covenant may be breached even in the absence of a breach of an express provision of the contract. Henry Evans, 2012 WL 2374237, Southern District of Mississippi, June 22nd, 2012. This law I've just cited is contrary to what Mr. Minor stated. The duty of good faith and fair dealing prohibits a party from doing an act, refusing to do an act that impairs the right of the other party from receiving the benefits that flow from the agreement. Cothran versus Vickers Inc., 759 Southern 2nd, 1241, 1248, Mississippi, 2000. The covenant imposes a duty not to interfere with the other party's performance, and even in certain circumstances to take some affirmative steps to cooperate in achieving these goals. See CNAC 609, Southern Second, 1272. Quoting also Farnsworth, contracts, section 7.17, 526 through 27, in parentheses, 1982. A breach of duty of good faith and fair dealing occurs where there's some violation by the contracting party of standards of decency, fairness, and reasonableness. CNAC 609, Southern Second, 1272. Citing the restatement separate of contracts, section 205 at page 11, 1979. Examples of bad faith which breach the implied covenant include evasion of the spirit of the bargain, lack of diligence, willful rendering of imperfect performance, abuse of power to specify terms, and interference with or failure to cooperate with the other party's performance. The statement, contracts, second, section 205. In the present case, this court is of the opinion that the NCAA fell short in its mission to foster the well-being and development of Trinidad Chambliss as a student athlete. The mechanisms waiver rules for granting Trinidad an additional year of eligibility to compete in 4 years of college football are available and solely within the NCAA's control. Despite the duty of good faith and fair dealing it owes to Trinidad, the NCAA considered the evidence in Trinidad's case in an isolated instead of a comprehensive manner in the totality of the circumstances. The NCAA interpreted its rules to impose requirements not contained therein. It also took unreasonable and irrational positions. It is in this court's opinion in behalf that the NCAA acted in a manner that was contrary to their own bylaws and rules. This court is of the further opinion that the NCAA ignored rules favorable to Trinidad, and those rules were incompatible with the NCAA's predetermined outcome of denying Trinidad's own eligibility waiver. The court is of the opinion that NCAA breached its duty of good faith and fair dealing owed to Trinidad and acted in bad faith by denying him an additional year of eligibility so that he could compete as an intercollegiate athlete for the year 2026-27. The NCAA's bad faith and omissions include, but are not limited to, the following. Its strained definition of contemporaneous, erroneous determination that almost 91 pages of medical records submitted in support of the waiver are not contemporaneous. In most dictionaries, the word contemporaneous means happening or existing at the same period of time, not simultaneous. It would impose an unreasonable burden on the member of institutions to produce medical records on any particular date selected at the subjective whim of the NCAA. Ole Miss submitted Trinidad's medical records which proceed and follow the fall of 2022 season. Included were those medical records from 2024 that demonstrated that Trinidad's medical conditions persisted during his tenure in Fair State and ultimately required surgery. The medical records provided are indeed contemporaneous to the fall 2022 season. The NCAA denied Ole Miss's waiver request based on pure semantics, taking the irrational and false position that the medical records submitted were non-contemporaneous and therefore insufficient. Its failure and refusal to fairly and reasonably follow and apply the waiver criteria and its own policies directing its committees and staff to use both contemporaneous and non-contemporaneous medical documentation and other supporting documentation to demonstrate that the student athlete is incapacitated and to analyze the waiver request under the totality of the circumstances. C, its failure to understand and appreciate the seriousness and confined effects of Trinidad's medical conditions in the fall of 2022, which manifested in recurring infections, frequent nasal blockage, permanent airway obstructions, recurring sleep apnea, and fatigue that presented a clear case of incapacity to participate in intercollegiate football at any competitive level. Alternatively, the NCAA owed Trinidad the obligation to fully investigate his documented medical conditions and gain appreciation of the impact on the capacity of people, which the NCAA failed to do.
Oh, water break.
Off the record, hang with me.
Oh.
Its dismissal of Dr. Howard's letter and other letters from witnesses who have personal knowledge of Trinidad's medical conditions and incapacity to compete in intercollegiate football in the fall of 22, including Dr. Ford Dye, who testified here today. Since the information contained within such letters satisfy all the elements of the waiver criteria, and the failure to accept Dr. Howard's diagnosis in 2022 that Trinidad's tonsils were 3+ bilaterally and were exophanctic or significantly enlarged. And in August 2022, Dr. Howard diagnosed Trinidad with chronic tonsillitis, adenoiditis, and endothelial hypertrophy, all of which was ignored and overlooked. On December 21st, 22, Trinidad still had swollen tonsils and adenothelial hypertrophy. However, the NCAA committee said he was fine. They disregarded the doctor records that showed him that he was chronic and still suffering from hypertrophy. It's amazing to me. It's a failure to interpret the evidence submitted by Ole Miss in the light of most favorable to Trinidad as a student athlete, in direct contradiction of the student's first philosophy designed to place Trinidad's well-being at the forefront of its decisions. Its failure to consider the Division I and II accountability laws, all of which demonstrate that spring and fall practices and even inter-team scrimmages do not count against a student athlete and do not constitute the student athlete's use or exhaustion of a season of competition, and its failure to apply such accountability bylaws to Trinidad. In conclusion, reached in the decision-making process, it is somehow unfair to other athletes to grant Trinidad an additional year of eligibility when the vast majority of student athletes participating in intercollegiate football receive the benefit of the bargain by competing in 4 years of seasons of football, deprive Trinidad of the financial and other benefits that flow from the contract between members of the institution and the NCAA. 8, its failure to honor and uphold the central purpose of Division I bylaws 12.6.1.7.1, the waiver rule, to provide student athlete with the opportunity to participate in 4 seasons of intercollegiate competition. Instead, the NCAA dishonored the waiver rule by interpreting and applying it to Trinidad in a manner that was antagonistic rather than cooperative. I, its failure to fairly and reasonably apply the evidence submitted by Ole Miss to the criteria set forth in the waiver rule. J, its refusal to grant an additional year of eligibility to Trinidad when the NCAA has no evidence, which is contrary to or disputes the evidence submitted by Ole Miss. Its failure and unreasonable refusal to conclude that medical conditions which plagued Trinidad in the fall of 2022 constituted circumstances beyond Trinidad and fair state's control. Its failure to apply the Division II waiver process to Trinidad, which authorized the NCAA in the event of the NCAA disagreed with Dr. Howard's expert analysis to obtain analysis from another medical expert. M, its issuance of false and misleading public statements and misrepresentations related to Ole Miss requests for eligibility waiver, all of which demonstrate NCAA bad faith in the premises. N, it's inconsistent and consequently unfair, unreasonable process and adjudication of requests for eligibility waivers by Ole Miss and other member schools and the athletes around the country. The court is asked to grant a requested preliminary injunctive relief which be consistent with good faith application of the NCAA's rules, with the organization's stated mission to support student athletes, and with fundamental principles of fairness and fair dealing. Without this court's intervention, Trinidad will be permanently and irreparably deprived of access to the college football labor market and the culmination of its stellar college career during the 2026 football season. Ole Miss and Trinidad Trinidad's teammates will lose an important, valuable intercollegiate student-athlete leader. Broader communities which follow and support Ole Miss athletics in Mississippi nationwide will lose an opportunity to celebrate this player that is essential to the whole success of Ole Miss athletics and to the vast economic benefits which flow therefrom. This will deprive Trinidad of the very benefits the NCAA contracts with Ole Miss and Ferris State were intended to secure for student athletes. This court is also of the opinion that such harm cannot be fully or adequately remedied by money damages. Getting to the end. Preliminary injunction. Trinidad has requested an entry of a preliminary injunction under Rule 65A of the Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure, which enjoins the NCAA from prohibiting him from practicing, playing, or otherwise participating on Ole Miss intercollegiate football team for the 2026-27 academic year and until this matter is heard on its merits. In order to obtain such relief, Trinidad must show, number one, that there exists a substantial likelihood that Trinidad will prevail when the case is finally heard. Two, the injunction is necessary to prevent irreparable injury to Trinidad. Three, the threatened injury to Trinidad outweighs the harm an injunction might cause the NCAA. And four, entry of preliminary injunction is consistent with public interest. Should the preliminary injunction be granted, Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure 65C requires Trinidad to post a bond that the court deems for proper payment of costs, damages, and legal attorney fees payable to the NCAA if wrongly enjoined. The opportunity to participate in intercollegiate sports has unmeasurable value to the student athlete. According to the NCAA guidelines, such opportunity offers physical, mental, and social benefits. NCAA Division I comment on student athlete reinstatement guidelines revised May of 2025. The right to be eligible to participate in college athletics cannot be viewed as mere speculative interest. It is a proper right to the present economic value. Gulf Sword versus Gulf S Conference versus Board. 369 Southern 2nd, 553, 556 Alabama, 1979. See also Hall versus University of Minnesota, 530 Fed Sub 104, 109 D Minnesota, 1982. Holding that a student's interest in attending a university is a property right protected by due process. In its present era, college football is a labor market in which student athletes are routinely compensated for revenue share from the institution for marketing of the name, image, and likeness called NIL. See NCAA versus Austin, 594 U.S. 69, 2021. The controversy in this case centers around the application of Ole Miss to have an NCAA grant an extension of eligibility waiver to Trinidad Chambliss, allowing him to play 4 years of eligibility under NCAA bylaw 12.6.1.7.1.1, which provides the following: circumstances beyond control. Circumstances considered to be the control of the student athlete or institution and do not cause a participation opportunity to be used shall include but are not limited to the following. And it's adopted 810 of 94 and goes through 6 of 25 and through 7 1 of 25. Situations clearly supported by contemporaneous medical documentation, which states that a student athlete is unable to participate in intercollegiate competition as a result of incapacitated physical or mental circumstances. B, student athlete is unable to participate in intercollegiate athletics as a result of a life-threatening or incapacitating injury or illness suffered by a member of the student athlete's immediate family, which is clearly supported by contemporary medical documentation. Trinidad, as a third-party beneficiary to the contract between NCAA and Ole Miss, and his cognizable claim sounds in contract under Mississippi law. He's a third-party beneficiary who has suffered breach of good faith, breach of duty, good faith, and fair dealing. See Mississippi High School Associations versus RT, 163 Southern 3rd, 274, 280 Mississippi 2015. Recognizing student athletes third-party beneficiary status. And American Bankers Insurance Company versus Wells, 819 Southern 2nd, 1196, 1206 Mississippi 2001. An applied covenant of good faith and fair dealing is inherent in all contracts, according to bankers. This court finds NCAA's actions, in this case violated by claims, bylaws, and caused Trinidad to suffer breach of implied duties of good faith and fair dealing. In order to proceed with the 65A, Rule 65A preliminary injunction, the moving party must demonstrate that it exists substantial likelihood that the movement will prevail on the merits. The injunction is necessary to prevent irreparable harm. If threatened injury to the movement outweighs the harm an injunction might be to the opposing party, and granting preliminary injunction is consistent with public interest. See Little John versus McAdams, 60 Southern 3rd, 169, 170 Mississippi 2011. Motions for preliminary injunctions are within the trial court's discretion. See City of Durham versus Humphreys County Municipal Hospital, 587 Southern 244, 250 Mississippi 1991. Can Trinidad Chambliss prevail on the showing of 4 factors identified above? This court says yes. There's substantial evidence that Trinidad will prevail on the evidence, on the merits. First, Trinidad has a cognizable claim. Trinidad clearly meets the criteria for eligibility extension waiver for 1 year. This is true based on the undisputed medical records of Dr. Howard, Dr. Dye, and contemporaneous letters of Coach Anise and athletic director Higley, in which both state Trinidad had medical issues during 2022 that prevented him from participating in collegiate football that year. Trinidad disputes the analysis by the NCAA that he is not having medical issue during the fall of 2022, despite his attempt to conservatively treat his symptoms with singular flonase. He will be able to testify to the struggles with fatigue, breathing issues, and poor stamina in 2022 that are corroborated by Dr. Howard's letter. Under Mississippi law, Trinidad is only required to show that the NCAA acted unfairly and unreasonably in the premises. Such conduct breaches the duty of good faith and fair dealing. See CNAC versus Murray, 609 Southern 2nd, 1257, at page 1272, Mississippi, 1992. The NCAA's disregard of a 90-plus pages of medical and non-medical evidence from Ole Miss and findings of the only board-certified doctor whose opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical probability was that Trinidad could not have participated in the 2022 season was not credible, is disrespectful and almost ludicrous. Dr. Howard's letter alone justified granting Trinidad's waiver. Furthermore, the NCAA's history of inconsistent waiver decisions undermines the fairness of the process here. The NCAA never really sought the truth in its investigation, and therefore, based on the totality of the circumstances and the evidence, Trinidad could be successful on the merit from the matter's trial. The issuance of preliminary injunction is necessary to prevent irreparable harm. The risk of irreparable harm is the primary reason for issuing an injunction. Triple J Cattle versus Chambers, 551 Southern 2nd, 280 Alabama, 1989. A significant number of courts have held that the fleeting nature of college athletics justifies injunctive relief to allow the athletes and coaches the ability to continue participation in the sport. Bigoder versus Quinnipiac University, 696 Ted Southern 2nd, 277. It's the United States District Court of Connecticut, 2009. As the Bigoder courts noted, college athletes and by comparison, college coaches develop skill, self-sacrifice, learn team cohesion, and a sense of accomplishment, increase their physical and mental well-being, and develop lifelong health attitudes. Bridger versus Winnipeg, 291. Trinidad, most likely every college athlete, has undoubtedly devoted a significant portion of his life seeking to become a successful college athlete, spending numerous hours performing and perfecting his football skills and abilities. The interruption of his ability to continue doing this would be irreparable, prevent him from competing at the level he desires. Upadhya versus NCAA 760 Fed Sup 3D 527 Middle District, Tennessee, 2024. This court has no trouble concluding, as many other courts have, that the denial of ability to play sports is irreparable harm. Braham versus NCAA 794 Fed Sup 3rd 829 Nevada, 2025. Denial of opportunity to play college sports is irreparable harm. Robinson versus NCAA 2025 WL 2409203. In these post-NIL times of collegiate athletics, courts around the country now recognize the inherent value afforded by a year of intercollegiate competition. In Patterson versus NCAA 2026 WL 11541-7, number 9, MD of Middle District, Tennessee, January the 15th, 2026, the court stated, defendants correctly raised the speculative nature of the asserted irreparable harm, but the court views the speculation as a matter of degree. Of course, plaintiffs cannot know with any certainty what opportunities another season of play will bring, but the opportunity itself, once lost, cannot be recovered. On this basis, the court finds that the plaintiffs have made a showing of some irreparable harm. In this case, the opportunity itself, once lost to Trinidad, cannot be recovered. About 4 more pages. NCAA, you can't say I hadn't tried. The NCAA also argues that a 5-year rule allows a maximum, not a minimum, of 4 seasons of competition. Its position dishonors the purpose of the waiver rule, bylaw 12.6.1.7.1, which is designed to provide a student athlete with at least 4 seasons of intercollegiate competition. In fact, the NCAA said as much in its denial rationale provided to Ole Miss on January the 9th, 2026. And I quote, the purpose of extension legislation is to ensure 4 seasons of participation opportunities. Taylor Hall affidavit, MEC number 16. Further, the Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics Compensation Rights Act, Mississippi Code section 37-97-103-109, supplement 2021. That's a new law that was passed by the legislature in 2021. Prohibits the NCAA from enforcing rules that prevent student athletes like Trinidad from earning compensation as a result of the use of the student athlete's name, image, and likeness. Even though the waiver request here is for medical reasons, its denial effectively curtails Trinidad's NIL rights by prematurely ending his college career. Not only would an extra year of college eligibility permit Trinidad to monetize his publicity rights given performance last season and through the playoffs. Joe Judge, assistant head coach of Ole Miss offense and quarterbacks, coach at Ole Miss, testified that he coached Trinidad during the 25-26 season, and he would be his position coach for 2026 should Trinidad be eligible to play. Judge has a history of collegiate and NFL coaching experience, including a stint as head coach of the New York Giants. He testified that an additional year of college quarterback experience would be invaluable to Trinidad's chances of becoming a future NFL quarterback. Without it, Trinidad would be as a one-season guy based on his play and accomplishments from last football season. An additional year of development in college would transform Trinidad into what judges call multiple years player. According to Ole Miss quarterbacks coach, there have been only 4 NFL quarterbacks over the last 10 years who were one-season quarterbacks in college that sustained success in the NFL. The NCAA in the arguments today have made a big deal out of the fact that, well, he just goes to the NFL. He'll make money there. Trinidad needs the additional year of eligibility to improve his chances of professional football success. As the court sees it, losing that year and the opportunity for additional development will greatly lessen Trinidad's chances of success. As the court sees it, the NCAA is preventing Trinidad from playing this coming year will cause him irreparable harm. The door will also close on Trinidad being unable to capitalize on receiving funds that he can earn from endorsements, social media, and other appearances. Therefore, in my opinion, Trinidad has met the criteria of irreparable harm in this court's view. Number 3, the threatened injury of the movement Trinidad outweighs the harm as an injunction might do to the opposing party NCAA. Again, Mr. Miner makes a big argument that this is going to really tear up everything in the country regarding NCAA if this order is in it. This court opines that the burden of preliminary injunction against the NCAA here will not unreasonably outweigh the benefit of Trinidad Chambliss will receive from the injunctive relief. The NCAA will continue its business as usual, suffering no immediate harm. One noteworthy point about the NCAA's response is its complete omission to transfer Trinidad's well-being from the injunction equation, a sharp departure from its student-first philosophy and mission to reach an outcome that considers the well-being of the involved student-athlete. To reiterate, this is not an antitrust action that seeks declaration from this court that NCAA rules are illegal. They're not contested, and I'm not ruling that the rules are illegal. Since the NCAA arguments concerning the alleged disruption of over 180,000 student athletes falls on deaf ears. Further, post-NIL and post-Austin courts have found that this alleged harm to the NCAA rules and other student athletes does not outweigh the impending irreparable harm to the student athlete who petitions for relief. The balance of equities and the public interest also weigh in favor of granting an injunction. The scope of injunctive relief sought is narrow, to preclude the NCAA from enforcing its bylaws in Upadhya to allow him to play next season while this case plays out. I'm reading what took place in Upadhya last year. The NCAA's argument that injunctive relief in this case would be a sweeping change that will upend the Division I eligibility rules that apply across sports for 180,000 Division I student athletes is overstated. See defendant's response, document number 30, page 35. Enjoining the NCAA from enforcing the intercollegiate compensation rule as to poverty for the next season will result in substantial harm to others of the NCAA. The NCAA's argument that preliminary injunction relief would suspend long-standing eligibility rules that apply to 500,000 NCAA student athletes in multiple sports is misguided and fails to address the essence of the harm issue. Enjoining the NCAA from enforcing a 5-year rule as to Braham for next season will not result in substantial harm to others in NCAA. That's in the case of Braham versus NCAA. However, absent a grant of injunctive relief, Braham is likely to suffer substantial. Absent a granting of injunctive relief, Braham will likely suffer substantial, immediate, and irreparable harm because he will be prevented from playing in the upcoming 25-26 season. According to the court, the court balances the equity tips in favor of Braham. The court balances the equities between the parties players likely to suffer substantial and immediate and irreparable harm should they be prevented from playing this season. The NCAA, by contrast, would suffer little harm insofar as should they not succeed on the merits. They can terminate the claim for eligibility. Accordingly, the court finds the balance of equity weighs heavily in favor of the plaintiff, who was Braham. Even though NCAA is a private voluntary association, it is not beyond the reach of the laws of the principles of equity. Chancery courts in Mississippi are courts of equity, and long followed the maximum of equity recognized by the courts in this state is a court of equity will order that which ought to be done. U.S. Fidelity Guarantee Company of Baltimore, Maryland, Marathon Lumber Company, 119 Mississippi, 802, 81 Southern, 492/1919. As the law in 1919 is still a law today. The balance of equities in this action also tip in favor of Trinidad. Further, the grant of preliminary injunction in favor of Trinidad will not likely harm the hypothetical student athlete who the NCAA partners will be displaced by Trinidad's inclusion in the Ole Miss football roster. See Martinson 2025WL 267804911. NCAA does not articulate any harm it will suffer. It only asserts speculative harm to other potential DI students. But in contrast to the NCAA, Martinson will suffer immediate and irreparable harm in absence of the relief. Application of this hypothetical is even more speculative here because Ole Miss football program may not have 105 student athletes on its roster before the first game in fall of 2026. And other than Trinidad, Ole Miss has signed all of the quarterbacks it intends to accept on the roster for 2026 academic year, according to Austin Thomas's affidavit. So nobody's going to be displaced as NCAA artists by Trinidad being granted this relief. The grant of preliminary injunction is consistent with public interest. Finally, as courts have determined, grant of preliminary injunction in the premises serves as the compelling public interest of promoting increased participation and competition in the competitive football services labor market. Martinson 2025 WL 267804911. The market for unrestricted NIL compensation has exploded since U.S. versus Alston. NCAA versus Alston. And even more significantly, the fact that NCAA members can now directly pay student athletes for their services. The market now is effectively a labor market for competitive college football services. Robson 2025 WL 2409203. Free and fair competition in labor markets is essential to the American economy such that an injunction would serve the public interest. Northern District of West Virginia, August 20, 2025, and Graham 794 Fed Sup SUP, Section 3D at 837. Here, the public interest is served by promoting free and fair competition in the DI market for college football. Conclusion. For the above reasons, this court decrees in favor of Trinidad Chambliss.
Yes.
And grants his request for preliminary injunction and relief and preliminary enjoins to NCAA from prohibiting Trinidad Chambliss from practicing, playing, or otherwise participating on the University of Mississippi collegiate football team during the 2026-27 academic year. Trinidad Chambliss has demonstrated based on the evidence presented that he is entitled to an additional year of eligibility to the University of Mississippi, and the NCAA has failed in its argument to withhold that right. Further, Trinidad Chambliss has proven there exists a substantial likelihood he will prevail on the merits in the final hearing to be set at a later date. The injunction is necessary to prevent irreparable harm from Trinidad. These are the factors that have to be proven. The threatened injury to Trinidad Chambliss outweighs the harm an injunction might cause NCAA. And 4, entry of this preliminary injunction is consistent with the public interest. Therefore, the petitioner shall within 10 days post a de minimis bond with the clerk of the court in the amount of $7,500. So ordered and judge and decreed this the 12th day of February 2026. Robert Q. Whitwell, Chancellor. That's the rule of the court.
I'll kind of try to mute this and so there it is. Trinidad Chambliss has been granted a preliminary injunction
It is island time once again, folks.
Hey, should we hit it up? Look at where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hold on, like, here we go. You're gonna know. Here's my question.
Trinidad, throw another dime.
Here's my question. Was the judge tearing up?
No, I think I thought that too. I think his voice started giving out.
I mean, my man went for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, dude, how old is he? He's got to be in his 70s, probably.
We got a clock, man. 82,000 people eyeballs on this stream across all platforms.
Incredible.
9 hours in, but look what we did. All together, we rode the wave together, folks.
We did,
and we got to the finish line.
This is awesome.
And Trinidad Chambliss has gotten his preliminary injunction. And that all but secures him for 2026, as we've been writing repeatedly at the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com, to Philip on 3. Sign up today for $1. We're going to continue to talk and write and all those things about it. Still look. Thank you, man. I want to give another shout out too. Well, it's what was the name of it?
WLBT in Jackson.
You're so much better than me at that. You remember things.
Well, they interviewed me in college. I worked
thanks
in
to them
news.
for the stream. It's been great. Thanks to all of you who've joined. We're about to cross 83,000 across all platforms. The QR code on your screen is I'm raising money for a good cause. It's for the New Albany High School Musical Theater's production of Tuck Everlasting. They were hit hard by Winter Storm Fern. I've been just y'all really motivated me and inspired me from Phoenix and sending me there. So I'd like to raise some money for them. So that's the QR code on your screen. Please scan it if you're willing. $1, $5, $10, $20, $100. So many have already given up over $1,000. I'm so thankful for that. Y'all are amazing. But now 9 hours in, we're going to be talking more, writing more about it. The Ole Miss Spirit. We've got a story up already. Zach Berry wrote a story. What's next, right? Other than he's the quarterback for 2026. I mean, we rode this long marathon, or ran this long marathon together, friend. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I got to get out. Chris is right. Happy birthday to my wife, Emily. She's becoming a multiple times. Like, we were supposed to go to steak dinner like an hour ago.
Get out of here.
You scan
Get out of here.
You scan it on your camera. We'll show you a link. You click it, give some money, and yeah, man, that'd be great. But yeah, I got to go see my wife Emily and take her out for birthday dinner. I took her lunch. Actually did it while Sudu and our senior legal correspondent, John Cox, were hanging with us and going through all the kind of things. So all right. He got his preliminary injunction. He's the quarterback in 2026. There, it's done. The NCAA will probably appeal, but if you're wondering why the judge took so long, part of that was to lay out, there's Brad, to lay out the whole case for not appealing, or make it harder, make it as miserable as possible. So Austin Wilson is correct. Ben, stop talking and go see your wife. I intend to. I leave you in Sudu's capable hands. I think you and Brad should do a rapid reaction pod together.
Yeah, hold on. I'm texting him right now.
All right.
Hopping on.
What's the charge number for this? And I don't know. I would just love for 82. I'm going to take one more screenshot. We're about to go over 83. 83,000 across all platforms. Look at Brad. Everybody see our guy Brad in the middle of the shot? Everybody see him? See our guy? Oh, he'll come back in a second. And he's going to do a full report from this. There was Karis, I think, my friend Karis Chambliss. She is part of the Rebel Walk, who also provided us some of the live stream there from the courthouse in Pittsboro, Mississippi, which was at the center of the college football universe today. And Trinidad Chambliss was granted a preliminary injunction. He will be Ole Miss's quarterback in 2026. It's the biggest news of the offseason so far, obviously, despite Ole Miss's tremendous work in the transfer portal, having one of the best classes in the country. This was the biggest piece, and we've talked about it. It just changes. It changes the outlook completely. It keeps the floor where it needs to be. You're talking about contending for a national championship in 2026. This is a team that just came off a semifinals run at the college football playoff and 13 wins, a record for Ole Miss. And yeah, what you've allowed yourself now is for you to run it back again in 2026, because you got your quarterback back.
100%.
All right.
All right, get out of here.
I'm gone. Hey, use the QR code. Come on. Help out my friends in New Albany High School. Y'all have been awesome. What an incredibly long day, but fun, and we wrote it together. We will never forget this. Bye to all of you in the chat. Bye to Sudu, who is the best at this stuff of anybody on earth. And for Brad Logan, the hardest working man in this podcasting business, I love you. I thank you. And I'll see you on the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com, and affiliate of On3 later today. We're going to be talking all about it. So join us. And happy birthday to my wife, patient, wonderful wife, Emily, who's going to be so glad that we can finally go eat. Peace out. Love you all.
See you, Benny. All right. What a ride. I don't know if anybody, out of the 83,000 plus viewers today, I don't know how many of you stuck with us the entire time, but those of you who did, truly appreciate it. You could have watched this many other places, but you chose to do it with us, which is really nice. We appreciate that. All the support, even the haters, even the people with the bad comments, always appreciate the views for us. So now I'm going to wait for Brad to hop on, but I wish I could tell you I heard every word of what Judge Whitwell just said, but as you guys know, I did not. That was a lot to listen to all at once. He was also kind of mumbling, and the audio wasn't great, but it's essentially what we thought coming into this, which is we figured he would get it, right? One, it's in the state of Mississippi, a Mississippi judge, but two, the NCAA really did not have a case to deny it. In their organization, within their rules, which don't mean anything, of course, but in the court of law, the actual laws that count, there was no case that made sense for the NCAA to deny Trinidad Chambliss an extra year. It's very obvious, and I get it. We've seen the comments, people talking about all of this for tonsillitis and this, that, and the other. If you watched all of this today or kept up with all the information and your conclusion was Trinidad Chambliss is getting another year because of simply tonsillitis, you have completely just not been paying attention. This was a list of respiratory issues, one after another, over an extended period of time, which did not allow him to compete the way you're supposed to as a Division I, Division II, just as a college athlete in general, or high school athlete, any level, was not allowed to do so. And the judge obviously ruled in favor of Trinidad for the right reasons. Also, let's be real, the NCAA's case wasn't that great. They didn't bring witnesses. They didn't refute the medical evidence. They didn't really refute all of the evidence Ole Miss submitted, not just medical, but other stuff. They just refused to do it. And they just got up there. At one point, as we mentioned, Doug Minor tried to tell the judge he might be confused. I'm a little confused at what the NCAA strategy was here. Earlier, I made a point, and it looks like we got Brad. Let me get Brad Logan on here. Brad, there he is. Can you hear me, Brad?
Yeah, I've got you. About an hour ruling, Sudu, and it was kind of an open shut case, and you could tell that the judge was very emotional at the end. And I think a lot of that just because of so much sweat equity that went into this, regardless of the verdict. But at the end of the day,
so those were tears, because I thought maybe his voice was going out. He was crying.
No, it was emotion, and not because I think the ruling is the emotion, but just I think everything that went into this case. And I know he put a lot of sweat equity into this.
Yeah,
he really thought long and hard about the verdict, and it was a situation of where it was an hour and 11 and 12 minutes long of a verdict, and read every bit of it. And the courtroom kind of erupted, as you saw, as the internet was kind of in and out. But that's the end of the day. Trinidad Chambliss will be the quarterback in 2026 for Ole Miss.
No doubt. Brad, obviously, in reading his verdict, Judge Whitwell took his time, as a lot of people in our chat mentioned, and all over social media talking about how long he took. But can you just explain kind of what that strategy was from what you know, just being there? A lot of us think it makes it harder for the NCAA to appeal it, and he went into vast detail on record about why he made the decision that he did, because it could serve as precedent now in the future, because there wasn't a case like this before in the state of Mississippi, right? Like directly involving a college athlete. But just kind of what was your read from being there in the courtroom?
Yeah, just sheer speculation on my part, but I truly believe that lengthy decision and the lengthy, the amount of time it took him to do this, I think in large part was to try to do their best to really navigate through any possible appeal, not making sure all of your bases are covered. That's kind of what I put out there. Is just he's covering every base possible. So if there was any thoughts of an appeal, obviously not the case. One thing I wanted to point out in the very beginning is one thing that was interesting to me is the judge was very, very upset with the NCAA attorneys not showing up for the verdict. In fact, he said he was going to, quote, issue a show cause for the three attorneys. Sheriff Greg Pollan, who serves as the Calhoun County Sheriff, read all three names. Of course, they were all three gone. I was outside live with you guys, and whenever we went live, and I saw the attorneys walk right past me, headed to their car. So obviously, I think they had places they had to be. I mean, the judge even pointed out that they believe they had to go to Tennessee.
Yeah. I saw
that.
Trey
So-
Wallace tweet that he discussed holding them in contempt of court. I don't know.
That's correct.
Did he
issuing a show
address that
cause?
again?
Yeah, issuing a show call. So
Yeah.
obviously that kind of set the precedent for how this ruling was going to go. I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised by the ruling. I think more or less, I think we were surprised, but just how inadequate I think the case was for the NCAA, especially the back half.
Yeah.
The argument case by Mr. Byers was really good. The closing argument, and then I thought the rebuttal was fantastic. I thought William Liston really showed his chops in the rebuttal. He did a fantastic job of kind of buttoning up what Mr. Byers said. But Doug Minor did not participate in the hearing at all until the closing argument. That was Mr. Askew, who did all of the arguing on behalf of the NCAA. Had some ups and downs, honestly. I thought he did really good with Ford Dye. I was very impressed with the early part of that. Now, Dr. Dye did a really good job, but I felt like that he did a nice job in the beginning, and then he kind of fell off a little bit. I think when he kind of went after Dr. Dye a little bit too heavy, we're talking about a board certified ENT doctor, 30 years, one of the best in the South. So I thought he went a little heavy there. And that kind of turned the tide a little bit. I think the tell of the tape for me, Sudu, is I want to give you credit for this, because whenever Judge Whitwell turned and kind of looked down at Trinidad and said, "Now we're talking 22, son. Do you realize that?" And he said, "Yes, sir." And that's when Doug Minor had to reflect and was like, "No, Judge, that's not what I mean. What I mean is this." And he says, "I don't think you were quite understanding me." That didn't play. And it did not play in this courtroom. That really turned the tide, so to speak. And so whenever that happened, you kind of felt the snowball go. And then whenever the rebuttal happened, the hay was in the barn. Let's be honest. I think the hay was probably in the barn before we got here today. But
No doubt.
that really alleviated any type of NCAA decision. I had a chance to visit with a couple of attorneys, and everyone told me that it's very, very rare for attorneys to leave before the verdict. And so I didn't know. This is my first, rodeo with this, but I'm ready to talk about running back room soon. But yeah, in the legalese world, I thought that was interesting that was the case that they left before the verdict.
Yeah, that was definitely surprising, but I mean, also believable because, the interactions between Doug Minor and the judge, obviously during his, his closing arguments, and then when William Liston was giving his closing arguments, the fact that Minor stood up and, the judge was like, "No, sit down. Like, you've had your turn."
Well, I mean, and, if you remember, Sudu, William Liston turned around and said, are you really interrupting my closing argument?
Yeah,
And he's like, "Well, I mean, I just want," he was frustrated. Doug was frustrated. We talked about, Doug's a great attorney. But I think he was just really frustrated with how everything kind of went down. But I thought it was interesting too. I also asked one of the attorneys here today, I was like, is it common practice during closing arguments, to have the judge interject, or during rebuttals, interject with the defendant and the plaintiff? And they said, well, it's not uncommon, but it's not common either. So I kind of got the gist. That's not something you see every day, but being this is a court of equity, we've heard that said a lot. That was a situation that was happening today. And the judge read a very lengthy hour and 15-minute decision. And I thought he did a really good job. Once again, for the folks that are jumping on, very emotional. And once again, I don't think that was because of the decision itself. I think that was the gravity of the situation, about everything that has been poured into this. I know for a fact, by sources I've spoken to, Judge Whitwell poured everything he had into this case, regardless of the verdict. He worked incredibly hard, a lot of long hours, and you can tell that that William Liston did a really good job, did most of the talking today. Once again, Mr. Byers. Another thing, Tom Mars, had a chance to visit with Tom, but won't go into those discussions. But I will say that Tom was a big component of this defense today, if you want to call it a defense. Whatever you want to call it. But he didn't speak today, but obviously was spoken to, and individually, and when the attorneys kind of gathered at certain points during today's hearing, they talked a lot about that. So it's a situation where I may get run out of the courtroom. So we'll go a few more minutes. But
we've got John Cox, our chief legal analyst, correspondent, whatever his title is. John has agreed to come on, obviously an attorney and give us some more insight. But
I'm going to slide outside, Sudu.
Yeah. Do your thing, Brad. Do your thing. Kind of looking at the comments right now. Captain Judah here says NCAA gave Doug a losing case, and unfortunately, he looked extremely incompetent, even though he is a good attorney. And I agree in the sense of the NCAA didn't have a great case to deny this waiver. Look, guys, at the end of the day, we are not talking about some guy that undeservedly is asking to play his 7th season or 8th, or even if it was his 6th year. He's not, it's not somebody that's just who has played, who is trying to cheat the system. I said this on Game Runs Deep earlier this week, but here's the thing. The JUCO stuff, like, I don't really care, right? They ruled in Diego Pavia's favor. Aguilar's probably going to get it. The fact that since the JUCO league is not technically the NCAA, it doesn't necessarily apply to the NCAA, right? That was essentially kind of the ruling on Pavia and probably what Aguilar is going to get as well. But you could still argue, based on the old rules, that those guys exhausted eligibility because they did play JUCO, and that used to mean something. Playing JUCO used to mean it counted towards your eligibility in Division I. So if you wanted to side with the NCAA there, I would understand it. The same with Bediako, right? He's a guy that not only played like G League Ignite, which is essentially like a high school prep league or team within the G League. He was signed to a 2-way contract. He was a pro player in the NBA who was drafted. I understand you siding with the NCAA on that as well. But Trinidad's case was exactly the textbook case of why that medical red shirt exists in the first place. It exists so you don't punish somebody who got hurt just because they got hurt. And I know it's not an ACL tear and it's not a broken bone. And so people seem to think because it's respiratory issues that it shouldn't count. Or you think it was it was a cold. It was one case of tonsillitis. This was a chronic thing, one after another. Mono, constant tonsillitis, adenitis, or whatever they said, the other one that affects the inside of your nasopharynx, I believe is what they said. To count like COVID. I mean, all these different things that directly affect your respiratory system, your ability to breathe. And we all have had these issues. I don't know how many people I've had my tonsils taken out. I've had mono. Like, it's not easy for you to do stuff. Like, I wouldn't even go to class. Like, it's hard to just exist without just laying down. You have no energy. So that's why it was so hard to me that the NCAA fought so hard, or why I couldn't believe the NCAA fought so hard. Because I'm like, this just seems like a textbook cut and dry case of a guy who couldn't play because of an ailment, which directly qualifies him for a medical red shirt. The one thing the NCAA kept arguing was, well, Ferris State didn't file that medical red shirt. And because they didn't file that medical red shirt, sorry. And I'm like, but that's not the point of the rule. The point of the rule isn't, oh, sorry, your school forgot to file it. That's what the NCAA is supposed to be there for, is to be able to look at it and go, well, actually, the school may have forgotten, but there is documentation. So there is proof. So the reason this rule exists can apply. And they chose not to do that here. And it's just, I don't know why. Obviously, a lot of people in our chat have talked about, they're just out to get Ole Miss and all this stuff. But like, even if you try to think logically, like, why did they fight this so hard? I can't think of it. They obviously cited this would cause irreparable harm to college football and college sports or whatever. And on that note, our chief legal correspondent analyst, John Cox, is back. John, you're a trooper, man. You've been in 3 different locations at this point, but and you're back in a suit now, which is incredible.
Well, nothing but the best for you guys. We're celebrating, aren't we? This is an Ole Miss podcast.
What an incredible 9+ hours it's been. John, the final verdict, obviously the judge took his time on that one. Everybody seems to think that was to make the appeal process harder for the NCAA and to set precedent verbally for future cases. Can you just kind of explain why it took Judge Whitwell so long to read the final verdict?
Well, the first quite obvious reason it took him so long is that it was so long an opinion. If I asked you to read, I'd love to know. I'll download it tonight and see how many pages it is. Did he say? I don't know if he said it, but however many pages, just think how long it takes you to read that many pages.
Oh, absolutely.
But he did that. You cover your back, you cross your T's, you dot your I's, you make it as ironclad as you can, because I would assume they're going to appeal. I don't know why they wouldn't, considering they did not have. Didn't they deny? They denied his. The NCAA denied his claim today.
Oh yeah, they've denied 3 different attempts now.
So I've been on a podcast, but they, but yeah, I mean, you would assume they're going to appeal, but you know, so you want to make that to where, as we explained last week, your appeal from from Judge Whitwell. I mean, you could file, I guess, maybe a motion for reconsideration or something like that with him, but eventually it's going to go up to the Mississippi Supreme Court, and the standard, and we can talk later. I don't want to bore people at 6 o'clock at night after listening to this, but the standard for the Mississippi Supreme Court at that point is manifest error. I mean, whether or not it's just a complete misapplication of the law.
Yeah.
You know, in other words, he just didn't take the law, or he considered things that weren't, you know, he just totally blew it. So that's why he's going to, it's why he did what he did. I mean, the Mississippi Supreme Court's not going to look in there and say, well, we believe different than him. We think that the NCAA's definition of contemporaneous was fine.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that.
Yeah.
They're going to look at the law, whether or not the application of the applicable law was done correctly. That's why it was important to win. I mean, win this one.
Right.
And he did.
Absolutely. What does this mean for future cases like this? Obviously, this one I just got finished explaining. I was like, as much as opposing fan bases and other fans of the sport are trying to say this is a mockery of the sport, at the end of the day, the purpose of the medical red shirt is to give someone an opportunity to play who was hurt and didn't get to do those 4 years. This is what this was used for. But down the line, I think the worry is people could take advantage of this. What do you think about kind of the ruling that was handed down today and the effects long term of it?
Yeah, I mean, I know we like instant answers to questions. I really want to read his ruling. Sure. I mean, but I thought Judge Whitwell, and this may answer your question, Sudu. I thought Judge Whitwell was very good during the hearing of explaining that the facts of this case are different than the facts of every other case.
100%.
So, you know, I said earlier, the Alabama case, that was apples to pizza when it came to the application of the facts and then the law. And you know, I thought it was great after we had that conversation. Doug Minor brought it up, and Judge Whitwell cut him at the knees.
Yep.
You know, right then. So as far as the long term, I mean, I don't know. We said last week, and I stand by it. If you're willing to fight the NCAA in a court of law, you've got a very good shot right now. And I know they won 2 victories. They won 2 court cases in the last 10 days, and congratulations. And I'm not down on the NCAA, but their rules are not set up to win in court the way they're applying them right now.
Yeah.
And so the rules are in favor of the student athlete.
Yeah. So I brought this up earlier, and if I asked you this, I don't remember if you were on, but I brought up the fact that because they didn't bring up any witnesses and they didn't use their own body to refute the medical evidence, is this a ploy in some way of the NCAA to try to appeal to Congress to go, hey, look, we're losing these cases in local courts. How can we govern an entire college athletics, thing as a governing body if our laws don't hold up? Like, do you think there's some kind of like the fact that the lawyers didn't even stay? You know what I mean? Like all these different things, it just seems like they just kind of showed up to show, but it feels like they didn't bring their best in this case.
I mean, look, I would not, I'm not going to say that because I'll be honest, I'm a practicing attorney, and if my best was as good as Doug Minor and those guys brought, it would be a pretty good day for me. They're pretty good. But yes, they relied on the record, which is what I thought they would do. They weren't going to bring in a new doctor. I mean, they were going to say, look, we were applying our rules, and we reviewed the information given by Ferris State, and he did not. We treated their argument that we treated Trinidad like we did anyone else. He's not eligible. Move about your day. He did not get a medical red shirt. He could have played that year. Read the medical records. We were fair. So, I think, the interesting thing to me, and this is, Brad may have Tom Mars right now, so maybe he can ask him. But, I saw maybe somebody's tweet, and it might have been Tom's tweet, something along the lines that the NCAA right now is an unincorporated association, which means that they can be sued in any state they do business in. Well, that's 50 states. They catch 50 state courts by doing that. So, of course, you get a ruling in the state court like that. They should incorporate.
Yeah.
And then have a principal and say, because you can argue, again, principal place of business, wherever that is. But I would go incorporate in Delaware or where's the NCAA headquarters? Indianapolis?
It's in Indianapolis, yeah.
Indiana? I mean, I guess I would incorporate in Delaware because everybody likes to incorporate in Delaware for their favorable corporate laws, and say my principal place of business is in Indianapolis. and you're either going to sue me in Indianapolis or Indiana or in Delaware, and I'm not coming to Mississippi State Court.
Right.
But they don't do that. I mean, I guess they just felt like they shouldn't.
Yeah.
They don't pay me to answer that question.
No, I mean, everything about the NCAA has been baffling to me for years. I mean, the way they apply their rules, when they choose to apply it, when they choose to look the other way, there's never been consistency. And I think that's another reason this case is so interesting is Ole Miss has been affected by NCAA rulings in the past. So I think fans were able to kind of rally around it too. But if you're just a fan of college sports in general and you're not a member of a traditional powerhouse program and you've been affected by the NCAA in some way while you've seen maybe others get away with some things, you don't have much faith in that body. And I've said it. I think we need rules. We need a body that can establish rules that applies to everybody. But I don't think it can ever be the NCAA based on their track record.
No,
and this.
I don't mean to cut you off. So
no,
what's the old joke? I mean, Alabama paid 2 more players, so Ole Miss gets another year of probation. I mean, it's So I mean, yeah. I mean, they're known. Anecdotally, they're known for that.
Right.
And no one. I mean, the list of people who like the NCAA as a body are probably less than 10.
Right.
And so, they try to reform it, but I mean, at the end of the day, their reputation probably they rightfully deserve or richly deserve is there a bunch of college presidents in a room telling people how to do things and have no real practical application of what's happening out there.
Right. Right. No doubt. Absolutely. I don't think it was very much surprising to most people, especially Ole Miss people, because of who the judge was, where the case was. So I guess Judge Whitwell cried. I thought his voice was cracking because of how much he was reading, but Brad confirmed he was actually crying. What did you think of that? Is that normal? Have you seen that before? What was that about?
Well, I've been doing this 7 years now, and I've never actually seen a judge cry. That blew my mind when Brad said he was actually crying. I'm like you, I was listening to it more, and I thought he was just tired of reading because, I mean, I think speaking, even though I liked what he was saying as an Ole Miss fan, I was kind of tired of listening.
Right.
And so I thought he had just reached the point that he had already taken one water break and we needed another one. But but it's an emotional case. I mean, the eyes. I don't know how many people have watched this podcast, but the eyes of sporting America were in Pittsboro, Mississippi today.
Oh, yeah. And we're sitting at over 83,000 total views over the 9.5 hours.
I mean, it's like I said, I made the joke earlier, people I don't even know were direct messaging me asking me what kind of watch I wore, which is the strangest thing in the world. But, hey, I'm glad you're watching.
So, absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's emotional. He knew, because here's the thing. He knew he was under the scrutiny that Bob Whitwell was under was intense one way or another. I mean, it's easy for us to say now, oh, well, of course my cousin Vinny'd it. And, he was going to win and, whatever. Don't trust your soul to a backwoods Southern lawyer or whatever the old songs are. We'll pat you on the back and go to the El Jefe. It's not that simple. He is a man of principle. He knows that his reputation is on the line every time he takes that bench. And he's a well-earned and a sterling reputation.
Right.
And, that's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, someone just said the NCAA released a statement. So I haven't seen this yet, but I'm excited to check that out. But yeah, so, I mean, look, it's settled. So what this means now is he's free to play. Obviously, the NCAA is able to appeal. What is the likelihood that, we all think this injunction gives him the entire season and then they would just dismiss this lawsuit once Trinidad finishes. What's the likelihood this could elevate and escalate to where this trial may begin during the season or before the season? Like, is that even in the realm of possibility?
Well, anything is possible. But, the clock is Trinidad's friend. Yeah. He's going to go back. Tomorrow, and we said this last week, he goes back to school.
Yeah.
He's going to miss every window. He's not going to sign with an agent. He's not going to do whatever. They can expedite a hearing, I guess, with the Supreme Court. But every day that he is a college student, as of right now, once he meets the conditions, and the list was going, he has to post a bond. I just heard different things that he would require. But whatever the ruling is, as of right now, Trinidad can go. He's QB1.
Yeah.
He's not, and that's for the Ole Miss Rebels, not for an NFL team. He's not going to California and working out anymore.
Right.
He's in Oxford. And so every day that happens, it's going to be harder and harder just practically to do that. If he gets to the fall, if he starts, I said last week, and I stand by it. If he starts spring practice as the quarterback, he's the quarterback next year.
Oh, yeah.
No way.
No doubt about it. Now, I'm going to pull up, I just found the NCAA statement. I got it from Ross Dellinger. Let me put this up here so we can kind of look over it and see what they're talking about here after such a loss for them. Let me get rid of this banner here. Okay, so this decision in a state court illustrates the impossible situation created by differing court decisions that serve to undermine rules agreed to by the same NCAA members who later challenged them in court. We will continue to defend the NCAA's eligibility rules against repeated attempts to rob future generations of the opportunity to compete in college and experience the life-changing opportunities only college sports can create. The NCAA and its member schools are making changes to deliver more benefits to student athletes, but the patchwork of state laws and inconsistent, conflicting court decisions make partnering with Congress essential to provide stability for current and future college athletes. And there's what I kind of suspected showing up. But what do you think of this statement?
Well, I think the latter part of that statement is better than the middle part of that statement. I mean, if it takes them to Congress and they try to figure out some sort of congressional oversight, that may be their path. I think, and this is for another pod, we can discuss whether or not there's going to just be a breakaway from the NCAA and we have a whole new association and
right.
really care. But I think that's the direction. That's their only hope, quite honestly.
Yeah.
And then now the middle part about this whole repeated rob future generation, that's just BS.
That seems like just PR on their part.
Yes, that's okay, we don't all get to go play in the SEC. But I mean there are thousands of you can go play D2.
Right.
You can play D3.
Right.
There are plenty of spots open. I talk to coaches all the time who would love to have some of these kids that all think they're going to go play in the SEC.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that we've always had a scenario where only the best can play.
Yeah, of course.
And so,
of course. And this is the point I made the other day.
Let's
say Aguilar wins his case tomorrow and the Upadhya ruling becomes a national thing where junior college no longer counts, right? To solve the NCAA's, this is actually good for the NCAA. Or maybe you bring the NJCAA and the other one. There's 2 JUCO leagues, right? But maybe you bring them into the fold. But that is a perfect way to create a farm system almost. If you go to high school, you can go 2 years to JUCO and you still get 4 years to come play Division I or Division II, right? Like that to me just seems like a solution to what they're saying.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest. If the Aguilar case or the Upadhya, it's most. And this is way off Trinidad, but to me, the logical conclusion for that is it's a death knell for D2 and D3 because a kid would never, ever go D2.
Yeah.
They would go JUCO out of high school.
Right.
Knowing it doesn't count against their 4. And so, now you would, why would you go D2? Because a lot of times D2 is recruiting against that junior college, just to be honest.
Right. No doubt.
So, they would just go. I think D2 coaches would revolt if that happened. And it may happen, but you're going to hear them yell in unison, going, "What in the hell just happened?"
Yeah, and obviously, I don't want to see divisions of the sport crumble either. But like you said, there are levels for kids to go to, and with the transfer portal, you can work your way up. And you can be a Trinidad Chambliss from a D2 school that goes to Ole Miss, right? So those opportunities, that's why it feels disingenuous to me when they keep saying it. I'm like, this is such a PR statement because we know it's not true.
Well, how cool is it that the NCAA gets lambasted for not caring about the students, so they write statements saying all they do is care about the students. My English degree tells me that she doth protest too much,
right?
And so what's the old saying? If you tell me it's all about something, if you tell me it's not about the money, it's really about the money.
Right.
Well, if you tell me it's really about if you tell me it's not about the student athletes, well, maybe it really is about the student athletes. If you tell me, I really care about the student athletes, maybe it's not about it.
Right.
It's just, I don't know. They're fighting a losing battle right now. They need new legal strategy.
I absolutely agree. All right, John. We've been doing this for a while now. We're gonna get to almost 10 hours if we keep going. But before we go, do you have any kind of final thing to kind of put a button on this, or just general thoughts on what all we witnessed today and just everything moving forward.
Oh, I mean, kudos to I'm happy for Trinidad. I've never met the young man. He's apparently a great kid.
Yeah.
And he wants to play his 4th year. I thought that was great.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whoever coached him into that testimony or however, that was a fastball hit clean out of the park when he said, "Why do you want this? I want to play 4 years like everyone else."
Right.
So I guess the congratulations to William Liston and Trey Byers and Tom Mars and the whole. I thought they put on a great show. They put on a great case today. They knew what they had to do. They took on the NCAA. They took it on. They showed that they are inconsistent with what they're doing. It doesn't make sense. So I guess to put a bow on it, I mean they did what they had to do.
Right.
Honestly, but did it in a way that they didn't go in there and just say, "We're in Pittsboro, make Ole Miss's quarterback eligible now, please."
Right.
They took 7 hours or 6 hours.
Yeah.
Made sure that, by God, they were going to give Judge Whitwell something to hang his hat on.
That's my biggest thing. You can say there was home field advantage for Ole Miss and bias and the judge this or that. That all can be said, and it could be true. But it could also be true that Ole Miss had a better case for Trinidad than the NCAA did. And I after everything I watched today, outside of a couple moments, I thought Mars and Liston and Byers, I thought their side did a really good job of establishing why Trinidad should get that 6th year. Like there was no point that I go, man, I don't know if I like what they're saying here, or this doesn't really make sense. I never felt that way.
When they're having to come forward, the NCAA is cross-examining a lauded board-certified ENT, and asking, things like, can you define incompatible? Is it
the word could,
and then trying to argue that something was not contemporaneous,
right?
And then Judge Whitwell's like, well, wait a second, they gave you more notes.
Exactly.
Why did you not consider those? Well, they weren't contemporaneous. Well, they were still talking about what happened then.
Exactly.
Why would you? And that takes you to the point where you're excluding things just to exclude things. In other words, I'm NCAA and I know what ruling I want. I know the end result, and I'm going to make sure that I have the end result I want. Heaven forbid I consider other material. And Trey, William Liston, and Tom Mars, and I couldn't catch the other person's name sitting at the table. I think he's a partner of William Liston. They laid it out. They gave it there, and Judge Whitwell was just hitting it off the team there for a little while for him. So congratulations to them. They put on a great case, and congratulations to Trinidad. Congratulations to the Ole Miss Rebels. For right now, QB1 he's back in the saddle.
No doubt about it. Well, John, we obviously really appreciate you. You are the chief legal correspondent / analyst of Talk of Champions. It's a pleasure hanging out with you today, man. I know we hadn't really gotten a chance to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chat, so
we'll catch up soon.
Absolutely, man.
Hopefully we don't have very many more legal cases to talk about, but
please.
Whatever.
So someone in the comments said, Sudu, maybe you should look into going to law school. And after seeing Doug Miner's, the word salad he gave, and then what the judge did at the end, I don't know if I could do what you do, man. I have much more respect for lawyers after today. Let me tell you.
Well, I can tell you, Sudu, everyone in the world, and this is way off topic, we've been on the air way too long, that everyone always goes, man, I'd love to go to law school. I like to argue. I said, well, you like to listen? Because that's what we do.
Yeah.
And welcome to a glimpse of what we do on the day. But today was pretty interesting. I mean, I know I'm a geek, but that stuff it's not, as you learned today, not many things get wrapped up in 52 minutes with commercials.
Right.
So
no doubt.
Congratulations to those guys. And you did great. I'm proud of you guys.
Thank you.
Great coverage all day.
You too, John. We'll see you soon, man.
Yeah, man.
Take care. All right. Once again, want to thank all 84,000 plus people that joined us over 9 hours and 40 minutes of the Trinidad Chambliss injunction hearing. John Cox, our legal analyst correspondent, Brad Logan, boots on the ground in Pittsboro, Mississippi. Of course, Ben Garrett, the host of Talk of Champions, the man himself, who is currently taking his wife to a birthday dinner, much deserved after a long day. And it was just fun to be here with them, man. Obviously Ben and I do game runs deep together, but anytime I get to come on an Ole Miss podcast and chat and hang out with you guys, it's always a pleasure. Want to say we appreciate you guys again. Before I go, Ben would kill me if I didn't mention that QR code right there is for his Venmo, and the proceeds he's raising is for New Albany High School's production of Tuck Everlasting. I know he promoted that a few times. There was a video he made kind of showcasing why, with the storm damage, why they need the money to continue this great theater program. So if you have the funds to be able to do so, whether it's $5, $10, whatever, you can do, that would be much appreciated, I know, by Ben and the New Albany community. And of course, the Ole Miss Spirit, where Ben Garrett resides. If you sign up right now, I think it's 50% off. I think that's it. It's been a pleasure, guys. Y'all take care. It's Island time in Oxford again.